Recording in progress.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome. And we're going to get started off on H1. And I'll turn to Carrie Griffin for the overview. Carrie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, council members. This is agenda item H1. It's the report of the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries. This is, I think, the 8th year they have produced a coordination report and come to the council to give an update on West Coast sanctuary activities. For materials, there is the Sanctuaries Report 1 was in the advanced briefing book. And there's some one public comment also to bring your attention to. There's also a supplemental Habitat Committee report, H1A, Supplemental HC Report 1. We have Mr. Bill Duros and Laura Inglesrud here today, and they will walk through a PowerPoint that summarizes all the activities and other items of interest that are contained in the report. So after their overview and their presentation, Then we'll go to the reports and comments of management entities and advisory bodies. It looks like there's just one right now, and then public comment, and then council discussion and guidance as appropriate. So there's no action associated with this. It's council discussion and guidance. And that concludes my overview. And so if there are no questions, you could turn to Mr. Duros and Ms. Inglesrud.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Questions for Carrie on these overview? All right, not seeing any. So Bill, Laura, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Carrie, thanks for the introduction. I'm Bill Duros. I'm the Regional Director on the West Coast for the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, and Laura Inglesrud is both a member of my staff and one of your participants in the Habitat Committee. So we're pleased to be here, and as Carrie said, we submitted the written report 3-4 weeks ago, and I'll walk you through a presentation today that just kind of hits on some of the highlights from that. We go into a little bit more detail in a few places, but at any rate, can you go to the next slide then? So just a reminder, to some degree, there may be some new council members here and new folks in the audience listening in. This originated 8 years ago. The council thought it was a good idea to invite us to come and provide an update on what we're doing in sanctuaries and what are the highlights and what are things that might be of interest to the council. For those who've been around a long time, there's a lot of concern 10, 12 years ago about sanctuaries, and the council was concerned about potentials that we might be getting involved in fishing or other issues that the council thought was its purview, and we insisted that we weren't. But these annual reports were a way to come and showcase what's going on. What is it that we're doing? And I think they've been a huge success. So here we've listed what the written report gets into: nominations and designations, condition reports, which are assessments we do in advance of a sanctuary management plan review process to assess the status of the sanctuary, management plan reviews. We've been working on climate vulnerability assessments. We're not alone. California Fish and Game Commission is, Fish and Wildlife, and NMFS does as well. But we've got some focused on sanctuaries, and we'll talk about that. Deep sea coral research and kelp research and restoration. I'll touch on that. Blue carbon, and what does that mean in terms of storage in sanctuaries of carbon? Some fishing outreach events are in the written report, and then work that we're doing to help protect whales from shipping. So that's what the report covers, and I'm going to touch on most of these in the presentation. Next slide. Just a reminder, what are marine sanctuaries? So these are areas that are in the marine environment. They can include the Great Lakes, that are set aside because of their conservation values, their recreational, ecological, or historical values, cultural, archaeological, aesthetic. Some have all of these attributes. Some have only several of these attributes. And the National Marine Sanctuaries Act provides authority for comprehensive and coordinated conservation of these areas. And that some of that coordination comes in this very setting, working with the council on and through your authority on issues that we both share in common. We spend a lot of time on public outreach and raising awareness and understanding through education programs. We do science, we coordinate science. Some of it's natural resource conservation science, some of it's social science, and also on historical science and archaeology. We help coastal economies by promoting and protecting healthy resources. There's very few, if any, certainly on the West Coast, coastal communities that aren't somehow benefited by having a healthy environment, whether it's the coastal environment, the marine environment offshore, through recreation, through tourism, sometimes a little too much tourism, but also through activities like commercial fishing and other industrial activities. And then we help promote compatible uses to the extent they're consistent with the goal of resource protection. So sanctuaries aren't, lock them up, no-go zones, they're not wilderness areas. So many of you that have been around a long time know all this, but I wanted to make sure just that this general overview is on everyone's kind of radar about what sanctuaries are all about. Next slide. This is a map that shows the sanctuary system. And there's 15 or so sanctuaries. Some are overlapping with marine national monuments like in Rose Atoll in American Samoa. And then there's work with the yellow dots are all areas that are under consideration for designation as new marine sanctuaries. Again, several of those, the two out in Hawaii, in the Pacific region, are areas that are already designated as a monument, but there's additional conservation benefit that comes from a marine sanctuary. The ones in the East Coast, two of those, Lake Erie and Lake Ontario are focused on shipwrecks and the resources that are there, whereas Hudson Canyon and Chumash Heritage would be two new sanctuaries. They're what we consider ecosystem as well as heritage conservation areas. And so there's some information about those in the report, also a link in the report to go to the websites if you really want to learn more about areas outside of the West Coast here, but I'm going to focus on the West Coast itself. Next slide. Oh yeah, this just sort of shows you the status of what's going on. We initiated this process in 2014. It was a revisit in the Obama administration to reinitiate the sanctuary process to designate new sites, allowing communities to nominate them. And these areas that we have are in various different stages, right? There's 6 designations in progress. There are almost as many sites that have been declined by NOAA that were proposed, but we didn't think they met the criteria, or in one case, one of the nominators withdrew it, the Mariana Trench. We aren't reviewing any nominations at present, and there's 2 sites that are in the inventory that aren't being designated at the moment, and those are both up in Alaska in Per Bluff Islands, 2 different proposals. So that's just a broad overview of the program, and I'm going to focus on Chumash Heritage. So next slide. So we've had a couple of different conversations over the last year about Chumash Heritage Sanctuary. This is an area that has been proposed to initiate off of Cambria at the southern end of the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary and extend down to the Gaviota Coast, and including touching the western end of the Channel Islands Sanctuary to to protect the resources that are viewed as being nationally significant, whether those are natural resources, historical, or even cultural resources in the area. The communities that proposed this sanctuary were cognizant of the fact that they were being pulled in a diverse array of directions. If they were worried about the nuclear power plant in Diablo Canyon, they had to work with the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. If they were worried about Vandenberg Space Force launches, they had to talk to DOD. If they had a fisheries issue, they had to come to you. If they were worried about oil and gas development, they went to Bessie. If they were worried about new wind development, they went to BOEM. And their view is this is just unsustainable. And sanctuaries that they could see elsewhere on the West Coast are places where that comprehensive community-based, ecosystem-based management framework has its advantages. Even if the sanctuary is not regulating all of those activities, they're in the middle of creating a marine spatial plan, that old phrase from 10, 15 years ago. It's real, where the sanctuaries work on what are these threats? What are these activities? How do we, as I mentioned, promote multiple uses? How do we adjust and alter the ones that could have harm? So that was the second purpose that has been identified for the sanctuary. And then the third is to recognize and aid the public awareness of indigenous communities that have relied on the resources in this area for a very long time, 10, 12, maybe 15,000 years. Some of the oldest recorded human habitation is at Santa Rosa Island. So right nearby. So not part of the sanctuary, but right nearby. So these were the drivers behind the nomination itself. And we've been working on this designation since November 21. If you go to the next slide. We spent about 2 years dealing with and reviewing and adjusting plans and developing plans that were based on input from tribes, from federal agencies and state agencies, local governments, other users in the area through the scoping process. We had about a dozen public workshops and forums And we released in August 23 the proposal to designate the site and what that would look like after looking at a whole suite of options and alternatives. And I'll touch on that in a bit. We had some informational workshops, 3 of those in person. We had 2 in person, 1 virtual. We had 2 in person, 1 virtual public comment meeting. About 2,600 individual comments represented over 110,000 comments. Some people submitted on behalf of many others. And while we were just talking earlier this morning in the California delegation meeting that the 110,000 comments, all those that say one thing, we support designating the sanctuary. When they say it again and again, we can understand that a lot more easily than a single comment letter that might have 15 pages, might be written by a law firm, might be incredible detailed about concerns or questions or options or alternatives. So however you want to slice and dice it, that 110,000 or more comments means a lot of work to understand what are folks asking for and how are we going to respond to it, and then how are we going to adjust what was proposed, right? I mean, that's the rulemaking process you all are very familiar with. We did not propose any fishing regulations. You submitted a comment letter. Earlier, you told us you don't think fishing regs are needed. We didn't think fishing regs were needed either. We followed your guidance as well as our own sense. And, we've been working through, like I said, this vast array of issues. The next sort of public thing anyone would see is we would release the the final EIS. We had hoped maybe June was going to be possible. It may be later in the summer, August, September. We still view that as being sort of mid-24, which is what we've said. There's a lot of issues to work through and a lot of attention on some of those issues. But at any rate, I'm going to touch on what some of those highlights of those comments are. So go to the next slide. So the vast majority of these 110,000 comments were very focused on completing the designation and closing the gap. And I'll show a slide in a minute about what that refers to, but those that remember, the agency preferred alternative we put out was designed to address 2 very substantial problems we couldn't find a solution to, and that would have adjusted the boundary, creating a gap that would allow for offshore wind cables to be built from the leases offshore. The offshore wind companies in their comments at that time in October, as well as subsequent to that, have been pushing for some solution where they can avoid having to get a permit from NOAA for cables from the leases that are beyond the sanctuary, but the cables need to come to shore through the sanctuary. 2 of those have urged for an even larger gap than the one that we proposed, because their view was that gap wasn't going to be sufficient given their goal that they have to avoid having the uncertainty of having to get a permit from us. They've also proposed that maybe after creating this larger gap, after 10 years, when the cables have been permitted and built, then NOAA could pursue a process to expand the sanctuary and close that gap. And that our estimate is that's probably roughly 10 years in the future, depending on the amount of time it's going to take. If we were to designate it in 24 with a gap, by the time they got cables permitted and built, et cetera, then there'd be sort of delayed, if you will, gratification, delayed final boundary action with that scenario. One of the leaseholders doesn't think that's the best way to go. They think closing the gap now and adjusting how we issue permits, or even issuing permits at all, would be a better, more preferred approach. So that's what's in the public record. There's lots of discussion going on about how are we going to address these. And because we're in a rulemaking, I can't give you any forecast or here's what we're going to do. I can simply relay, here's what has been going on as part of the issues of many that we're dealing with. Some other highlights, some major comments came from the telecom industry, there's already 12 to 15 telecom cables in that area. There's more that they want to build. These are transoceanic fiber optic cables. So cables are sort of a theme, whether they're, energy cables bringing power from wind turbines, or they're telecom cables and additional growth in that area where they've already got landing sites. The oil and gas industry is interested in regulatory exceptions that would keep the sanctuary out of any sort of decision-making over the decommissioning and abandonment and removal of oil and gas facilities, some of which are in this sanctuary. There's additional boundary exclusion areas that have been suggested around harbors to give an even greater, we already exclude harbors from within the sanctuary, but both the wind industry and some local harbors have sought even greater exceptions as well. We got a lot of comments from the tribal community about changes to the coast stewardship plan and how we can make that better, create a more meaningful role, as well as how do we properly recognize tribes if we name it, pick one tribe's name. You know, what about the Salinans? How about a geographic name? So we're wrestling with those as well. And I can tell you that, you know, like I can't predict what our final action is going to be on fishing, but I can just state what the facts are, which is very, very few comments have come in suggesting that we need to regulate fishing, objecting to our not regulating it. And here in highlighted at the bottom, as we've said many times, and we'll say again and again, if we anticipate needing regulations that would regulate fishing, we'll bring those to the PFMC and seek your advice on how to handle those. That's not on the agenda for today. We're working to finalize this designation, but you know, the final will be the final, not what's going on right now. But I think you all have been around long enough and worked with us long enough to know what this means. So these are the highlights of the issues that we're addressing, trying to address, working on solutions to. And it's part of a broad, it's not just me and my staff, it's NOAA leadership and leadership throughout the federal government. Next slide. So I'm going to quickly go through this. This is just to show the boundary. I showed at the very beginning slide, the initial boundary alternative. This was the one that we, in the draft phase, had thought was the right way to go. But if you go to, and this is the agency preferred alternative from the draft. It has that area. The wind farms are up to the left. Go to the next slide, please. The wind leases are in that northwest corner. Far more comments said close the gap. And what that means is take this boundary or even the initial boundary goes all the way farther to the west and close the gap that's been created with this alternative. Move the boundary up to the Monterey Bay Sanctuary or expand the gap would mean make it even wider because the offshore wind companies really want to land cables at Diablo Canyon. There's a large existing grid connection at Diablo Canyon. And when that power plant phases out, their view is that'll be ready for the capacity that they'll be ready to bring online. And again, they don't want to have to go through the sanctuary and have to get a permit. So if you go to the next slide, if we were to close the gap, these are alternatives that were in the environmental impact statement that achieve that. One is on the left, the initial boundary alternative that was proposed for the sanctuary. That's our baseline evaluation. And then alternative one removes the deeper water portions beyond, I think it's 1,500 meters or so. And we have some concerns whether or not the resources that are there warrant protection or require protection. But they could. I mean, there's substantial resources throughout this whole area. So either of these two would close the gap. If you go to the next slide, this was the alternative for that, what we call the combined smallest. And that's roughly what the configuration would look like if what we did was move the boundary as far as we could to create the largest gap, if you will, for the wind companies whose objective is to have, planning space without having to go through NOAA, through the sanctuary, or ultimately once they've done the planning to complete the permitting without going through NOAA for a sanctuary permit. There's still other NOAA approvals that would be needed. So this just shows you spatially what could be the outcome and things that we're working on, what we're trying to address. Okay, so go to the next slide if you could. So I'm going to pivot now to condition reports and just touch on those briefly. As I mentioned earlier, we precede management plan review processes by assessing what's the state of the conditions inside the sanctuaries. For Cordell Bank and Farallones, Cordell Bank is done. We anticipate releasing Greater Farallones later in June. And as we've done with many of these before, both NMS staff, PFMC staff have either been provided the opportunity or taken the opportunity to participate in these processes. And we share some of the collaborations on indicators across big ecosystems like we have in these areas. So we're also working to get these online and through sort of a graphic interface. We're working through what we call Sanctuary Watch as a platform to get these condition reports web enabled so they're easier to track over time. You don't have to have the physical report in your hand, and we can then update information as well as we go through time. The next slide. So in regards to management plan review processes themselves, this is just sort of one slide to condense down several pages in the report. So go to that if you're interested in more information. When I was here a year ago, we had just released the Channel Islands Management Plan review process, the final report for that. There were no amendments to regulations as part of that, but there's an extensive rewrite of the non-regulatory programs for Channel Islands. For Olympic Coast Management Plan review, that's the one that's actively underway. They have had 4 working groups within the Sanctuary Advisory Council. Again, this is based on public comment through the scoping process, and the Advisory Council's helping to better understand effective, collaborative, and coordinated management. What would that look like? How do we improve management of the site? Collaborative research, assessments, and monitoring. How do we improve the science at Olympic Coast? Ocean literacy, how do we improve that? And what's necessary to conserve resources. So those are 4 working groups of the Advisory Council. They've reviewed those. We hope to get these and have gotten input from them, but we hope to package this up so that by end of this year, maybe early 2025, we have a draft on the street that focuses on Olympic Coast. The only real regulatory change we're looking at, presently, we're not looking at a fishing reg. Stated at the bottom, if we were to consider a fishing reg, we'll come back and talk to you about it. But it's concerned about low overflight for some of the airports there along the coast. We have a limit of 2,000 feet. We like the aircraft to be, require aircraft to be above 2,000 feet. So there's some coastal airports for which that's a challenge. Very small private airports or semi-private airports. And so we're reviewing whether or not we can make adjustments to that limitation to not impede safe aeronautical activity there. And then for Greater Fairlawns and Cordell Bank, we're going to treat those as one unit. We're going to initiate that process after completing the Fairlawns condition report. That's in June 24. And we expect to start that scoping sometime late 24, probably early 25. A lot of this, some of the same people at our headquarters are working on all these new designations, management plan review processes as well. And so we have to sort of phase these and time these so that we're not overwhelming those folks. Next slide. Excuse me. And just as a reminder, all of these, we time them so that there is an opportunity for the council to at least have one meeting if you want to provide comments through the scoping process, or obviously through the comment process. When we release a plan, you may have views or insights on whether it goes too far or not far enough. So we will time it so that, and we've really made that a priority for us. Whenever we're looking at the timing of rolling something out, at least providing an opportunity for the council in a regular meeting to consider it. So climate vulnerability assessments has been a new tool that we've been focusing on, and we're really trying to get our hands around how does the climate and its changes affect resources. Those are mostly natural resources, but can include historical resources too. And we found that vulnerability, as it says here, is a function of the sensitivity of a particular resource to climate change, its exposure, and its adaptive capacity. So if it's got a small exposure, but it could have a big impact, the sensitivity is high, well, then that gives you a different result than its high sensitivity and with a long exposure and a poor adaptability. And we've worked on quantifying these into, so it's not just a qualitative assessment, into a quantitative evaluation of what is a particular resource's vulnerability. We first did this for Fairlawns and Cordell Bank and have just updated it. We're nearly done with that. I thought it might be out before this meeting, but I think it's going to come later in April. And that's an update of that plan Again, the report goes into more detail. I'm not trying to replicate everything in this report, but what we've found in that case, we found other resources that were more vulnerable than we had originally assessed in 2015. Okay, that's the gist of it. For Olympic Coast, they're in the process, and we'll have their report later in 2024. And we try to tier these or build these off of what has worked in the other reports. So if you see something that's not working, anyone listening or anyone from the council or National Marine Fisheries Service, let us know, because we will be updating these as we go along. Monterey Bay and Channel Islands are in the process of reviewing theirs. They've gone to their sanctuary advisory councils, and those draft reports are there, but they're working to finalize them over the coming months. But the goal of these, as I mentioned, is to prioritize what are the species and the systems that might require management action, whether it's from us, maybe it's from you, based on the threat that we might be able to predict. We want to inform what we're doing and provide additional support and justification for existing management strategies that have been adopted or that may be under consideration. And we don't want to just be trying to assess the climate risk to everything. We want to focus it. So there's a lot of scientific input that goes into it from partners. And what are the things that are most and least vulnerable, and importantly, why, right? So why is it that we think a threat's there or not there? So these are some novel things. They're very focused on the area of the sanctuary itself. They're probably not perfect, but they're our stab at how we can assess how climate change is going to affect resources and what we got to think differently, how we got to think differently, what we might want to do differently. Okay, next slide. So I'm going to just keep rolling. These are in the PowerPoint presentation. You can look at them in more detail. I forgot that we had included this in terms of the specifics, but the report's up on your website. The PowerPoint goes into the detail. You go to the next slide for Olympic Coast. Again, this summarizes the species that we've looked at. Go to the next slide. Monterey Bay. I think one of the main things here is it's pretty similar in terms of the resources you'd find for Channel Islands and Greater Farallones, but we did add black abalone into this as an endangered species and what's its vulnerability to climate change. Next slide. And then the Channel Islands one. So the Channel Islands of Monterey Bay are actively being produced. The sanctuary advisory councils are working on these and getting presentations, and there's advice that's being sought and being provided across the board. So that's the Channel Islands one. Next one. Also in the spirit of climate change planning, we've been working on blue carbon, this broad term blue carbon, and we've done an assessment. Again, this is a lot of the climate work comes out of Greater Farallones and Cordell Bank Sanctuary. They focus a lot of time on that. The first part of this report, there's 3 reports, is just a literature review. What is known in the literature about carbon, how carbon can be stored in natural systems. In the past, Greater Farallones has pointed out the importance of whales, right? Whales store and move a lot of carbon to the bottom of the ocean when they die, right? Kelp does the same thing. And also eelgrass does the same thing. But this particular part focused on the 4th of those kind of principal carbon sources within a marine sanctuary like Greater Farallones, and that's the seabed itself. So in looking at the different pathways, they're trying to assess how does carbon get into the deep sea? How is it stored in the deep sea? How is it mobilized from the deep sea in these vast soft sediment areas that are often thought of as, it's just mud. It's not. There's a lot going on down in these areas biologically, and a lot happening from an organic chemistry standpoint too. And so they're assessing how much carbon is in the superficial sediments down to about a foot or so, and where that carbon is accumulating more densely than in other areas. And as I mentioned, how does it stay there? How does it get mobilized? And what could be threats to it? And so that's part 3 of the report. Also has a pilot demo look at limited trawling data overlaid over carbon, because we're aware that folks are going to write immediately jump to, well, what about trawling? And we wanted to get out in front to just flag, look, here's a pilot assessment of what that could mean. But there's no conclusions about how fishing impacts it or not. There's a lot of ways in which the seafloor gets affected. How deep it is when it's affected has an impact on it. To what degree that impact is, a trap settling on it is nowhere near the same as some other more extensive perturbation. So some of the next steps are assessing all the varied causes of disturbance to a soft sediment area. And like I said, how is it in deep water different than in shallow water than in the midpoints? And they're going to consider it as part of their management plan review process. So that's another one of these feeder assessments, the condition report, the climate vulnerability assessment, and now, at least for Farallones on Cordell, they're starting this, as I said, probably in early 25. How is it that this blue carbon assessment of the seabed factors into this discussion about sensitive habitats and what they mean from a carbon sequestration standpoint? So those are a couple of things on climate change. Go to the next slide. On deep sea coral, there's been this great partnership. I've touched on it in other reports, but we kind of finally wrapped it all up with a final report in July of 23. I encourage folks to read it. It's a really great assessment of the status of corals on the West Coast that really is highlighted by research that was done, led by National Marine Fishery Service. Sanctuaries were part of that. I think BOEM may have been a partner in that as well. Doing a whole host of studies, surveys, really pioneering research, looking at new sites, new aggregation areas, and going back to old ones. So that again, we're proud of that, and we're proud of the partnership that leads to that. We've been working with you for almost a year and a half now on this deep sea coral restoration goal that's driven by an incident with a sinking in Monterey Bay Sanctuary. And I just want to highlight, that's this last bullet first, that we've appreciated your willingness to entertain this, to tackle this. The advice that's come from the council process has been very helpful, and we look forward to a positive outcome in June. Monterey Bay Sanctuary has been talking to fishing groups that are concerned about the potential designation of Ascension Canyon, that site there, or Año Nuevo. Those are two in the same area. Are both a problem? Is one more acceptable than the other? We still have the goal that we feel that we need to have two sites, two areas ultimately. We're hoping that we can work something out. We certainly are aware and understand that there's been a lot of pressure changing on fisheries on the West Coast from closures and other gear types. And, so we're going to keep working through that part of the process. And I just want to, let you know, we appreciate everyone's involvement and willingness to have a dialogue on that. Okay, next slide. We've also been doing a lot on kelp forest research and restoration, not directly necessarily a PFMC issue, but we certainly know, and a lot of scientists agree, that healthy kelp forests are really critical to rockfish species and salmon in particular. But we've been monitoring in Monterey Bay Sanctuary how urchins removals may affect the substrate below that. Because that's been sort of everyone's go-to methodology, is just kill all the urchins. And that certainly, by removing the urchins, can benefit kelp. But if it's too aggressive, there could be unintended ancillary damage to the substrate below it, the species below it. So we've been analyzing the different techniques at Monterey Bay Sanctuary, as well as what if we stop removing urchins, how long does it take before they come back? How quickly does kelp recover naturally? How often do you have to go back out there and keep removing urchins? And then we've been doing more of the active restoration in Greater Farallones, on Nereus cystis in particular. There's 4 sites that they've been concentrating on. There's a huge amount of investment going into this from the federal government primarily. And we're starting to make progress on doing restoration itself. It's not just happening in Greater Farallones Sanctuary. I know it's happening north of that as well. And so there's just a concerted effort going on in this. There's a consortium of agencies working on it. And the hope is that we can all make progress on kelp restoration so that these kelp forests can have a shot at coming back. Maybe we're boosting it. We're not going to plant enough kelp that's going to restore everything entirely just because, Johnny Appleseed went out there and planted kelp. But we need to have some healthy populations that can help produce sporophytes and ultimately lead to the population recovery. So that's been a big focus. There's more in the report. And again, the report, there's often links to another report, right? So we don't want to assume you want everything, but we've given you the links if you want to dig deeper into a topic. Next one. And this may be the last one. So we have been doing some monitoring that began with the Navy and us working together in, 3-4 years ago, 5 years ago. And we've been able to keep this network of listening stations alive. There's 18 now that we've got on the West Coast. And a lot of it's focused on what's just the ambient noise that's going on there. But you can see from the selection of some of these listening stations, we're trying to also help get some baseline information before wind turbines are installed, before oil and gas facilities are abandoned, decommissioned, and removed. And so there's an array here. You can see just relative to wind alone. Again, as part of that consortium, there's no sanctuary up off Humboldt, but there's interest in having a site there. We're working to get that installed. And it's, like it says here, it's funded, but not yet deployed. And so we're trying to get that in the water. If anyone's got some interest in helping to fund these, we'll always take that. But we can get out in our boats predominantly up at Humboldt. We'll have to charter other boats. But it really, if you can think about it, it is far better to have an array of listening stations than a single one, where you simply would know, well, what's going on at that one single location. If we can get many years of data before development takes place, not just in that site, but elsewhere, then I think we're far better off at understanding what is the impact from sound, how is it going up, going down, et cetera. And that includes also wildlife, whales and fish and other species that make sound and rely on sound to move around. So this is a really cool initiative. It's not something we directly regulate, the amount of sound any one institution, individual, agency, company produces, but we simply want to know, well, what's the effect? Because in the marine world, sound is really important. It's more important than light, right? So it's more important what animals can hear than what they can see. So anyway, this is our soundscape monitoring program. I encourage you to dig into that in the report. And I think that's our last slide. Yeah. So I'm happy to answer questions, and I appreciate, as I said at the beginning, this chance to come and give you all an update on what's going on in sanctuaries. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Bill, for the presentation. Questions for Bill? Marcy, you're up. Go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again, Bill, for being here and for the comprehensive report and presentation. Presentation was great. It really brought to light a number of things that I kind of glossed over in the report. So appreciate your work on this. On the slide regarding the deep sea coral initiative, it's I think number 21. I was just wondering, you have a very nice picture here of the Petrali spawning aggregation site. And I was just wondering, was that survey conducted in the proposed Sur Ridge area that's under consideration by the council to designate as a research area?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was in the area proposed for Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary.
In the sanctuary?
In the proposed sanctuary. So with some of the vessel time that we had, as we were just starting that designation or about to, we also included several sites on the San Lucia Bank. I think this is on the San Lucia Bank and is part of the area. I mean, it is part of the area proposed for Chumash designation.
Thank you. Yeah, I was just curious about the Sur Ridge site that we are considering. I believe that's in the proposed Chumash Sanctuary, no doubt about that. But
So Sur Ridge is in Monterey Bay Sanctuary.
oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of due west of Point Sur, but it's there. And I think that was a site that did get some attention over the 3 years that the survey work was going on. In addition, Mbari, Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, has a long-term study site there that Monterey Bay Sanctuary has contributed to. So we know a lot about the coral in that area, whether it was from this particular 3-year survey of the West Coast Deep Sea Coral Initiative or not. I don't know. I think there was at least one survey that went there.
Thanks.
Thank you, Marcy. Vice Chair Hasselberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to both of you for being here today. It's good to see you again. And as Marcy said, a lot of information in the report. One of them, I won't dwell on it, but you've heard this from me before. It's about fishing and how that gets characterized, and because words are important. And you know, as you went through this, you said at one point the council had said no fishing regulations are needed, and then your other statement was through the designation process, there might be some objecting to your not regulating fishing in that area. And, you know, for the public's benefit, fishing is highly regulated in those areas. We have complex processes. There are protected areas. There's, you know, restrictions on bottom contact gear and time area restrictions. So a lot of documents make it look like the council came up and said, no, you don't need any fishing regulations, where in fact, the existing set of regulations are consistent with the goals and objectives of the sanctuary. And, you know, as you said, with the Office of the National Marine Sanctuaries and NOAA, we'd continue to look at those and work on it. So, you know, it just, so the public understands there's a lot of regulations there, and they're consistent now with what we view as the goals of the sanctuary. But a question related to that is, as you said, if there in the future there's regulations, you'd work with NOAA, NOAA would come to us. But last October, I remember at our council coordinating committee meeting, Office of National Marine Sanctuary said they would be working with NOAA on modifying or updating the process or the guidelines for developing fisheries regulations in the sanctuaries. Is there any update on that? And it could be more fair to ask that of Mr. Lockhart and NIMS, but from your perspective, is there work going on there to update that process or change it?
Yeah, appreciate that. I first want to say, because I have seen my comments sliced and diced so often, not by you, but by others, I want to say, and I hope the context matters, someone records the whole thing, that I agree 100% with what you said at the beginning about the substantial amount of federal and state fishery regulations in this area. And that was part of our assessment, is that we're just not sure we would add any regulatory value to that, which is already extensively regulated by the council through your process. So I concur with what you said, and apologize if anything I said implied, or someone would later cut it up and say, Duro said there is no regulation. I was only in the context talking about our adopting a regulation. And so to the second point, let's see. So I am aware that that concept is there to update those guidelines. I don't think there's been a lot of progress, none that I've seen. And I would expect to be brought into any discussions on that. I haven't been brought into any discussions on that myself. I'm not aware that that's going on, though I think that's a goal for it to be updated. We are, you know, kind of awash in these new designations, and a lot of the same people working on big policy issues like this particular update are the same ones working on new designations. And, you know, a lot of these are, you know, we might do 1 or 2 designations in our mind a year. Well, we've been asked to do 6. And so that's just kind of swamping the dinghy, if you will. A lot of the same lawyers that would have to be involved are busy as well. So I don't think we're working on it at the moment, but I'll find out and we'll get word back through, unless Frank has any other insights, we'll get back through and get you at least a answer. If not now, what's the timing on that? But thanks for that.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may, one more. I'm not all negative. This is, I think, a positive, some accolades. Related to the condition reports and the climate vulnerability assessments, there's a lot of information. I can't comprehend it all, but I was thinking about how those condition reports for the sanctuaries relate to our larger, broader California ecosystem, integrated ecosystem assessment. And, as I read in there, then I saw that there was collaboration between the sanctuaries team and the ecosystem assessment team, developed that web application, that heat wave tracker or something. My computer crashed here, so I don't have everything in front of me. So I thought, that's good. There's some learning opportunities and for all of us, I think, if that work continues. And then the other thing was on, I think it was called the Fishermen in the Classroom or something, that initiative. And I thought that's a very positive, a good direction going in the context of preserving some of that marine heritage in those sanctuaries, especially the Chumash, where part of that, part of the marine heritage is the commercial fishing history, the sports fishing, the subsistence fishing, and to keep the knowledge of that going on. And you might be aware of it, but in the Great Lakes region, I was reading an article there about the interest in preserving some of the traditional, the historical commercial fishing. The concerns there are the same as the concerns on this coast, the graying of the fleet. So they developed a future fisheries initiative and a framework for an apprenticeship program to look into commercial fishing and fish processing and things like that. So maybe, well, it's a framework, but maybe it's a little more that's what helps to preserve the heritage, is that apprenticeship program or any type of program that continues to build knowledge. And it's not just commercial fishing, charter fishing for sports, because sport fishing is important to make sure that knowledge and history stays there. So again, I just applauding you, or whoever is behind that, the fishermen in the classroom, and those efforts to look at preserving marine heritage with all the other aspects of the heritage of the site. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for this presentation and the report. It's really complete, and really appreciate you taking the time and energy to put this together and continuing to connect with us. It's really important, and the communication is really good. So thank you. My question is on the soundscape monitoring program. This seems like a really good idea in general, really interesting science and helping us understand our ocean, and especially in the context of the potential of wind energy coming in. Could you just tell me a little bit more about that, what that looks like, what sort of data you're getting and plan to get, and sort of what information it's going to be helpful and provide for us?
Yeah, so I can give you, for your question, a little bit more. I do not understand the breadth and depth of all the sound related work, but we've got some people that's what they do. They're sound experts on it. And so again, as we initiated this, it was driven by concerns that Navy activities were having detrimental effects in protected areas. The California Coastal Commission, in fact, had pursued, I think it was litigation that led to a settlement. Part of the settlement was we're going to provide funding to NOAA to set this up in marine sanctuaries for a number of years, but the funding had a sunset date. We've been able to keep it going. And that's been through partnerships with Scripps, Naval Postgraduate School, other universities who have also sound experts there. And for instance, we have ships that can take out the gear and the scientists. We got a grant for the gear, we fund the vessel time ourselves, and then the partner will do the data analysis in most cases. And so we're often transitioning listening stations. Some are twice a year where we go out, recover the one that's there, download the data, place a new one out. We have others that are every 2 years. We have to go back and, the hope, and that's where we try to communicate to fishermen, for instance, and others. There's a listening station here. Please don't disrupt it, right? Because if it's out for 2 years, that's a big loss of data. Some of these are already, like Mbari has some in Monterey Bay that are already connected via cables to shore. So those are listening stations that all form part of this network. And what we're really trying to assess is how loud is the sound, how frequent is the sound, and can we identify the signatures from the different sources of sound? So for instance, a boat going by, large or small, a propeller has a particular sound signature that they can identify immediately. And a blue whale and a fin whale and a humpback whale all sound very different. They can identify the signatures. What isn't common right now are large impact noises like you can anticipate are going to be necessary when oil platforms are cut, or if they have to use explosives to remove those, or when the installation time comes for large wind turbines. What is the signature and the noise footprint for those? We don't have that kind of information now because they're not installing them, but by having a baseline, we at least know how loud was the ocean at that time, and is the sound going to overwhelm or be within that scale and that scope of sound that's there already. So even if the wind farms are not inside the sanctuary, we can, as part of the broader science community, provide information about what's there. And then the last piece, as I mentioned, in some instances, not in all, we're also listening for fish and the sounds that they make and other marine organisms. We have some that are tagged. So there's a network at Santa Barbara Island, for instance, looking at giant cod movement in that area, black sea bass, giant sea bass. Where are they moving? There's tagged white sharks up and down the West Coast. When they go in near a different listening station, different kinds of listening station, there's data that comes from that. So we can pick up movement. I know National Marine Fishery Service tags green sturgeon. We don't tag them ourselves, but then they ping and they pop up on a listening station. Same with, I think, 6 or 7 gilled sharks. So anyway, we're just slowly but surely aggregating data and information and making it available. That's part of the point is, and there's a whole website through Senkus where the ocean observing systems, and we're trying to get the data out. So that's a little bit more, Corey, on what I know, and I probably exhausted the extent of what I could comment on, but we can certainly make available. I think they're listed in there. Lindsay Peavy, I believe she's listed in the report as being our point of contact. She may be listening in now, but she's truly our expert on this on the West Coast.
Thanks very much for that. That's helpful. And just briefly wanted to echo the comments of Mr. Hassemer, and thank you for what you covered in your report in terms of the Get Into Your Sanctuary program and the opportunities you're providing for recreational fishing. So thanks again.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Corey. Anyone else? Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It occurred to me as I was listening to the presentation and then thumbing through the report, you didn't mention, I mean, this is the one mention on funding with regard to soundscape monitoring, but, and maybe it's premature, but I certainly would be interested in knowing the plans for the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries with regard to Inflation Reduction Act funding. And if you've received funding or have applied for funding, and if so, what activities that those funds might support.
Yeah, thanks, Marcy. So overall, the sanctuary program budget overall is okay. This year, there's a $1 million reduction compared to last year. That's better than some units face. The president proposed a $16 million increase. We would have loved to have gotten that. That's for the overall system. But I think we're feeling like we're okay and can get by this year with that. For the Inflation Reduction Act funding, we are allotted some money to assist with completing the Chumash Sanctuary designation. And that's very helpful. It's pretty far along by the time that funding came. Other designations were given money even for hire new federal staff. We're hiring affiliates, contractors to help us with that, and can do some characterization work. And that's been useful. That's, in the couple $1 million range. But it's useful, and it may linger depending on the timing of when different contracts get allocated. The other chunk of money from the Inflation Reduction Act has been for facilities, and we're looking at a new office for Monterey Bay Sanctuary that would be on the Cal State Monterey Bay campus, similar to what Channel Islands has done. They have an office on the UCSB campus. NIMS has offices at UC San Diego, UC Santa Cruz. It really is a very effective partnership to be within academic universities in that case. There's also some funding on the West Coast for Olympic Coast to some seed money to get a visitor center going for that site, and some other funds as part of the IRA to Greater Farallones to make some upgrades to the campus that they have at Chrissy Field. So there's some physical facilities money that we're getting access to, and then the separate allocation pod of the, God, I forget how it's termed, but the other infrastructure money has gone to some of the kelp restoration work. That's been the funding source. And the National Marine Fishery Service has been sort of the lead on that, their restoration center. And another chunk of money has gone to marine debris removal as part of that. That's focused on West Coast sanctuaries, some pretty big projects that the NOAA Marine Debris Program has. So some of those extra pots have led to extra funding and activity. And if nothing else, we may, for sure going to have money for a couple of years to remove junk in the ocean on the seabed. And we're happy to work with fishermen on that and with others where they know there may be a sunken vessel that's recoverable, where there's marine debris that's recoverable. That's going to be a focus through the Marine Debris Program and other settlement funds that we have access to.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Thank you, Bill, for coming before us again. Really informative report. Really enjoy hearing it every year. It's good information. I'm focusing on the designation of the border and that whole tension between the north end of the Chumash sanctuary and how it seems to be oscillating and the tension there between the parties. So I need a better understanding, if you have, of the actual impacts, because I know you made a comment, I believe the last time you were here, that if the border was left the way it was and adjacent, touching the Monterey Bay sanctuary, that activity might not be allowed within a sanctuary to push to have the wire or the cable runs coming to shore. And I'm a little unclear. I hear both sides of it coming, in different publications and such, that, it's just a few wires, not a big deal. It's been done before. And hear you loud and clear that it wouldn't be allowed. So I'm trying to get an idea of the actual impact on the, how deep do they bury these things? What's the effect on rocky substrate and, essential fish habitat areas and just the ecosystem in general. And, so have a better understanding of the impacts so that we might be more informed to weigh in on this should we choose.
Boy, that's a wonderful question. $64 and then some. So we've been wrestling with that ourselves, and the ultimate assessment of what could be, will be, is the impact is something definitely to take up with BOEM, because they're the leads on that. When we have done the analysis for the Chumash Heritage Sanctuary designation, we look at the impact of designating the sanctuary on those activities, not the impact of those activities on the sanctuary. And so our assessment on that, the effect of the sanctuary on the need to put what we've termed subsea electrical transmission cables, so that it's distinguished from submarine telecom fiber optic cables and other kind of cables, because there's even, you all will soon be seeing regional electric transmission cables to kind of rewire America. and putting cables offshore is a high priority. This isn't BOEM, this isn't us, it's others. And so for just the subsea electrical transmission cables from the offshore turbines, we have proposed for the Chumash Sanctuary to have regulations that would prohibit disturbance of the seabed, but we allow exceptions to that, like for trawling, anchoring a vessel, other existing known activities that don't necessarily cause adverse harm. Anything else needs to get a permit from us before they can disturb the seabed. So the regulation is this, I think, unfortunate term. It's a prohibition, which sounds pretty final, yet you can be allowed a workaround to that prohibition, either because there's an exception in the language or because we can give a permit. And we give permits for cables and have on multiple occasions. So to us, and what we conveyed in the EIS, having to give a permit isn't an unusual outcome. It's not an unforeseeable circumstance. So we conveyed that. But what we also conveyed in the EIS is that BOEM had told us you should anticipate 30 cables from those 3 leases to shore. Expect that they'll land at Morro Bay, where there's a grid connection there. They'll all be laid within a relatively short period of time. And we have to make findings in order to issue permits. And we were just very frank that level of disturbance in a concentrated area over a short period of time might be difficult for us to issue the permits for all of it. Maybe it's for some of it. Maybe it's for, half of the cables. I mean, we can't make that distinction because we don't know what really is the impact. But we were very upfront with the public, with BOEM, the wind industry, and everyone. We are concerned about the ability to make findings. Not that you couldn't have a cable, because we are very clear in the draft EIS. If a company wants to take a cable to someplace other than Morro Bay, like Diablo Canyon, that can be permitted, right? That could be permitted. And if the wind industry looked at that, and their concern, I'm just speaking now on their behalf, is BOEM's authority to them is more understandable because BOEM's got a responsibility to promote offshore energy development. That's not part of the sanctuary program mandate. Our mandate is more, they narrow it down to, well, it's all about conservation. Well, it's not. It's also about promoting multiple uses. We're concerned about the impacts of climate change. We can reassure them without promising an outcome. We can't, National Marine Fishery Service can't promise they'll allow EFH, disturbance. BOEM can't promise they'll issue a permit or a lease to develop. We can't promise either, but we can explain the facts of what's gone on in the past. So that was how we characterized it in that assessment. And so again, I'm not telling you what we're doing because I can't, but you can read the public comment and see that the wind industry, we got these 98% of this 110,000 comments said, hey, Noah, you got it wrong. No gap, close the gap. The wind industry said, hey, Noah, you got it wrong. That gap's not going to work. You need a larger gap because we don't want to get a permit at all. We'd rather go to Diablo and Morro Bay. And you've only solved half of the problem for us. We got a broader area but perhaps fewer cables. So we got it wrong from the assumption standpoint, from their perspective, and the location standpoint. And that's sort of the gist then of what it is. Should there be a sanctuary that, while prohibiting seabed disturbance, allows a permit process? Do we have to shrink the sanctuary so there's no risk of having to get a permit from NOAA? That's what the comments are, and that's what we're trying to assess. What's the best sort of way of packaging all this together?
Thank you. Well, that was really informative. I a lot clearer understanding. I like the fact that you have to show your work before you proceed. So I support the thoughts there of the sanctuary. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Further questions? All right. Hey, well, thank you. Yep.
So, Mr. Chair, just one last thing I want to let you know is this is my last of these meetings. I'm going to be retiring this summer, and I hope I have your permission to retire. But I did want to make sure I came to this meeting. and presented this report. I have tremendously valued the relationship between sanctuaries and the council, your respect you've shown me. I hope you've felt it in reverse as well. And we have really invested heavily in this relationship, and that's going to continue. I'll make sure that my predecessor understands he or she's got to be here in March or April. It'll scare them the first time. That's okay. It'll reward them every time after that. So I just want to thank you for all that time and effort that you've put into us, and that you're willing to hear from us on ideas and suggestions that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill, and all the best to you in your retirement. And it's thanks for coming. Thanks for coming. Okay. Next up is the Habitat Committee report, I believe. And I believe Dr. Corey Green is online.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can, Corey. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'll be reading agenda item H1B, the supplemental HC report 1 on the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries report. The Habitat Committee received a presentation by Laura Inglesrud, HC member and policy analyst with the Office of National Marine Sanctuaries, West Coast Region, on the Sanctuary's 8th annual coordination report to keep the Pacific Fishery Management Council informed of marine sanctuary activities and programs, and to maintain communication and coordination between ONMS and the council. The report contains an update of activities and programs recently implemented and a preview of upcoming actions of mutual interest, such as sanctuary condition reports or management plan reviews. And the HC would like to focus the council's attention on several of the activities described in the report, which you've been discussing with Bill Duros. NOAA anticipates a decision on whether to designate the Chumash Heritage National Marine Sanctuary by mid-2024. The Monterey Bay and Channel Island sanctuaries recently completed updating their management plans. The Olympic Coast National Marine Sanctuary anticipates releasing a draft management plan and proposed regulations at the end of 2024. And the Greater Farallones and Cordell Bank sanctuaries anticipate initiating a scoping process in winter 2024. The council will have the opportunity to comment on draft management plans as they become available. Currently, the sanctuaries are monitoring underwater soundscapes at 18 listening stations across the West Coast. It is worth noting that some of the listening stations are associated with wind energy areas off California. The HC noted the importance of acoustic monitoring in onshore wave energy and offshore wind energy areas. And finally, a note on blue carbon research. The Greater Farallones Association, in partnership with NOAA's Office of Coastal Management, conducted the first systematic evaluation of marine sedimentary carbon stocks in North Central California. There is a growing global interest in improving scientific knowledge of how carbon stored in the seafloor could be affected by anthropogenic activities. This evaluation is of value to Greater Farallones and Office of Coastal, CBNMS for permitting future activities, so they can better inform where infrastructure should or should not go, so those activities are less destructive to seafloor carbon stores. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Corey. Questions on the Habitat Committee report? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands. All right, thank you, Corey. All right, public comment. I believe we have one. And Tom Hafer is remote. Tom, are you there?
You got me?
We do. Welcome.
Good morning, council. Tom Hafer, Morro Bay. I just want to thank you guys for moving that 36 line. Hopefully Fish and Game will get it going as soon as they can with the paperwork and what they have to do to get it so we can start fishing up there again. So a couple comments about the sanctuary thing. Local support, there wasn't very much at all of local support for the sanctuary. Morro Bay City Council, Pismo Beach City Council, the Chamber of Commerce, Slow Counties Farm Bureau, the Cattlemen's Association, a lot of opposition towards the National Marine Sanctuary. You know, we fought that for about 10 years, and all of a sudden, when the administration changed, they were able to put it in. You know, and a lot of the letters that Bill was talking about came from non-local people, other countries, Midwest, East Coast. They look like they were mass produced. So, and another thing, offshore wind. It seems like on one hand, NMFS is listing offshore wind as a threat to marine resources of the region, which it certainly is. But on the other hand, it seems like the area they cut out is kind of enabling the wind farms. And I know one of the guys was talking about the cables and how deep they have to be and how many. They have to be deep, 10 to 20 feet, and they trench those cables with an air gun, about 12,000 psi. You can see that's going to disrupt a lot of sea life. And Bill said 30 cables. Well, that's a lot of cables. And the cables that they're using are electric cables. The fiber optic cables are nothing like the electric cables are going to use. And the substations, there's going to be a whole bunch of substations. It's going to like little oil platforms out there with once through cooling. So, you know, and the survey work they're going to have to do, I think, you know, Bill was talking about sound. Well, they need to monitor the decibels that these guys are going to be using to find where they're going to put the cables. You know, they're going to be pounding the bottom. So I think somebody should get some kind of monitoring together with sound systems like they did on the East Coast with the RAN report, where they found that the wind farms went way over the decibels they were supposed to use. And that's why 85 whales died back there. And then the last thing I want to talk about is the commercial fishermen trusting the sanctuary. Well, we don't trust the sanctuary because, you know, back in the day, Leon Panetta, Sam Farr, Fred Keeley signed a letter that said they would not dabble in fishery regulations and commercial fishery and sport fishing regulations. And that's not true. They have dabbled. And the paper stated that they would never dabble in fishery regulations. You know, we all know that the MPA process on the Central Coast was the sanctuary's proposal. That's the one they went with, and that's what's law now. And then these three other areas they want to take from no bottom contact, what's that about? So many guys fish out there for black cod. It can't do that. I mean, you know, there's a lot of restrictions now in California where it's hurting all of us. So, you know, it's just another thing, another bureau, you know, another federal bureaucracy trying to take over the ocean. You know, I mean, we have you guys, we got Fish and Game. How many captains do we need at the wheel? You know, I think you guys and Fish and Game are doing a fine job. I don't think the sanctuary needs to come up with any more fishery plans to shut us down. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Questions for Tom on this testimony? Okay. Seeing none. All right. Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Okay. That takes us to council action. And so open the floor for any discussion as needed. Okay. Carrie?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there's no more discussion among council members, that does conclude your business for this agenda item. I'd also like to express appreciation for Mr. Duros and Laura, who's on our Habitat Committee. They've always been very forthcoming with information and communication, and I think the rest of the council I know appreciates them coming here, and it's good to know that it will continue, and good luck in your retirement, Bill.
Okay. Thank you, thank you, Carrie. Yeah. Phil, sorry.
Just before we close this out, I just wanted to thank Bill for everything that he's done in closing the gap, if you will, between what we do and what sanctuaries do and their responsibilities versus ours. He has always brought forward a collaborative approach to problem solving. He's always been respectful of us and our responsibility relative to fishing activities within the sanctuary. As far as I'm concerned, he has earned the trust that we have built between the two governmental entities that didn't always exist, particularly in the early days. He deserves a lot of credit in my mind for the relationship that we have and the respect that the sanctuary governance structure has shown for us in our authorities. So just wanted to acknowledge that and wish him the very best in his retirement.
Thank you, Phil. All right. Anyone else? Okay. All right. That takes care of H1. I believe the admiral's outside, but we're going to take a short break because we have to change seats. And so if we could be back here 10 minutes. Okay.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, if we can take our seats, we'll get started here shortly. Okay, we're back in session here on H2, and I'll turn to Jim Seeger to start us off. Jim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Good morning, council members. We're here for our annual U.S. Coast Guard report. This is an informational agenda item, and we're honored to have here with us this morning Admiral Fossey, commander of the U.S. Coast Guard's 13th District.
Hey, good morning. Thank you very much. Chairman, council members, we appreciate the opportunity to be with you here to share the Coast Guard's activities over the previous year. We very much appreciate the partnerships represented in this room and throughout from our federal, state, tribal, and our local representatives. Truly, the Coast Guard around the country and throughout the world only operates with partners in place to get our jobs done and perform our missions. I appreciate the close interactions you have with our local team here in our District 13 office, represented by our enforcement division here in the room to cover our enforcement and safety responsibilities in the federally regulated fisheries. And I think it's not lost on all of you that there are some challenges the Coast Guard is facing from people and capabilities in terms of our personnel totals. We're about 10% short in our manpower, and our response to that has been to recognize that we can't continue to operate in a way that we always have with the assets in place. So you may have seen throughout District 13, represented by our 4-state region, that we have been decommissioning certain Coast Guard cutters, moving assets around to best meet the needs of the public in our region that we serve. But none of that diminishes our resolve and frankly, our overall capability to serve in our responsibilities in the fisheries mission area. We continue to work hard and press hard to make sure that we're doing everything we can to be supportive in all the areas which we're responsible. In fact, you're going to see over the next year that we're actually going to bring in additional capability with new fast response cutters, which is some of the cutting edge Coast Guard capabilities that have been put in place throughout the entire Coast Guard, but District 13 has been towards the end of that acquisition process. But by the end of this year, we'll have 2 additional fast response cutters, 154-foot patrol boats, which have the capability to get further offshore to really start targeting some of the areas of our concern with illegal, unregulated fishing towards the outer reaches of our exclusive economic zone, but also closer to shore in some of the regulated fisheries that we assist in enforcing. So we're really excited about those cutters coming into place, and they will easily take over for the capability that is lost as we decommission 2 110-foot patrol boats, one from Coos Bay, Oregon, the Orcas, and the Anacapa from Port Angeles. And we lay up the Coast Guard cutter Wahoo from Port Angeles. the 87-foot patrol boat that has served here for many years. But these fast response cutters will give us a more persistent approach to managing our enforcement responsibilities here with all of you. So we're really excited about the future, despite the challenges we have with personnel and working hard in the recruiting mission area of the Coast Guard to try and build our force back up to where we have the people to do the job. But again, our resolve is resolute here within this region to continue to do the work that we are responsible for doing. So we're really excited to present to you our annual report. So I'll turn it over to Lieutenant Jeffries to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Lieutenant Carrie Jeffries, and I'm Admiral Fossey's primary designee to the council. Additional Coast Guard personnel who participate in this process from D13 include Mr. Chris German, who's also here, and Lieutenant Devin Zeich from District 11. We appreciate the opportunity to present our annual report. You will find our written report under agenda item H2 of your briefing books. Similar to previous years, our report provides an overview of Coast Guard enforcement efforts from the previous calendar year along the West Coast, as well as highlighting some of our global initiatives to combat illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing. Further, our report will discuss safety and search and rescue data from last year as well. We place safety of life at sea and protection of the nation's fisheries amongst one of our highest priorities, and we appreciate the council allotting time for us to discuss these matters. Next slide. So our report contains an overview of the Coast Guard's involvement in the fisheries management process, an update on the Coast Guard resources used to accomplish this mission and impacts from competing demands, a summary of Coast Guard fisheries enforcement activities over the past year and engagement with partnering agencies, a review of fishing vessel safety statistics from 2023, and finally, as the Admiral alluded to, we'll be looking forward to some new initiatives in 2024, which I will discuss in this report. Next slide. Ocean Guardian is the framework the Coast Guard uses as our strategic doctrine to manage fisheries. That provides the framework in efforts of fisheries enforcement, both on the high seas and within the US EEZ. Our report today will include highlights from each of the objectives listed here. That's EEZ enforcement, domestic fisheries, and our efforts to combat IUUF fishing. Next slide. So now we'll move into the response units for each of the districts that are represented on this council. These are the response units that would be affecting the mission that this council is governs. This chartlet displays the 13th district's area of responsibility and the resource and fisheries capabilities. As the Admiral stated, and in our report, we have two 110-foot patrol boats that'll be decommissioned this summer. That is the Anacapa out of Port Angeles and the Coast Guard cutter Orcas out of Coos Bay, Oregon, as well as our 87-foot patrol boat, the Coast Guard cutter Wahoo, that's going into layup status. However, even with the loss of these three assets, we will gain more operationally capable platforms within District 13 this year, which I will discuss in future slides. Next slide. Moving down the coast to District 11, here is the force laydown for the assets that respond to search and rescue and conduct fisheries and law enforcement missions. As you'll know, in District 13, we don't have fixed wing support for aircraft, but we do get that from District 11. They provide fixed wing support from aircraft in Air Station Sacramento, as well as from District 17 in Kodiak, Alaska. So despite not having that organic resource here in Washington and Oregon State, we get that from our neighboring districts. Next slide. This is an overview just to kind of depict the numerous missions that we're responsible for. The Coast Guard has 11 statutory missions, which includes fisheries enforcement and the protection of living marine resources. Despite this competing demands, resource limitations, and historic personnel shortages, our personnel achieved operational excellence in the execution of these missions that most closely align with the Council's interests. Next slide. This is an overview of the West Coast efforts in terms of resource hours. In 2023, the majority of the West Coast offshore fisheries enforcement efforts were conducted by 110-foot medium endurance cutters, 154-foot fast response cutters, and then our offshore patrol boats. They patrolled for nearly 6,800 hours. Both Coast Guard aircraft and small boats patrolled for nearly 1,000 hours respectively. You'll note from the graph that this figure is lower than previous years. We attribute this to limitations in personnel, asset constraints, and increasing maintenance demands on the legacy response units. Next slide. This is our overall enforcement efforts and some of the data we've collected from that. The Coast Guard units in this AOR conducted nearly 1,600 commercial and recreational fisheries boardings in Washington, Oregon, and California waters, covering federal, state, and tribal managed species. Approximately 20% of those boardings were on commercial fishing vessels, while the remainder of them were on recreational and charter vessels. The fisheries violations included non-compliance with federal fishery regulations, which we forward to NOAA for adjudication, as well as suspected state or tribal regulations that were in violation that we forward to the corresponding agency. More minor violations that we often encounter include broadcasting incorrect VMS declaration codes, gear violations such as using barbed hooks for salmon, failure to comply with logbook requirements, fishing in closed areas or during closed periods, and violations of observer regulations. Next slide. Excuse me. So IUUF enforcement, this is our enforcement efforts for illegal, unreported, and unregulated fisheries. You can see that we've done numerous operations, and I'm going to highlight a couple of those bullet points today. So in an effort to combat IUUF fishing in the high seas, the U.S. government is party to several international engagement agreements that utilize the Coast Guard as an enforcement entity. Through these organic Coast Guard patrols or through international asset coordination or through forward deploying Coast Guard personnel on partner nation platforms, we're able to participate in international efforts on a wide scale. I'm going to highlight some of those efforts today. Operation North Pacific Guard is an annual operation designed to detect and deter IUUF in the North Pacific and Western and Central Pacific Fisheries Convention areas. For the past 30 years, the Coast Guard has tactically led this operation in conjunction with partner nations. This year, however, due to competing demands, the Coast Guard was not able to provide a surface asset, and Canada's Department of Fisheries and Oceans stepped in with a contracted vessel. That was the first time in this operation's history, and we forward deployed Coast Guard law enforcement personnel onto this Canadian vessel to conduct IUUF operations. The team, which was a joint DFO and Coast Guard team, conducted 19 high seas boardings and inspections. Further, for Operation Southern Shield, 2 Coast Guard cutters formed a task unit for a combined 62 patrol days of operations in support of Operation Southern Shield. The deployment resulted in the successful implementation of new South Pacific Regional Fisheries Management Organization conservation management measures to continue to conduct high seas boardings and inspections on these distant water fleets. Thirdly, Operation Blue Pacific. This is an operation where several Hawaii-based cutters conducted patrols in Oceania as a part of this campaign, which is a strategic plan to provide support for operational support across Oceania with a focus on economic and national security, regional and maritime governance, and partner nation support in combating IUUF and other transnational crime. These cutters provided presence and maritime domain awareness through numerous high seas pockets and EEZs of Pacific Island nations. Lastly, the Coast Guard established an Indo-Pacific IUUF Center of Excellence to further promote regional coordination to combat IUUF and better equip partner nations to do the same. The Center of Excellence will increase maritime domain awareness, information exchange, increase operability, and share best practices relating to combating IUUF among regional partners. Next slide. Now we'll move back to operations on the West Coast and that are organic to the region this council governs. In addition to routine operations for LMR enforcement, we conducted numerous surge operations focused on protected resources. This includes Operation Be Whale-Wise, where we surge efforts toward the protection of southern resident killer whales, in particular vessel approach zones and salmon regulations in the Puget Sound. Operation Buoy 10 and Silver Surf. This is for ESA listed coho on the Columbian River and in Southern Oregon. Operation Coleridge, this is for the protection of short-tailed albatross through fixed gear Tory line regulation enforcement. Of note, this past year, we had 3 violations during this in which vessels were not using the appropriate gear. Operation Fluke, this is toward the reduction of interaction with endangered and threatened whale species with crab gear. And then Operation Ocean Protector is our surge operation focused on national marine sanctuary regulations. Next slide. Now we'll segue to discuss some of our search and rescue efforts holistically, and then as it relates to things that impact the fisheries. One of the Coast Guard's primary objectives during this PFMC process is to identify ways to improve the safety of all activity, commercial or recreational, federal, state, and tribal, and regardless of whether that activity takes place on the ocean or within navigable internal waters. Safety of life at sea will always be our highest priority. To that end, in 2023, Coast Guard boat crews, air crews, and cutters conducted 3,321 search and rescue cases in coastal and inland waters of California, Oregon, and Washington. You can see that resulted in saving over 800 lives and assisting 4,500 and over 170 million in property saved or assisted. 258 of those cases were directly from the commercial fishing fleet, where we saved 17 lives. Next slide. Now we'll highlight a couple of the most impactful SAR cases that we encountered this past year in 2023. In February, the fishing vessel Ethel May, the Coast Guard received a relayed 911 call and EPIRB simultaneously from a fishing vessel in distress in Wilkes Bay. It was reported that the vessel may have been struck by a series of breaking surf while crossing the bar. We responded, but were only able to assist the 2 of 3 people who were able to enter the inflatable life raft. This search consisted of over 1,000 track miles of search area, including air, surface, shoreside, and local law enforcement support for the 3rd person, and we were not able to recover them. But this highlights, the danger that is associated with this type of fishery, especially in the wintertime along the Pacific Northwest. And we appreciate the assistance from all of our local support in trying to affect this search as best possible. Next slide. This is a fishing vessel Judy in September of 2023. In September, just days after another fishing vessel was removed from the same location, the operator of this 51-foot steel tuna trawler fell asleep and ran the vessel onto the beach south of Yaquina Bay, Oregon. The operator was the only person on board and was returning after a 3-day fishing trip. During the salvage efforts, as you can see here, the vessel struck the jetty and then it was eventually towed into port. For this, an investigation was conducted for any applicable action, considering there were some things at play with the operator falling asleep at the wheel. Next slide. This is a highlight of the fishing vessel Evening, which is an overdue case in October 2023. We received a report of a 43-foot wooden tuna vessel with 2 people on board and a dog out of Westport, Washington. We launched a search involving Coast Guard cutters, motor lifeboats, fixed and rotary ring aircraft from 3 different Coast Guard districts. This was District 13, District 11, and air support from District 17 out of Alaska. After 3 days of searching over 14,000 square miles with negative results, the case was suspended pending further developments. Several days later, a fishing vessel in Canadian waters found a survivor in the inflatable life raft pictured here. He had survived the vessel's capsizing and was reportedly adrift in his life raft for nearly 2 weeks. Next slide. So this is overall data on commercial fishing vessel safety violations and unfortunately some lives lost here. So in 2023, approximately 22% of commercial fishing vessels boarded had some type of discrepancy involving safety gear carriage requirements or other federal safety regulations. Approximately 5% of all commercial fishing vessels boarded had their voyages terminated at sea or were issued a captain of the port order during a post-search and rescue boarding for the existence of especially hazardous conditions. An especially hazardous condition, which is defined in Section 46 of the Code of Federal Regulations, can include lack of adequate immersion suits, lack of adequate firefighting equipment, and other conditions having a possibility of presenting an immediate threat to the vessel and its crew. The Coast Guard very carefully considers all circumstances relating to potential termination of a vessel's voyage and issuance of a captain of the port order. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, 4 lives were lost in the West Coast commercial fisheries during 2023. While even 1 is too many, I will note this average is lower than the preceding 10-year period of 4.7 lives lost per year. There were also at least 9 vessels that were a total loss due to grounding or sinking. The Coast Guard remains diligent in efforts to determine contributing factors to these losses, and steps are being taken to mitigate and reduce potential future losses. Next slide. Now looking forward to our 2024 initiatives. We'll report much more on this in our annual report next year, but early in 2024, we launched the Whale Desk, or officially named the Cetacean Desk. The goal of this 4-year pilot program, which is hosted in the sector Puget Sound vessel traffic service in Seattle, Washington, is to mitigate adverse impacts of the maritime vessel traffic on endangered and threatened large whales in the Salem Sea. The program is made possible through the Coast Guard Authorization Act of 2022. The desk will receive reports from whale sightings from mariners in the VTS system and provide near real-time data about the location of the whales to these mariners through the Whale Report Alert System. In providing situational awareness, the program aims to reduce the instances of ship strikes and whale disturbances in the Puget Sound region. It also aligns operations with the Canadian Coast Guard Marine Mammal Desk, providing a consistent whale reporting and notification standard for operators of large ships throughout the Salem Sea. We are excited to support whale conservation through this new initiative and look forward to providing data on its success in next year's report. We encourage the public and mariners to document all whale sightings through the Whale Alert app, the Whale Report app, or the Orchid Network. In addition, the VTS can take reports 24/7 by phone or via channels 5 Alpha and 14. Next slide. Our fast response cutters. These are coming soon to District 13. We've never had any home ported in the Washington, Oregon coast prior to this. So we'll be receiving 2 new Sentinel class fast response cutters into the district, and they will primarily support the Pacific Northwest through targeted offshore law enforcement patrols and search and rescue. These assets are more operationally capable and technologically advanced than the 110-foot patrol boats they were replacing. We're excited to bring this capability to the Washington and Oregon coast and look forward to implementing them in support of fisheries management objectives. Next slide. And lastly, we would be remiss if we didn't echo the thanks for the partnerships that we have here in this region. So just a thank you to everyone on the enforcement consultants and members of this council, OSP, NOAA, WDFW, CDF&W, along with Canada Department of Fisheries and Oceans and our tribal partners. And then lastly, we'll thank Dr. Jim Seeger to the council staff for ensuring the Coast Guard and our enforcement partners are truly included in this council process. Next slide. And that concludes my report, pending your questions.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Questions for Lieutenant Jeffries on the Coast Guard report? Okay, Phil Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks very much for the report, and thanks for everyone for being here today. Very much appreciate it. I'm wondering, I asked this last year, and I think maybe the year before, we had a couple of Coast Guard vessels, one in Westport. There were 52 footers. The one in Westport was called the Invincible. that they were taken out of service. And I'm wondering if this, they had some, my understanding at least is they had some search and rescue capabilities that extend beyond the 47s that are there, and that you have a number of them deployed along the coast. And I'm wondering if this new fast response cutter fills in any of the voids that were left by the loss of those 52s.
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Mr. Anderson. The fast response cutter, it's not designed to be it's not designed to replace the 52s, but I will say that they do have highly capable small boats attached to them with stern launches that are far more capable of deploying in heavy seas. So they could theoretically be where the 52s could have gone, further than the 47s, but they're not designed to replace those. They're also not designed to operate in heavy weather or surf the small boats, at least like the 52s and 47s are. But I will say that the fast response cutter does provide assistance in whatever gap capability was there from the loss of the 52s.
Okay. Mayfield, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Chair Pettinger. Don't have a question. I just wanted to express my thanks to the Coast Guard for all the work and effort you do with our fisheries enforcement, but our life saving. I live in Newport, Oregon. I live in a small fishing community, and the Coast Guard's presence is important to our community. So just wanted to say thank you to you and all of your shipmates for everything you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Anyone else? I do have a question. Last year when Admiral Bublis was here, he spoke about, he had the same question about the 52-footer came up, about the status of the replacement. And I'm kind of curious as far as there's plans, I guess, had been started as far as the discussion. And how are we doing as far as the, what is the status of that, of the new vessel potentially coming online, or is that still the plan? So that'd be the you or the Admiral. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. I don't have a status update for you, but I can certainly, get you that, or I can kick it to the Admiral if you have anything to pass, sir.
Yeah, as a matter of public record, the Congress has presented budgetary amounts to start the acquisition process into the design phase of determining requirements for a replacement vessel. So there's certainly congressional interest as illustrated in their budgetary processes. So we're still a ways away from what would actually realize a vessel on the water, but the process has started at least into the requirements generation phase of an acquisition that would realize something resembling the capabilities of the former 52-footers, which are recognized as quite a capability in the search and rescue realm for the Coast Guard along the coast. The 47-footers are quite capable vessels in the meantime, and are what we have right now, particularly in surf conditions, to respond offshore to any fishing vessels or any other vessels that experienced a casualty and needed our assistance. I also just want to make sure we don't represent it here in the slides as much, but our aviation capabilities are still robust and are one of our primary ways to save lives if there were to be a crisis at sea where someone needed to be rescued right away. Our helicopters would be overhead in rapid fashion to effect that rescue, while our surface capabilities would be attempting to get out. But sometimes there's a limitation to all of our vessels, as you know, of course, along the coast on being able to get beyond the bars out offshore. But we would love to see a future state where there's a 52-foot replacement to where we just increase that capability to be more reliably present offshore.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else? All right. Well, I'd just like to, Carrie.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I do have a couple tricks up our Coast Guard sleeve, if you can indulge me.
I will.
Okay. Well, I would like to invite Dr. Seeger up to join the Admiral as we present a token of our gratitude in his service to the United States Coast Guard and the Enforcement Council and this council, as this, I believe you're retiring. Maybe he'll change his mind today. Okay, and I will read the Public Service Award. So to Dr. Jim Seeger, Pacific Fisheries Management Council, on behalf of the Commandant of the United States of the Coast Guard, I take great pleasure in presenting the Coast Guard Meritorious Public Service Award to Staff Officer Dr. Jim Seeger in recognition of the lasting partnership he has forged with the Coast Guard during his more than 36 years of distinguished service with the Pacific Fisheries Management Council. As a staff member for the Pacific Fisheries Management Council since 1987, and as the Enforcement Consultant's staff officer since 2001, Dr. Seeger's dedication to fisheries management has greatly benefited our coastal communities and Coast Guard missions along the entire West Coast. Through his support of both the Coast Guard and the Enforcement Consultants, Dr. Seeger played a vital role in ensuring enforceability and safety considerations were purposefully incorporated into the Pacific Fisheries Management Council decisions. These efforts contributed to maintaining a level playing field for participants in commercial, tribal, and recreational fisheries, while enhancing the effectiveness of Coast Guard personnel tasked with monitoring these activities. Dr. Seeger's leadership in West Coast fisheries has optimized fisheries regulations and management measures throughout the region, furthering the stewardship of our nation's valuable living marine resources and safety of both fishing fleets and Coast Guard first responders. Dr. Seeger's actions are most heartily commended by the United States Coast Guard and are in keeping with the highest traditions of public service.
Oh. Nice.
We've got one more. I'd like to invite Captain Dan Chadwick up to present on behalf of the enforcement consultants.
Okay. Yeah, stay close.
Thank you, Council, for allowing us to take a few more moments of your time. It's tough to follow the Coast Guard here with their official pomp and circumstance, but appreciate the letting us do this. Yeah, Jim, we wanted to also take a minute to recognize you for your service to not only this council for the many years, but as I found out last night, is about 25 years to the enforcement consultants. We're not sure what you did to end up with us, but at this point, we don't need to know that. So we'll keep it between you and I. As I was traveling up here to this meeting and thinking about recognizing you, I reached out to Deputy Chief Mike Sensi, who's retired, and asked him if he wanted to jot down a few words. And those that know Mike Sensi know that I got more than a few words, and I don't have time to say them all right now. So hopefully I can do that at a November banquet. But one thing I did want to do was read a snippet out of his memoir, and it pretty much sums up what we feel here. Law enforcement is a cliquey bunch. Not everyone gets to cross the thin green or blue line. Jim has served the council and the enforcement consultants with distinction, never betraying our trust, exercising patience beyond that of the average person, and contributing to our end product in a meaningful way. He also made a concerted effort to understand our principles, mission, and personalities. He will always be remembered as a significant part of the enforcement consultants family group, and the next person will have big shoes to fill. So that pretty much sums up how we feel about you. And thanks to Chris German, who spearheaded this idea, the enforcement consultants would like to present you with this form.
Oh my God.
That has all of our agencies represented on it with our chief's coins or challenge coins.
Wow.
And a note that says, Dr. Jim Seeger, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for being our advocate and counselor. That helps. The enforcement consultants.
Yes, got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Where's the bank go?
I would like to just say a quick word about working with the enforcement folks. When I first went to staff them, I kind of had an idea that all the enforcement guys were kind of hard ass and we're going to make everybody toe the line and all that kind of stuff. But as I was just mentioning to the Admiral, what I really appreciate about these folks is that they are dedicated to making the system work. above all else. They're dedicated to making sure that there is compliance, but also doing it with understanding of the humans that are involved in the process. So thank you.
Wow. Doesn't get much better than that, does it? So, Admiral, I'd just like to say thank you for coming. I really appreciate you being here, and appreciate Jeffrey's time in the seat for the Coast Guard. And like the Coast Guard holds a special place in many of our hearts that work on the water. And it's just great to see you. And I would just like to mention that we had a great reception at the Admiral's residence a couple of years ago, and we're just kind of curious, maybe if in the future, if that would ever perchance happen again. But thank you for coming. Okay. Jim, how are we doing? I think you're doing pretty good, but how are we doing?
Sure, right. I'm still learning how to work the mics. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, you've completed business on this. We've had a great report from the U.S. Coast Guard, your annual report, and we'll look forward to seeing them again next year.
Fantastic. Okay. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll start up on F3. Okay. Thanks. All right. Welcome back, everyone. We are here at F3, and I'll turn to Todd Phillips for an overview. Todd?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Yes, it's still morning. Good morning, Council. So today we have agenda item F3, which is in-season adjustments, final action. So this agenda item, of course, is the opportunity for the Council to make any routine in-season adjustments, 2024 fisheries, such as catch limits, season structures, that sort of things. And these adjustments, of course, are based on the latest information from the West Coast Groundfish Observer Program. And looking at your agenda here, you have only a single report, which is from the GAP. Nothing from the GMT this particular meeting. And your action, per usual, is to consider projections for 2024 fisheries and adopt any 2024 in-season adjustments as necessary. And that is my brief overview. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Thank you, Todd. Questions for Todd on the overview? Okay. Not seeing any. Well, with that, I will go to the CDFW report. I believe Marcy, you're up. Go. Marcy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Give me just a second. Oh, there we go. All righty. We just wanted to provide an update to the council on information regarding the state's rulemaking activities regarding commercial groundfish fishing in state waters. We described previously in March about the action that the department undertook on an emergency basis to establish new groundfish regulations for commercial fisheries in state waters. And that included establishing trip limits for our commercial deeper and shallow nearshore fishery permit holders that would authorize essentially the same trip limits that have been authorized previously under federal regulations. By establishing these rules in Title 14 of our state administrative code, it specifies that these trip limits may only be taken inside of the 20 fathom boundary line. And that line is entirely within state waters. And of course, that action was needed to minimize encounters with quillback rockfish, which of course reside in waters most likely deeper than 20 fathoms, more in the 20 to 50 fathom depth range. The commercial action also did prohibit additional targeting of any shelf rockfish or other groundfish species in state waters north of the 36 line. We had a public comment earlier today acknowledging the council's action to move the commercial line north, and we will look forward to implementing that change in state regulation later this year when we reconsider that emergency regulation for renewal after 180 days. But I want to talk a little more about the 20 fathom boundary line. That was a new action on the part of the state to establish a boundary line in state waters for use in groundfish fishery management for both sport and commercial fisheries. This was a series of waypoints along the mainland coast and the offshore islands that we're looking to be using both in these 2024 actions, but also beyond. Fast forward to March 26th, our California Fish and Game Commission approved changes to the 2024 in-season regulations that mirrored and complemented the actions that the council took under in-season back at the March meeting. So this action on the part of the commission approved the season opening dates, the depths, and the bag limits consistent with the actions that the council recommended in March and that NIMS subsequently implemented via their own in-season rule effective April 1. So want to thank NMFS for their quick work on the lengthy suite of changes that the council recommended at the March meeting. And just to acknowledge that the commission has now taken the action to complement those regulations. And so that also includes state waters rules for inside of 20 fathoms to open fisheries, recreational fisheries in the summer months inside that 20 fathom boundary line. Additionally, the Fish and Game Commission also implemented a new requirement for California state regulations that a descending device be carried aboard any vessel taking or possessing any species of federal groundfish. That, of course, is something that is also being considered in the biennial specifications package for federal waters off California for the 25-26 biennium and beyond. So our CDFW report also includes a press release announcing the commission's decision, and that was released via our outreach office on March 27th. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Questions on the CDFW report? Okay, not seeing any. We turn to the GAP report, and Harrison Ibach, I believe. Harrison, welcome.
Thank you. Harrison Ibach reading the GAP report on in-season management. The Groundfish Advisory Subpanel reviewed the public comment submitted under in-season requesting an increase to the blue deacon rockfish limit in addition to the current nearshore rockfish, excluding black rockfish, trip limit north of 4010. Agenda item F3, public comment, April 2024. The GAP understands this is a California Department of Fish and Wildlife issue, and we urge CDFW to compile this and similar trip limit requests and consider implementing them using the most efficient pathway. Thank you.
Okay. Questions for Harrison on the GAP report? Okay. Moving quickly along. It takes care of our reports. Two? Okay, we two. I believe that Lynn Merrill, I believe, was going to be first, I believe. Be on there? Oh, it's it. Okay. All right. See Larry Phillips. Larry here. Followed by Dan Platt. And then we'll go to the at-sea folks. Welcome, Larry.
Good afternoon, Chair Pettinger, members of the council and staff. Larry Phillips with the American Sport Fishing Association, and I cover West Coast fisheries policy. I'll just be brief. I just wanted to, I don't have to remind all of us that we spent 2+ years, a significant amount of time addressing the stock status and management of West Coast quillback rockfish. Still lots of work to be done, but I want to acknowledge all the work everyone's put into this. We know it's been difficult, but we appreciate the council providing Dr. Monder and Dr. Hilborn an opportunity to discuss the assessment at the November council meeting and also the SSC special meeting in January of this year. As Mr. Anderson mentioned during the March meeting, this must have been difficult for both Dr. Monder and Dr. Hilborn due to their professional relationships with members of the SSC. Lastly, we want to thank CDFW, specifically Mr. Emco and Ms. McKnight, who worked tirelessly to develop creative fishing opportunities that provide the maximum allowable impact under the rebuilding plan. And we fully support the use of descending devices. Moving forward, boy, we're encouraged by the commitment from everyone to continue collecting the data necessary to inform the assessment and to include a full assessment as soon as possible. for California quillback. Our hope moving forward is that we can collectively advocate for additional resources necessary to improve our understanding of all West Coast nearshore rockfish abundances and fishing mortalities to ensure the long-term health of the resource and fisheries that meet industry needs. And again, I really appreciate all the time that the council has spent on this issue and the heartfelt testimony that we've listened to for the past couple of years. So we look forward to working collaboratively and helping push where we can to secure additional funds to improve our understandings. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Questions for Larry on his testimony? Okay, thanks, Larry. Next up is Daniel Platt. Welcome, Dan.
Morning, everyone. As Marcy mentioned, when California took over management of their fisheries in state waters, they worked with the commission to first open up the commercial nearshore and deeper nearshore fisheries within the state, and we appreciate that. And then they, as part of that process, they developed a 20-fathom line, and now are opening recreational fisheries within the 20-fathom line, inside of the 20-fathom line, and providing some opportunity in the nearshore while avoiding quillback. At the same time, they closed all the open access fisheries in state waters, and this includes the Amendment 32 fisheries that were just approved by the Council and National Marine Fisheries Service in January 2024. This also includes vermilion and lingcod and canary fisheries. All these fisheries are currently closed in the state waters. And while we are thankful that the fisheries that California opened in inside of 20 fathoms, and we realized that quillback is it's important to avoid it. This action has put a lot of strain on fishermen in California, and actually put some fishermen out of business. So I just wanted to get it on the record what's happening in California, and it's been really hard on our ports and fishermen. And although I realize that these are all state issues, and we're definitely going to keep working with the state to resolve them, I wanted to get it on the record in the council process, what's happening in California.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Questions for Dan? Oh, Marcy Uremko.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Dan. And I just want to let you know that your comments are being heard, and I will make additional remarks under council discussion, but I appreciate you continuing to engage with us, of course, both in the council arena and also in the state arena. So we can certainly commit to maintaining that engagement indefinitely. So just want to thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Marcy. Anyone else? All right. Thanks, Dan. All right. And I believe We'll go to the at-sea folks, and I see Glenn. I had trouble signing up, but I see you. Glenn, you are there online. You got me? We're not hearing you. You're unmuted, but want to try it again?
Do you have me now, Mr. Chairman?
Well, you do. Welcome, Glenn.
Okay, thank you very much. Apologies for the technical problems on my end. Very briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the council. Glenn Merrill, I am representing the Pacific Whiting Conservation Cooperative. Apologies for not being able to be there in person. We're in the middle of a North Pacific Fishery Management Council right now on a rather challenging issue. I did want to just highlight a few things. I think the council is aware of the letter that we sent prior to the start of your meeting that clarified a couple of protocols that we intend to follow this year in terms of our management. Since we sent that letter, I would like to note that we have come to an agreement on communications and some principles that we'll be using for this upcoming season with the Whiting Mothership Cooperative, primarily focused on improving communication, data sharing, and then also mechanisms for in-season and pre-season meetings. I think as we noted in our letter in our March testimony previously, we intend to very carefully review our bycatch performance for this year. And I think with our new communications protocols in place for this year, we are hopeful that that will provide an additional opportunity for helping to minimize bycatch as the season unfolds. Fairly brief report. That's what I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Glenn. Questions for Glenn on his testimony? All right, I'll see any. Okay. All right, next up will be Kristen McGraw. Kristen.
Good morning. Can you hear me all right?
We can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the council. My name is Kristen McGraw. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. I'll be providing the following report on behalf of the Whiting Mothership Cooperative. I previously provided public comment at the March council meeting regarding the at-sea sector's progress towards an intercooperative agreement. As you'll recall, back in September, we were tasked by the council to form an agreement that would establish meaningful measures to minimize incidental catch of the set-asides and salmon species. After a substantial number of hours meeting, discussing and drafting, I unfortunately have to report to you today that we were unable to form an inter-co-op agreement as originally envisioned. Instead, the at-sea sectors formed a communication agreement. The cooperatives previously held an information sharing agreement where the vessels, both motherships and CPs, would send out daily catch reports and elevated bycatch notices. However, last season brought to light some areas where the communication between the sectors was lacking and could certainly be improved. And then this new guideline addresses those areas by more formally identifying pro rata-based attainment thresholds as communication checkpoints. It is important to note that this is not an agreement for code management necessarily and does not contain language regarding fishing behavior or measures to minimize incidental catch of non-whiting species. Each sector will continue to manage themselves as in previous seasons. That being said, improved communication between the at-sea sectors is certainly a positive outcome. In the absence of a inter-cooperative agreement, the mothership co-op will continue to proactively manage ourselves in accordance with our bycatch and membership agreements. The cooperative has a well-established set of mitigation tools, and our track record demonstrates their effectiveness. Beginning May 1st, the cooperative will operate under movement rules, pre-season area closures, mandatory salmon excluders, night fishing restrictions, as well as authorizes both myself and our monitoring agent, Seastate, with automatic hotspot closure authority to respond in season and close areas where needed. The Mothership Cooperative remains committed to minimizing incidental catch of salmon and set-aside species, and we thank the council for supporting the cooperative process.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kristen. Question for Kristen? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Kristen, for your testimony. I noticed that you mentioned that the preseason plans include preseason area closure determinations, and maybe you can elaborate on where those areas are. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Yaremko. Yeah, the cooperative holds a bycatch committee, essentially made up of all of our captains, and they will look over the historical data, both, from sea state and then, knowledge that they have of the fishing grounds, and identify areas, that seem to be problematic, whether it's seasonal or, year long. And we'll go ahead and, it certainly is a financial sacrifice to to close those areas pre-season. But they really are, they span up and down the coast, from Juan de Fuca down to, the Oregon-California border. And they can change based on information. However, a lot of these closures or preseason closures have been in place for certainly before my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to follow up, there aren't, for the fishery commencing May 1st, do you have plans for preseason closures, and where are these planned closures?
Yeah, through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Remco. Yes, actually there are closures in place currently. I don't have it up in front of me right now. Off the top of my head, I think we have close to 20 or so more closures in place. I think I'd have to look into our annual co-op reports for just how much square miles that covers, and I'd be happy to follow up afterwards with you and just what the span of that is. But they are really littered up and down the coastline throughout. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So speaking to the waters off Southern Oregon, surrounding the Oregon-California border, are there planned preseason closures for this area for the fishery when it opens May 1st?
Through the chair, yes. Thanks, Mr. Yaremko. Yes, currently there are closures in place off Southern Oregon for the Whiting Mothership Cooperative. Or preseason closures, if you will.
Marcy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what exactly does that preseason closure mean or look like? Is it your intention to fish in that area when the season opens?
Thanks for the clarifying question. No, these closures are they remain closed throughout the duration of the season. There's always the opportunity, I guess, the flexibility in our bycatch agreements if there's sufficient data that shows, good, from other sectors that are on the grounds fishing in those areas, perhaps. If there's clean whiting being caught and, low or accept, bycatch rates. The bycatch committee could review that in season. Certainly in my time, that has never happened. These, it's kind of, they're here for a reason. I think it's certainly a financial sacrifice to have these preseason closures. But I think the Mothership Cooperative recognizes the importance of really mitigating our interaction with non-whiting species, recognizing the shared resource that we have.
Thank you.
Okay, what else? Corey?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Kristen, for providing these comments. You noted that there was no ability to form an intercooperative agreement. Instead, there's a communication agreement, where previously there was a sharing agreement. And you noted that there are going to be some communication thresholds, but that this didn't include measures to minimize bycatch. So I'm curious, what impacts will this have on the Mothership Cooperative to do business and the whiting sector as a whole to avoid bycatch?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. We certainly would have liked to see an intercooperative agreement that contains, measures for co-management. Unfortunately, we just weren't able to get there. The Mothership Co-op has a well-established set of effective tools that we proactively use. As I said before, we make financial sacrifices starting on May 1st. And so we really value meaningful mitigation measures. And just unfortunately, the two sectors were unable to agree on which measures and the extent of their application to include in an agreement. We walked away, with a communication agreement, which I do think will improve, notifying each other when thresholds of bycatch are caught, and, essentially accountability in what we're sharing, what we're doing about it. But the Mothership Co-op will, remain responsible for its members and, what we're doing, and continue to communicate with the council and the other sectors on the grounds. Thanks.
Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions for Kristen? Okay. Oh, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks, Kristen, for coming forward with the whiting mothership plans. I'm just curious, are you aware that does the CP sector have similar restrictions, preseason closures and such in place? Are the two, their approach the same or close to the same as what the Mothership Co-op is doing? And how did that affect the progress toward an intercooperative agreement?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Dooley. I can really only speak to the measures implemented by the WMC. I think you'd have to ask Glenn or someone on behalf of PWCC to answer what they plan to do on May 1st. Thank you.
Okay. Phil Anderson.
Was wondering if I could indulge the chair and request that see if Glenn Merrill is still with us, if we could ask him to come back to the microphone.
Glenn, I see you on the website there. So could you, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
We can. Okay. Phil?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Glenn. I was a little slow. You were a little quick in providing your comments, and I was wondering, do you have something? Does the co-op have something that's written up in terms of protocols that the vessels are expected to follow in terms of minimizing bycatch is one question. And the second question, you probably heard the interaction between Ms. McQuah and Ms. Yaremko relative to areas that are going to be closed, particularly down in that southern Oregon area where we have particular concerns relative to the status for salmon stocks that oftentimes are in that geographic area. I wonder if you could respond to those two questions.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So in terms of agreements and wheelhouse guides, yes, we have wheelhouse guides, and yes, we are going to be modifying those wheelhouse guides prior to the start of the fishery. It's likely if vessels will be going out slightly after the May 1st start date. We're in the process of doing that now. I think we are informed by the wheelhouse guide and some of the protocols that we put in place for last year. In terms of the second issue with the more southerly area, I think what we have found from this last year and just looking at our performance overall is that with some of the measures adopted later in the year and then reflective of some of the measures that we've had in the past, we've had great success with a variety of different measures like rolling hotspots or other closures that allow the fleet to seek areas with minimal bycatch. We do not have fixed area closures, I think in recognition of the fact that there are substantial areas of movement both for the whiting resource as well as salmon.
Bill?
Thanks very much for that. I'm also going to ask a similar question of Ms. McQuah, if it's okay with the chair. Just in terms of the being for the council in particular, being able to have a copy of the whether it's I think you call it a wheelhouse guide, or maybe there's a different term. In terms of, but what I'm interested in is there a written document, both from each co-op that might be provided to the council that outlines the various protocols and approaches that you intend to use in 2024 for minimizing bycatch of both of, obviously, of our species that are of concern, both on the groundfish as well as the salmon side.
Kristen?
I mean, maybe I could ask
whoever, but I'm happy to, I guess, respond here. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Yes, the Mothership Cooperative has shared in the past our bycatch agreement, and we'd be happy to do so again. It is signed by, if I remember correctly, the catcher vessels, the mothership captains, the owners of the permits involved, and, essentially, failure to uphold the protocols in the bycatch agreement can result in substantial fines. And so everyone reads through it, signs onto it, and agrees. So I'd be happy to share that with the council again. Thanks.
And thank you for that response. And same question for Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. At this point in time, we don't have that finalized. I think in the past, we've provided an overview to the council. I'll note that there are potentially some proprietary contractually binding provisions that are part of that agreement. And so I'd have to review whether or not those are releasable or not. But I think we can certainly provide an overview for the council on key issues in our agreement.
just to follow up on that. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that response. I think it would be important for the Pacific Whiting Cooperative to prepare a document that has the necessary information in it in terms of protocols that your vessels will be utilizing in terms of minimizing bycatch, the communication pieces. Obviously, if there's some proprietary pieces that are within a current document that you don't feel comfortable in sharing, you can take those out, but in just ensuring that the council has an understanding of the protocols that you intend to use, and then obviously we would appreciate Ms. McQua's willingness to provide that to us as well.
Okay. Thank you, Phil. Marcy?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. If I may, I'd like to follow up on Glenn's response to Phil's question. Glenn, you indicated that while you don't have plans for any preseason closures in the area of Southern Oregon, you mentioned the tools that you'd be utilizing as fishing activity commences to respond in the event of high bycatch. And one of the things you mentioned was the concept of rolling hotspots, which I would assume were similar to like move along provisions or any other voluntary action where you would be relocating in response to either a high bycatch event or bycatch that totals some amount that maybe suggests moving to a different area. Can you provide for us maybe your thinking here pre-season on what level of Chinook bycatch in activities off Southern Oregon would prompt voluntary action on your part to relocate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the question. I think, one of the things that we always do is we look at our performance and then try to understand whether or not moving that fleet from one area to another is going to result in improved bycatch performance or not. One of the things that obviously informs that is that very traditionally in the spring fishery that there's a relatively low amount of bycatch that occurs. So I think one of the things that we're always interested in, as we saw in this last year, is if there are substantial changes in the distribution of bycatch relative to whiting, having protocols in place to allow the fleet to move based on that is one of the ways that we establish that. I think it's difficult to say at this period in time, like what a specific number would be, because I think it will be dependent upon the observations that we have in the grounds. I think the other concern, of course, obviously would be moving the fleet from one area where there's relatively low bycatch to an area of higher bycatch. But we will certainly be monitoring that throughout the entire fishing season, both the spring season and the fall season. And our overall objective, of course, is to continue to stay within what we believe is a pro rata share of our salmon. That's certainly what we've intended to do in the past. That's certainly our intent moving forward for this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your response. You mentioned a pro rata share of Chinook or perhaps Chinook and Coho. I'd sure be interested in knowing what you believe is your pro rata share. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, I think one of the things that we look at obviously is what is the performance of the fleet. We obviously want to stay well below any number that would trigger a reinitiation of consultation. We want to do better than that, however. And I think one of the things that's important for us moving forward is we try to minimize bycatch at all times, at all levels of abundance. Our goal, obviously, is not to have a substantial amount of Chinook salmon bycatch. And I think what we saw this last year is we had a challenging spring. There were a number of revisions that were made to our management. There was also, quite frankly, I think improved environmental conditions that helped to minimize bycatch. At the end of the year, our bycatch performance was substantially better in terms of overall rates than it had been in the spring. That's kind of where we were trying to go in terms of our overall amount.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'd like to start my question with Kristen, if I could, maybe follow up with Glenn after, if that's okay.
Sure.
Kristen, my knowledge of the mothership bycatch agreement is pretty complete, I believe, having been part of that sector at its beginning and all the way through till I retired from fishing. I know it's changed a bit since then, but not substantially. My understanding from your previous comment is that the agreement is you have a third party, which is C-State, and yourself as the co-op manager that have ultimate authority to close an area and require movement on certain parameters that are listed in the agreement, particular parameters based on averages of 3 days, single day rates or catch numbers. And all of these are very proactive, and they're also contractual between every member of that every signatory to that co-op. So they agree to stand by that, stand by whatever decision is made by the co-op manager and the monitoring agent, which I believe is C-State. At least that's my recollection. That's my knowledge of this. And first, I guess my question is, does that accurately reflect what's in the agreement?
Yeah, through the chair. Thank you, Mr. Dooley. Yes, you're kind of spot on there. We, pre-season here, I think next week, middle of next week, we have a board meeting scheduled where the board will set the base rates based on our pro rata shares. Essentially, just it's kind of a in-house acknowledgement, I guess, if you will, what we view as the mothership sector's pro rata share based on our whiting proportion in the at-sea sectors. So we'll use those and our whiting and kind of fishing plans for the year to identify base rates for the non-whiting or the set aside and the salmon species. We'll then use those base rates to set movement triggers, essentially a certain threshold. If you exceed that threshold of that base rate in a day or on average every 3 days, kind of a rolling average, that mothership and the catcher vessels delivering to it will need to move to an entirely new fishing area. And those are determined pre-season. They are objective, good and bad. There is always the risk that they will be forced to move to an area where they might encounter a different non-whiting species. But it is one of the tools we use to ensure that we stay under our pro rata share of the set-asides, which we share with PWCC. And then on top of that, myself and C-State, as you mentioned, have the automatic hotspot closure authority. So if I see bycatches quickly accumulating, or maybe in a day, or we just don't have enough quite time to really look at all the numbers coming in, there's just a lot of fishing in that one spot, I can close that area immediately rather than have to request or present a proposal to our board. You can close that area, move everybody off that spot, wait till the data comes in and look at it for the board to review. But essentially you kind of stop the damage should a lightning strike happen in season. And we've used that a couple years back, we used that for sablefish or short belly, anything that really comes up in season. It's a great tool for.
Bob?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Kristen. That was my understanding. And a follow-up to that is the members of the signatories to this this co-op agreement, which are pretty much everybody that's in the sector, to my knowledge, is they're bound by that. There are penalties for not complying with the closures, not the preseason closures. There's penalties, including injunctive relief, if I have recollection to this, that in the contract. So there's no wiggle room here. They're enforced. Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you through the chair. That is correct. They are certainly serious penalties, and our captains read through their agreement and their wheelhouse guide pretty thoroughly. I get questions throughout the season. They want to make sure that they understand what the rules are and that they follow them. So thanks.
So another question here. I'm sorry I'm going on here, but the other part is when C-State or yourself issues a closure, an in-season closure that due to rolling hotspot or bycatch events, is that information shared with the catcher processor sector?
Through the chair, yes. Thank you, Mr. Dooley. We do. It is kind of our common practice, best practice, or courtesy. I don't know what you want to call it, but we always, anytime, lightning strike or chronic bycatch accumulates during the season that warrants a hotspot closure, we send that information to PWCC, the Shoreside Whiting Cooperative, and then we often notify the West Coast region and other managers, letting them know what happened and how we addressed it. And especially for the communication on the grounds, that way other sectors don't, have that information available to keep them from, encountering the same lightning strike.
Thank you, Kristen. Sure. Now, if I could ask Glenn a question.
Sure.
Glenn, if you're still there, question is, when your co-op receives these notices that there's a rolling hotspot closure or preseason closure for certain species, that does your co-op respond to those and close them to your own members as well? Are you exchanging that information, and vice versa? If you come up upon a high bycatch area that triggers a movement response on your co-op's behalf, is that shared also? So two-part question.
Glenn, you're muted. Glenn, are you there? You're muted. He just dropped off, didn't he? Okay. Well, just take a second here to see if he jumps back on. Okay, well, I don't see him jumping back on. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So, all right. I guess that's it. That's true. Kristen, I just, since Glenn isn't here, I guess do you have reports shared with you? I guess what do you know about Bob's question that you might be able to answer?
Through the chair, Mr. Dooley, if I can just recall kind of through that technical difficulties there, you essentially asked if PWCC sends us information. And I really can't, speak on behalf of PWCC here for what they, their protocol in the past. I do think that the recent communication guideline that we have both agreed to, I think will serve as a good step forward in establishing some better communication checkpoints throughout the season. And then, we also, as far as information sharing between the sectors, we have daily, the motherships and the CPs fill out daily reports, essentially, and they sent those to the whole fleet, as well as elevated bycatch encounters based on, elevated fishing rates or bycatch rates. And so those certainly help, with the communication shared on the grounds. So thanks.
Okay, Bob.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kristen, one more question there. When these reports are shared and these basic avoidance areas are described and that communication goes back and forth, is it regular for one of the co-ops to respect or to comply with those closures and stay away from those areas, take that warning, that heed, and actually avoid those areas? Or are these done independently and some do, some don't? Or if you define an area this is a hot spot, not good, we should stay out of there, and it's determined to be closed, do both sectors respect that, or is it independent to each sector?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Dooley. I can really only, again, speak to what the Mothership Cooperative does, but, we share both our preseason closures with our colleagues, as well as, I haven't had a whole lot of experience with kind of their in-season hotspot closures, but we certainly do, respect their tools in season if they, put those in place, and we're happy to, of course, stay away from hot, bycatch on the grounds. So thanks.
I see Glenn's he's on the attendee list here now. So Glenn, are you there?
I am. Apologies for the problems.
No. It happens. It happens. Did you, I don't think you were there with Bob, or maybe you were, but maybe Bob can reiterate his question to you. So, okay, just 1 second. Bob?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Glenn, I don't know if you heard my question or not, or if you dropped off before that. We have no way of knowing that here. So,
if you don't mind repeating it, that would be great. Thank you.
I guess got to go back a bit, but the question was, when one sector, if as an example, if the mothership sector just through C-State and through the automatic authority they're given with the co-op manager to close an area or determine a rolling hotspot closure or a preseason closure for that matter, is that information shared across the co-ops to the Pacific Whiting Co-op as well? And number two, do the co-ops have an agreement, or do they comply with those closures? In other words, if it's defined as a place, say this bycatch is too high, we got to get out of here, and we're going to require our members to move. Is that heeded both ways? I hope I'm clear on that.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think on the first point, yes, information is shared. And then in terms of pre-season closures, I think that there are important operational differences between the sectors. So it's not always the case that the closure areas that are established pre-season, and I think those have been in place for a long time, are areas where the CP sector will not fish. I think it's very dependent upon our bycatch that we observe. In some areas, there may be needs for different measures between the two sectors. One of the things that we did look at, and I think is reflected in the information that we provided the council last year, is just sort of a look back at historically how the sectors performed. And I think it is important to keep in mind that because we do operate very differently from the mothership sector, and they have different protocols than we do in order to manage their fleets, we do have different measures that are in place, different areas that we fish. I think overall what we see, though, is that the performance for the various sectors are very similar, certainly in terms of salmon. And I think obviously one of the things that we're focused on for this coming year is improving our performance on a number of the set-aside species as well.
Bob?
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question more importantly is these in-season rolling hotspot closures, as they are identified, whether they're identified by the CP sector or the mothership sector. We were told previously, I don't think you were online at that time, that information shared between the co-ops, but is it complied with? In other words, if the CPs see a high area and share it with the motherships, do they also avoid that area, and vice versa, or how does that work? I mean, it seems to me if it's a high bycatch area that's being defined real time, that's probably not a very good area to be fishing in. So I'm wondering if that's the standard protocol, or how does it work?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think for this last year, for using salmon as an example, we did establish some closed areas based on what we were observing for bycatch. We, I think, notified, certainly the mothership cooperative was aware of that. I don't know whether or not there was additional activity within that area. One of the things that we do note with any rolling hotspot closure is that an area can be important to close for a period of time, and then there's the need also then at some point to look to see whether or not that area continues to be an area of high bycatch. So we did establish last year some provisions about looking in an area again, doing some test tows to see what that looks like. I think those were CP specific measures, and my recollection, at least from last year, is I'm not sure that the mothership fleet was operating in the same areas that we were at the time that those closures were into effect.
Okay. Great, thanks, Bob. Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks to Glenn and Kristen for being here, and to the sectors for having these discussions. I guess this is a question or a statement to react to for Kristen mainly, and thinking mostly of rockfish, but also of salmon. And I guess my memory, I'm just going to say this: the statistics here, as someone who came out of the GMT and has tried to figure this out even after leaving the GMT, the statistics involved here with bycatch of these species is just mind-boggling. Nothing seems to work. My memory of the salmon biological opinion was Larry Lavoie and Susan Bishop telling us that there's no relationship between abundance of salmon runs and bycatch in the whiting fishery. And I was like, there's gotta be something there. But yeah, if you look at these data, it's hard to find a relationship. The other thing that comes to mind, Kristen, is when the council, and I could be wrong on this memory, when the council went through some effort to switch what were our set-asides were hard caps for the rockfish, we switched them off to be softer set-asides. Yet my understanding is that the mothership protocols didn't really loosen up at all. And I've always kind of wondered why, but one thing we like about the co-ops is that you all have to worry about that kind of thing instead of the GMT and the council. And I know that the mothership structure in particular has seasonality into it, people who fish at different times of the year, which is much different than the catcher processors, so on and so forth. It's a long way of saying I've from not hearing the details of your discussions, but knowing how just generally how different operations can be, how tough it is to prove that a management measure would actually have an effect given all the noise in the data. Can you, I guess that's a long way of saying, what are the management measures you all think would be shared between the sectors, and what kind of data and statistics are you looking at, when speaking to the other about why one measure would be effective or not? And yeah, and please correct me in anything I just said there as being a misperception, and appreciate any thoughts you have.
Through the chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Niles. Just to clarify your question, make sure I can respond in the best way. You were, mentioning that, how do you determine what's an effective tool, and what might be shared between the two, or given our operational differences, I believe. Was that kind of, sorry, just trying to.
No, yes. Thank you for sorting through all those words I threw at you, but that's a very good distillation of the gist. So appreciate it.
Yeah. So unfortunately, the cooperatives were not able to reach an inter-cooperative agreement. And so we don't currently have, a formal agreement to share or, manage us together. I think that, so I can really only speak for the mothership co-op. I think if you look at, I think there's certainly, I think the data will show, for example, night fishing. I think having our night fishing provision in place certainly helps to minimize interactions with Chinook or coho, or even some of, our dark blotch or widow moving up, through the water column at different, those transition periods. I think those tools are effective and kind of supported by data in-house. Also our preseason and hotspot closures. I think we have pretty good historical data on some of these rock fishes, or, maybe seasonality of when salmon move through areas or different items where we can recognize that and use a preseason closure or a hotspot closure to respond in season when needed. All of this, as you mentioned, the transition between a hard cap and a set aside, the mothership co-op, we don't take it lightly that we have the privilege of working under set asides. And we view it as our responsibility to manage to those, and what we, would be our pro rata share of that, and to work with obviously PWCC as we share those set asides, and we the Chinook and the coho under the guidelines or the BIOP, but we didn't really loosen. You're right. We didn't throw caution to the wind. Certainly not after that change, because I guess we continue to want to make sure we minimize our incidental catch and focus on catching our whiting, to the extent practical. Thank you.
Glenn, do you want to respond to Corey?
Well, I guess, Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I would say is that the performance of the fleets, I think, are the most important indicator. And I think that the fleets, let's just take salmon for an example. We went back, we looked at how do all three of the sectors perform in terms of long-term averages for salmon. And one of the things by looking at PACFIN data we saw was from 2000 and I believe it was 11 through 23, the fleets all perform effectively the same. The rates for the three sectors were 0.022, 0.023, 0.024. In other words, you have three sectors with three different methodologies for managing their fleets. Each of those methodologies seem to achieve very similar and low results. I think that that's important in keeping in mind that there are very different operational challenges, constraints, and needs for each of the sectors. From our perspective, we believe that the methodologies that we have in place are effective for our fleet, and we're always looking to improve those. Based on the information from this year and previous years, I think we can continue to hone and refine those measures as we move forward.
Thanks, Lynn. Butch Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is questions for both or one of you. You know, going back when we salmon people and whiting people all sat in the room together, it was rough at first at best, and there was a lot of stone throwing. And finally, we got that out of the way and sat down, rolled up our sleeves, and come out with what I thought was a really comprehensive and good agreement that's lasted for quite a while. And you know, I don't know if you were in the room. I don't think you were, either one of you, but the importance also is, and I don't want to ruin the end of the story on salmon, but we've come with a community or a state that's had complete closure, and not want to ruin the ending, but it looks like we're going down that same road. And although you've done very well, you know, per metric tons per salmon, all salmon are important, but they're not all created equal from time to time. And that lightning hit that happened last year was absolutely in the worst place you could have a lightning hit for this time in history. And so now I'm kind of having a Malox moment on this agreement that we worked on and came out with the whiting sectors all working together and moving in a relatively short time and communicating. And I don't know if that was spoken, you know, my question is, but reminding of you of that and making sure that continually gets discussed is important to me. And I'm sure the other councilmen say around here, but it's important to a whole salmon industry that, you know, had to put away the rumors and everything that goes along with, you know, fishermen, and come to the table and reach out our hands and make an agreement that we thought was doable to allow the hard caps to be taken off. And so I just want to remind you of that and maybe ask you in the form of a question, so I don't get in trouble from the chairman, if that was discussed when you guys were engaged in your what you were doing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm happy to start, I guess, on response to that. Yeah, thank you to the chair. Yes, I mean, I think that there was clearly a recognition, in particular on salmon, of the need to improve our performance relative to the spring. And I think that was something that, you know, we highlighted as important for us as a cooperative. I think is also part of the communications protocol that we have in place, which is to have regular check-ins at relatively low levels of bycatch to make sure that if there are challenges, we're communicating what those challenges are, communicating what measures we're planning to take. I think all of us recognize that we certainly do not want to have a repeat performance of the spring fishery.
Okay.
And
Kristen?
Mr. Chairman, if I can also answer. Thank you, Mr. Smith. That is something that weighs heavily on all of our board members, and our members are catcher vessels. We certainly, a lot of our independent votes understand that, we don't, I guess it hits home when you see other, people in the industry not able to go out and catch their fish. And so we certainly talk about that at our board meetings, and when we're setting, our base rates and our rules for the year. Our captains live in these communities alongside others, and it's just so we definitely, that is a discussion piece. And certainly for the mothership co-op, what we last year, you see our end of season, not necessarily our base rate, or I guess the rates, but if you look at the numbers of how much Chinook was caught, I think that is a accurate reflection of our intent there, or the outcome. Also playing into that, we do value meaningful measures. And, what we thought would be perhaps, kind of the minimal ask, essentially to put into an intercooperative agreement. Unfortunately, the two sectors just weren't able to get there. And so we didn't, feel signing on, to something that wasn't going to be perhaps, meaningful for us, was really appropriate. But we will, as far as the mothership co-op, speaking for ourselves here, certainly take into consideration. Last year we also had fleets that moved from Southern Oregon, headed north, not necessarily because they were triggered due to one of our movement rules, but essentially they could, see the writing on the wall, and they wanted to, take it upon themselves to move, even if they weren't forced to. So I think we were certainly, definitely, it's a priority for us, especially the Southern Oregon stocks. So thank you, or Southern California. Thank you.
Thanks, Kristen. Thank you, Butch. Anyone else? Okay. Well, thank you both for being here, and we'll move to council discussion. So with that, I'll open the floor up for that. So, Mark Grelnick.
I apologize. My comment has nothing to do with whiting. So, one of the comments made by CDFW was a new requirement for descending devices, which I think is something that is overdue and encouraged. I know in the past, Pacific States has provided descending devices, the Sequelizer brand, for distribution in the fisheries. So I guess my question for Mr. Oliver, just to put him on the spot, is to see if Pacific States continues to have that funding and continues to have Sequelizer devices that can be distributed in the fishery to foster compliance with these requirements.
I don't have an answer off the cuff, but I'll find out.
Thank you very much.
Keely?
Thank you. NOAA has provided funding for PAC states to be able to distribute descending devices in the past. I don't have on hand the amount of funding that has been provided year to year, but it is something that is high on our priority list. When we have extra funding, can certainly look into that and bring that back if you'd like to know what the funding that has been provided year to year, or what the expectations of future funding might be.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Keely. All right. Anyone else? Marcy?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I just virtually received an update related to descending devices. CDFW, in response to some public comments expressing concern about the potential cost of buying some of these off-the-shelf descending devices, has undertaken an effort to provide some outreach and education on ways to make your own. It's very affordable that way. It can be done quickly and easily. And we're working on some videos to try to educate folks how best to do this. Just wanting to note that there was the San Diego Day at the Docks event occurred just yesterday. And there was quite a bit of interest at that event in homemade devices. And it sounds like, as Keely indicated, there's some efforts underway to purchase additional descending devices, acknowledging that now California will have this requirement. So that the federal and state agencies are coordinating best they can to make sure we get either information or devices out into the mainstream, and certainly look forward to continuing work on this. I just want to go back to the GAP testimony and acknowledge their report, as the GAP correctly recognizes that CDFW is now responsible for establishing the nearshore trip limits under state regulation. The GAP acknowledged the public comment that was received requesting changes to nearshore rockfish trip limits, and the GAP also urges us to consider implementing these changes through the most efficient pathway. I just want to respond to that a little bit and note that we understand that folks are looking for increases in opportunity. However, CDFW is not as responsive or doesn't have the ability to be as responsive in real time to requests for change. One great thing about the council process and our in-season management agenda items is that ability to track our progress in season and make adjustments with one quick rulemaking that can either provide additional opportunities for folks if we're tracking low against our limits, or perhaps if in the need where we're in a time when we're tracking high, to reduce trip limits. It's a very effective and efficient way to do business and allows us to achieve our our targets and creates a great opportunity for public engagement and responsiveness. Unfortunately, we are just not going to be able to do that stateside. We do not have the ability through our rulemaking authorities to be able to take quick actions to make changes. We understand this is concerning, but unfortunately, this is kind of, we're doing all we can with the resources we have to get rules into place for our state fisheries. And this is a new way of operating, and it's just going to take us some time to get our feet under us. But once we do, there is just not going to be a way for changing regulations several times a year to make adjustments to trip limits. That's not to say that we don't expect, looking forward, that when we have new information, particularly on quillback rockfish, and that bigger issue that Dan referenced with regard to our action to close state waters to commercial take of groundfish, we will certainly be considering what actions might be appropriate if we see a substantial change to the status of the quillback stock or the future OFL, ABC, ACL. So I just wanted to, I guess, make that clear. And it's not that we don't care or that we don't want to do our best to see our minor nearshore limits attained, but our ability to be responsive in a regulatory sense is limited. Turning to the discussion on whiting today, I just want to thank our public commenters for being so willing to answer a very detailed set of questions to the best of their ability, and just want to acknowledge the commitments that I heard to do better. And that while we have obviously ESA requirements and allowable take levels per the ITS, that that shouldn't be the standard. We're looking to do as best we can to minimize bycatch of Chinook and coho salmon in fisheries in 2024. And I don't have anything more to say other than I appreciate the attention that the council has placed on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcy. Okay. Anybody else? All right. Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I, with all of the questions and answers we had, and particularly in regard to whiting, I figured I should make a few comments, and I do have a few comments on that. I really do appreciate the work that's done thus far by the sectors to come up with an agreement, understanding it's very complex and there are a lot of issues here. I appreciate Marcy's comment on avoiding species that, particularly salmon, at all levels of abundance, and right now, particularly southern, that abundance is very, very low. So I know, as being a past participant in that sector, that's always in the mothership side of it has been foremost. Avoiding bycatch. It's been an issue since day one, and I think the sector's done a great job. I think both sectors have. The message that I think I would like to impart is that continue work on this. Don't stop. We need. I understand that sectors are different and their needs are different, but the overarching effect of bycatch is huge, and I think that we need to we need to make sure that the sectors understand that just complying with an amount is one thing, but understanding the lay of the land and what the concerns are is also very important. I think that going forward, it would be, since they're both with the same monitoring agents and agent and all that, and is to consider these complying with these closures that are rolling hotspots or it as well. I think that I would like to see something like that in an intercooperative agreement. Personally, I do believe that there's the fundamental reason the mothership co-op, because I know that one, agreement, bycatch agreement is the way it is because we wanted to make sure that every participant was not affected by the other participant to be able to complete the harvest of their fish within the bounds of the bycatch. And so those rules are very prescriptive, and understand that it's probably not the same with the CPs. However, I think the financial commitment that is given to bycatch in that particular sector is huge. And I think that the general idea is stay on your own side of the fence, so to speak. In other words, you have so much bycatch, you got a pro rata share even down to the individual platform, and all efforts to stay within your bounds are contained in those agreements. Now, it also recognizes, and the council's recognized, that best laid plans don't always come out that way. And bycatch is a very unknown thing. It changes year to year, depending where the whiting is, depending where the bycatch is. And so all of these rules are put in place to enable them to continue to harvest the whiting and to stay within the bycatch limits. The set-asides was a huge, huge privilege. And I was part of working to get that at the time before I was on the council. It's a huge privilege because we don't know how bycatch is going to affect the fishery. And we do know that in particular years, we may exceed the set-aside, may get to that point to where the set or come up against the set-aside and have much whiting to harvest. And in those times, a lot of communication is needed, a lot of justification is needed. And in the past, if there's room in the overall pool of a particular bycatch species like dark blotch last year, the co-ops were allowed to exceed that annual set aside. But it comes with a lot of communication, and it comes with the council, the agency understanding what the conditions are on the grounds and the measures that are being taken to avoid them. So all that being said, I think it's really incumbent upon those two sectors, third sector potentially too, to come forward with a plan and assure the council that the trust that we have in them staying in their side, within the set-asides is warranted. I worry that the reluctance to not come to an agreement on that. See, that basic premise that you stay on your own side of the fence, so to speak, to the extent possible. And when you get to the point where you can't, or it appears you're not going to be able to, warrant people, including the council, including NIMS, that you're getting to that part. So I would hope that the negotiations between the two sectors continues and that we get to a place where the council has comfort that this is being taken care of, because I do believe with all my heart that the best place for this management is in those co-ops. They have the ability to real-time monitor the catch, monitor the effect, and put closures into place or avoidance measures to minimize bycatch. And I think that is the ultimate thing. And I'm not trying to speak to criticize any one sector or any one group. It's just with privilege comes responsibilities. And this council is given a lot of privileges there with the set-asides. They're not hard caps. I lived with hard caps. So did the whole sector. And those pretty untenable. I think this can work. I appreciate the efforts so far, but I guess my multiple message here is don't stop. Get this done. Give us confidence that we understand you can manage it better than actually we can. structurally. And that was the spirit that this went forward with to begin with. And I know it was one season, one spring has put a crack in that confidence. And I think it's important that we are reassured that all is well, all is under control. So I hope I made sense there. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Bob, for the sage advice. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Oh, Corey Ridings.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo some of the concerns that have come out today on this agenda item. You know, I continue to have ongoing concerns about the salmon bycatch. We had no salmon fishery in California last year, and we're looking at a similar situation for this year. I think Mr. Smith said it well, that things change every year, and the context and larger ecosystem context is different every year. We're in the margins in California for salmon, and these fish are precious. More information is better. This sharing agreement or communication agreement updates, I really appreciate folks who have come today and at previous meetings to describe them, update us, provide advanced letters for the briefing book. But at the end of the day, it's not even really my business. We rely on the sectors to work together, and those details are really the sector's responsibility. I think Mr. Dooley just spoke to that really well, so I'm not going to repeat that, but just noting that those places are the way we've designed the system for those details to get worked out. Mr. Niles mentioned earlier some questioning of the science and what are the impacts really are. Those are interesting questions. I mean, I haven't seen that science, but would be open to seeing it. I'm also interested in more science and information to help better understand what salmon are being caught, where these salmon are coming from. So again, thanks to the folks that showed up today and provided public comment.
Thank you, Corey. All right. Corey Niles.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, Bob, agreeing with most everything, 99% of what you said, and really believe in the co-ops. Corey, I don't remember saying anything about the science, but I probably did at one point. But I think the thing is, I would say when we give these co-ops clear conservation objectives, or they can figure them out, like Bob's saying, better than we can do it from our top-down type approaches. I'm way convinced of that. At the same, we've given them like a bazillion conservation objectives, to say it in a silly way, because if they're off Southern Oregon, that you all are expressing real concern about the salmon down there. If they're off of Northern Washington, it's POP, it's dogfish, it's canary. If you're off Central Oregon, it's dark blotch, there's widow. So we've asked them, at least not a bazillion, but there's a lot of species we've asked them to. It's been sablefish, and then out of the blue, it was short belly, which I still remember having them come and show us their, I don't know the term, the sonar readouts of what a school of whiting looks like. And I think that little part there might be the short belly. And just how hard it is for them to do. So I think, if anything, what you said about collecting data and what the real conservation impact is on these on these struggling salmon stocks, totally agree with that. It's just they have one number, through the BIOP, and as Glenn was saying, they don't want to get anywhere near that. They want to do a lot better than that, but I don't know that we've given them as specific objectives about which stocks to avoid, and that's the same thing. I think there's a lack of clarity, not to no one's fault, about what we mean by set asides now. And just to wrap it up, I think, first of all, I want to emphasize, as others have, where they did get to in this agreement in data sharing. I think that is great. I think what makes me nervous is, and I don't want to go too far on this, is one sector telling the other that their management measures are more effective than the others, because if they showed me their, and I think Phil's suggestion and others to get both of those, their protocols out in the public and transparent is fantastic idea. If you asked me to say which one was more effective with data, I would say I'm not even going to try, because these statistics, regular stats don't work on these things. Base rates only tell part of the story. It's really these rare, relatively infrequent, very large, consequential catches for a lot of the species is what matters. And I've come to think that those are not really in anyone's control. They're unpredictable. I hear Kristen saying there's evidence and about night fishing and all that. So I'm not saying that's the case in everything, but yeah, just a long way of saying I've been grateful that we don't have to weigh in and arbitrate on whose measures are better. And I'm not surprised that they weren't able to, at this point in time, come to agreement on common measures between the two. But yeah, encourage them to do that, and where the shared data, and I know the Sea State folks are fantastic. The people who run the co-ops are fantastic, and they can do over time. I'm sure they can find things that they will agree are effective. That was a lot more than I meant to say at this point, but yeah, I didn't mean to question any kind of science. I just want to say it is. I've come to realize over the 17 years of being involved in this process that it's hard and it's not in their control. And these rates are really small, as Glenn was getting to. And yeah, it could be by chance that they are performing like in very similarly, or, yeah. And sorry, one more thought I want to get out is I missed seeing Donna Parker at the reception and see her book advertisement back there, which looks great. But I remember her in my head just talking about the cost of all these measures, which we haven't heard really about. What is it, the cost of moving? And this was Bob, you were part of the why we should go away from the hard caps to set asides, and the unquantified cost of having to move up and down and all over the place. I don't know we have ever quantified that, but it's real cost it's a necessity for a lot of these species, but that should be recognized as well. And again, I do appreciate all the efforts, and as I said, hope those keep happening and expect good results for them.
All right, thanks, Corey. All right, anyone else? Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair Pettinger. My turn to demote you. Not on the whiting issue, although that's an important issue. Wanted to circle back to descending devices and offer up ODFW's experience. We've been doing this for quite a while. If there's anything ODFW staff can do to help CDFW staff, we're willing to do it. We've got some lessons learned, some things that have worked, some things that haven't, and we're willing to work and share what we've learned, and hopefully it helps you guys with the process a little easier. So just wanted to offer up that assistance from what we've learned.
All right, thank you, Lynn. Okay. Well, we've almost made noon, so it's probably time to turn to Todd and see how we've done here.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The council has, you did not adopt any final in-season adjustments because none were offered. I would say you had a very robust discussion on whiting and the co-ops. Under the action, I'd say you've addressed everything, and it might be time to switch gears.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, with that, we'll see you all back here at 1 o'clock, and Vice Chair Hassenberg will have the gavel.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
All right, everybody, 1 minute countdown to commencing has started. All right, thank you all for that. We're ready to start this afternoon on agenda item F4. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Seeger. Give us an introduction to the topic, and or if you're tag teaming with Jesse there, whichever one of you wants to start.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, and good afternoon, council members. Yeah, Jesse and I'll be passing back and forth here, give you a change of voices occasionally. We're here for final action on Sablefish gear switching and the trawl IFQ fishery. Okay. There we go. Your actions today are to select an FPA, and if that FPA is an action alternative, to specify options and resolve any outstanding issues, as well as adopt FMP language and provide other guidance as necessary. Here's a list of the materials that were in your advanced briefing book, including a NMS report. In your supplemental, you have the gap report, and there are 3 written public comments in the portal. So that's an initial orientation, and then this is an outline of the presentation we'll be running through with you this afternoon. We'll start with a general review of the purpose and need and SAMTAC principles. The purpose and need statement adopted by the council is much longer, but very briefly, the need is based on underattainment of the trawl allocations. And the purpose of the action would be to keep northern sablefish gear switching from impeding attainment while considering current operations and investments. The purpose needs statement also mentions a few other possible causes for underattainment, like declining trawl vessel participation, the lack of markets, lack of infrastructure. And these and other potential causes are also evaluated in the analysis that we've reviewed with you previously. SAMTAC adopted a set of guiding principles by consensus. These have not been adopted by the council, but have been frequently referenced during your discussions. So for the presentation, I reorganized them a bit, but go over them here. The SAMTAC agreed that unlimited gear switching was not desirable and that it would be good to ensure affordable trawl access, maintain a gear switching option for trawler, and increase net value of the trawl fishery. And while doing that, consider impacts on existing operations, including impacts to both trawlers and gear switchers, to both vessels and buyers. Consider industry and community impacts and ensure long-term stability. And consider the effect on the value of trawl permits. So now let's move to the alternatives. Of course, we have the no action alternative and action alternatives, and here we'll be focusing on the action alternatives. I'm going to start with the three alternatives that were on the table in November, then we'll take a look at the PPA. Under alternative 1, northern sablefish quota pounds would be quota share and quota pounds would be gear specific. Under alternative 2, just the quota pounds would be gear specific. And under alternative 3, it would be the seasonal approach. All quota would remain generic, valid for any gear as under no action. For alternative 1, there would be a one-time conversion of quota share to gear specific quota share. Folks who owned quota share on the control date and had a personal history of owning a vessel that met the qualifying requirements would have 100% of their eligible quota share converted to any gear. All others, depending on options selected and their status under those options, would have some or none of their quota share converted to any gear, with the remainder being converted to trawl only quota share. Then annually, there would be gear-specific quota pounds allocated to the quota share owners based on the type of quota share owned. For alternative 2, there would be a one-time qualification of individuals for legacy status. And as you're probably all aware, this is alternative 2 is an integral part of the PPA. Then gear-specific quota pounds would be issued annually. Legacy participants would receive 100% any gear quota pounds for their eligible quota share. And all other quota share would be issued any gear and trawl only quota pounds in a standard ratio. Note that under alternative 2, nothing follows the quota share during trades. The legacy status stays with the individual. For alternative 3, there's no qualification, just a season closure that would apply to everyone. In terms of changing to the administration of the existing program, under alternative 1, after initial issuance, everything would rely on the structure of the existing program, with the addition of having to track the gear used for the quota pounds. Alternative 2 would require a new tracking system for legacy participants and the amount of quota share they own. Alternative 3 would not change the IFQ system itself, but like alternative 1 might require some additional tracking of gear used in order to monitor achievement of the season, which would be the a 29% limit would cause the closure of the season. So now looking at the PPA, under the PPA, the IFQ program would operate under one of two modes determined annually. There would be years in which gear-specific quota pounds are issued and years in which generic quota pounds are issued as under status quo. The gear-specific quota pound years would rely on the provisions of alternative 2. Initially, 29% any gear quota pounds would be issued, but as legacy participants divest of quota share, that amount would decline. The generic quota pounds years would operate as under no action. A question for the council at this meeting is the trigger criteria that would result in the issuance of the generic quota pounds. The PPA includes an ACL trigger, the level for which needs to be chosen. Then there's a sub option available, which is not part of the PPA, but available for use in your FPA. And under that sub option, regardless of the ACL level, if the average gear switching for the previous 3 years is less than 29%, then generic quota pounds would be issued for the coming year. Here's a schematic based on a schematic of the basic trigger. So we have the ACL levels on the vertical axis and the gear switching levels across the horizontal axis. And so if the ACL is above a certain level, it triggers the issuance of generic quota pounds, regardless of recent gear switching levels. In contrast, if the gear switching level sub option is added, then in addition to the ACL trigger, when the recent gear switching levels fall below 29%, generic quota pounds would be issued regardless of what the ACL levels are. To finalize the PPA as an FPA, the following decisions are needed. First, triggers that we just went over. Then there are some qualification issues around estates for deceased individuals. For these situations, we need to determine how to evaluate what constitutes owners as of and since the control date, both with respect to permit ownership on the basis of which individuals qualify and the amount of quota share owned. This may involve rules for estate trusts. For example, in the analysis, we have assumed that an ownership that lists the estate of John Smith would be treated as a continuation of the ownership of John Smith, but the council hasn't yet affirmed whether that is the approach they want to take. There are also other situations where an owner has passed away and assets have been passed on to other individuals and entities. Finally, there is a question of the expiration of legacy status for entities for which no individuals can be identified as owners. This question primarily applies to some trusts and nonprofits. If there is no expiration for these entities, their legacy status might last in perpetuity, while legacy status that can be traced to individuals will eventually expire. So now let's move to your second action, which is the FMP amendment language. It's provided in attachment 4. In that attachment, you'll see some yellow highlighted text, which are modifications that we just consider to be housekeeping, for example, some terminology updates. And then you'll see an underlined paragraph that sets up the context for for providing the gear switching limitation. And then that paragraph ends with a sentence that identifies that there would be a restriction. So 2 language options are provided for you to consider that vary in terms of the specificity of the FMP language on the trigger. One approach is just to say that there will be a trigger specified in regulation. The other is to include in the FMP exactly what the triggers are. The third action is to provide additional guidance as needed. And one of the areas that we think you might want to provide some guidance on is the process moving forward and deeming, assuming that you select an action alternative at this meeting. With respect to deeming, the usual process would be to have the executive direct, the regulations are drafted by National Marine Fisheries Service working with council staff, and then they're sent to the council, and then the executive director would deem that the drafted implementing regulations are consistent with the council policy. Occasionally, when things are complex or controversial, the council itself participates in the deeming process. Here are a few things you might want to think about in terms of whether to involve the council in deeming. Usually there's some implementation issues. Usually some implementation issues are left to NMFS to work out. Depending on what is left to NMFS, the council might want a chance to review and comment on the approach taken in the draft regulations. For complex issues, there are also sometimes policy issues that are uncovered during the drafting of regulations, things that we didn't see during this development and deliberation process. If those come up, council deeming might provide an opportunity for some additional council guidance on how to handle those situations. Another consideration, though, is the effect of waiting for a council meeting to deem on the implementation schedule and the council workload. So our next section will get into the analysis, but I've covered quite a bit of material here already. Let's stop for and see if there's any questions on what we've looked at thus far.
Thank you. Any questions for Dr. Seeger up to this point?
You take over now, Rick.
Phil Anderson. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Dr. Seeger. Relative to the Groundfish FMP and the language that you referenced there that's in attachment 4, just want to make sure I understand what the expectation of the council is for Wednesday, assuming we select in one of the action alternatives. My understanding is that we also need to take action on the Groundfish FMP language relative to the amendments that would be needed, or, well, is that what we will need to do?
Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Anderson, yes, that's correct. You need to adopt an FMP amendment to go along with the policy that you adopt.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Yeah, I don't see any. Please continue.
Mr. Vice Chair, council members. So I'm going to start on our analysis, which can be found in attachment 3. And I'm going to give an overview of some main sections, highlight some key updates, but y'all have heard a lot of this from us several times at this point. So I'm going to breeze through a lot of it. So in chapter 2, this is our description of the fishery and problem analysis. It includes information on why we have sectors, the history of trawl fixed gear sablefish allocations, and the history of trawl attainment and gear switch harvest. And in relation to this last one, we wanted to provide a quick reminder of the overview of the gear switching levels that we've seen since the start of the IFQ program. So the graphic you have on your screen shows two things. It shows the gear switch catch, which is shown on the left-hand axis and in the blue bars with the years going across the bottom. And then the percent utilization shown in the orange line with the percent utilization going up the right-hand y-axis. So some statistics. On average, we've had 1.6 million pounds of gear switch catch, and it's ranged from just under 1 million to just over 2 million over these 14 years. Utilization has averaged 28.5% with a range of 19 to 35.3%. And in terms of participation for vessels and permits have averaged to be about 13 with a range from 7 to 21. And I did want to flag a quick reminder that the 29% that's being used for the development of the alternatives that you adopted was based on the average of the pre-control date, full year's utilization. So that's shown here in the black bar on your screen. So that's 2011 through 2016 is where that 29% came from. And you'll notice that's actually similar to what we've been seeing on average over the entire time series. Moving forward is potential causes of underattainment, section 2.4. So here we evaluated different constraints, some of which were noted in the purpose and need Jim spoke to, but we also looked at other potential causes. Again, I've talked about these issues heavily in detail in the past. So I mainly just wanted to flag a couple things in this last subsection on the competition between trawl strategies. When we look at vessel revenue or profit per pound of Sablefish, it would seem that on average, GTS trawl vessels generate more revenue and profit than gear switching vessels. However, the EDC data shows us that at the vessel level, some gear switchers are more profitable than some trawlers and vice versa. So that we don't get no DTS or no gear switching, but rather a mix of the two is what's currently happening. And also, while DTS has been the focus of a lot of discussions and is likely to be the strategy to potentially benefit from a gear switching limitation, assuming it is constraining, there has been a change in strategy that the changes in strategy that use and most likely are to compete for Sablefish. So in recent years, strategies such as shelf, mixed slope, and flatfish are taking more of the total amount of trawl Sablefish and are receiving the same magnitude in terms of revenue received per 1,000 pounds of Sablefish as DTS. Additionally, whiting and midwater rockfish fisheries are in recent years looking at 2023 data that was incorporated into attachment 3, they're consuming more Sablefish per pound of other species. Section 2.5 is on factors that might alter or indicate future gear switching levels, similar to 2.4. Y'all have heard about this extensively, but I did want to flag a little update with regards to 2.5.3 on Sablefish market prices. So in general, it would seem that price would influence catch. And so looking here, I have a graphic here on the screen that shows the Sablefish North IFQ X vessel and quota pound prices per pound. The gray line is for gear switch catch. The orange line is for trawl X vessel prices, and that's for the non-whiting fishery. And then the black line at the bottom with the blue dots is the Sablefish quota pound prices. And then you have prices going up the y-axis and then the years going across the bottom. So you'll note that in 2023, which if you recall on a couple slides ago, the actual volume of catch had been up, and it was in fact the second highest gear switching catch on record, even though gear switching Sablefish prices declined substantially and were actually at the lowest point in the time series. The quota pound price, though, only declined a little, so the gear switching profits per pound probably went down. And I did want to note that the quota pound prices are only cash transactions and could be other types of transactions going on, so such as giving Sablefish quota pounds when purchasing or trading for other non-whiting species, as an example. And so here we have a situation where the differential between trawl and fixed gear or gear switching price was much lower in 2023. So we saw an instance where gear switching actually increased, though any price advantage had gone down. So section 3 is our brief description of the alternatives, and section 4 was the summaries of the analyses, which are really built up of sections 7, 8, and 9. And this was really where we try to show you those key take homes if you want to kind of the higher level rather than all the details. I did want to note we did some updates to section 4.2 on the national standards based on comments from November, and also section 4.6, which looks at small business impacts, is also new. And then section 7 through 10 are also the same as you saw in November, with some updates on information through 2023, specifically with regards to the alternative specific impacts we updated through with information with quota share information through 2023. So with regards to the analysis, and before we look into looking at the impacts of the PPA, we also wanted to remind you of the main question here at hand. Is gear switching constraining trawl activity? To assess this analysis, we looked at 3 different scenarios throughout the document. In the first one, gear switching limits the harvest of trawl complexes. So with a limit to gear switching, we would see trawlers increasing their harvest of complexes, such as DTS. The second scenario would be that gear switching causes trawlers to avoid sablefish. So with a limitation on gear switching, we would see trawlers increasing the proportion of sablefish in their catch. And the third scenario is that gear switching is not limiting trawl attainment. So if there was a limitation to gear switching, there would be no change in trawl activity, and we would see sablefish quota pound going unused. Now with the PPA and any of the current alternatives in the range, the question of what would happen if there was a limitation of gear switching applies not with respect to the total amount of gear switching, but just to the difference in the amount of gear switching occurring under no action versus the action alternative. Of that difference, there's likely to be a mix of responses that we have here, with some being used to catch complexes, some adding sablefish to their mix, and depending on the year, there could be the potential for sablefish going unused. And before I turn it back over to Jim, I think I'll pause and see if there are questions here.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions on that section of the report? Give people ample time to think through this. I see no questions, so I'll turn it back to you.
Sorry, Mr. Vice Chairman, we had a little technical glitch and a loose cord and passing the computer back and forth. It'll take me a minute to get it back up again.
We can wait. We've got all afternoon.
Thank you for your patience there. So I'm going to start here with the analysis of the triggers that would activate the issuance of generic quota pounds. First, we'll look at the ACL criteria, which is part of the PPA. And then we'll look at the gear switching level sub options that's available for use in the FPA, but it's not a formal part of the PPA. This first graphic will show ACLs on the vertical axis, and then we have years across the bottom there. Recall that these northern ACLs also include other allocations, such as open access and limited entry fixed gear allocations, not just the trawl allocation amounts. Here we have the historic and current northern sablefish ACLs. And here is a projection of the future ACLs based on the most recent stock assessment and some other assumptions. This first line is at 5,000 metric tons, the low end of the range being considered as part of the PPA. Note that at this level, if this had been in place since 2011, there are only 3 years of ACLs below the trigger. You'll see it there, 2013 to 2015. So in all other years, the trigger would be hit and generic quota pounds would have been issued. This next line is the 6,000 metric ton line. At this level, the ACL triggers would not have been hit until 2021. And then it would be hit in all of the subsequent years. And then we have the 8,000 metric ton level. For it, the trigger would have been hit in 2023 and in all years from 2025 on. And finally, at the top end of the range being considered, we predict that at the 10,000 metric ton level, we predict it would be hit in all years from 2025, at least through 2023, based on the stock assessments, most recent stock assessment. Now let's look at a retrospective analysis. For this, we'll look at the ACL triggers and the type of quota pounds that would have been issued in each year if the policy had been in place. And we'll compare those results to the level of gear switching that actually occurred in those years. We'll summarize the results based on the council focused on action alternatives that limit gear switching to below 29%. We'll consider that in a year when gear switching was above 29%, the council would have wanted to have a limitation and issue gear-specific quota pounds. And when gear switching was less than or equal to 29%, the desired outcome would have been to issue generic quota pounds so that gear switching would have not have been constrained when gear switching was low. And we'll consider that when either of these conditions are met, we would have what we're going to call an aligned result. So here's that graph we were just looking at. And since we're just concerned with historic values, let's get rid of those future ones. And here is the 5,000 metric ton trigger line. And then we've got the actual gear switching levels for these years. Based on the ACL levels, I'm going to put boxes around values in which gear-specific quota pounds would have been issued and circles for years in which generic quota pounds would have been issued. And then this is the 29% line. For well-aligned results, we'd like to see boxes above this line and circles below. So for the 5,000 metric ton trigger, gear-specific quota pounds would have been issued for these 3 years where the ACLs don't rise up to that trigger line. For only one of these years was the gear switching above 29%. So the gear-specific quota pound constraint would have been well aligned, hence the green box. For the other 2 years, it was below 29%, so it might have been better to issue generic quota pounds, and so the red boxes. Generic quota pounds would have been issued for these 5 years with gear switching higher than 29%, and these 5 years in which gear issuance of generic quota pounds would have not resulted in gear switching above 29%. So here's a summary table for the 5,000 metric ton level. We have a total of 3 gear-specific years that you just saw, gear-specific quota pound issuance years, one in which it was aligned by the standards that we identified, and 2 in which it was not aligned by those standards. Then we have the 10 years of generic quota pound issuance split half and half between the aligned and the what we're calling the not aligned results. So now we'll look at the results for the 6,000 metric ton trigger. This is the level in which gear-specific quota pounds would have been issued in every year up through 2020. Here we have gear-specific quota pounds issued 6 times in years when the gear switching level was above 29%, and 4 times in years when it was below 29%. Then generic quota pounds would have been issued in 3 years, all of which were below 29%. And here's our tally with 9 in the green and 4 in the red. I'm not going to go through graphs on the other lines, but we'll summarize here. Moving from 6,000 to 8,000 metric tons, we would move 2 of the below 29% years from issuing generic quota pounds to the issuance of gear-specific quota pounds. And moving from 8,000 to 10,000 metric tons, we move 1 additional below 29% year in that direction. I want to emphasize that on the one hand, this retrospective is illustrative of what might have happened in a particular set of historical conditions. But on the other hand, for some future series of years with similar ACLs, the results could be quite different depending on market conditions for both the trawl and fixed gear caught fish. So another element to consider here from a policy perspective might be the degree and the direction in which the council might want to be more or less conservative in its selection of a trigger level. So that finishes up our analysis on the ACL trigger. Now we'll switch and take a look at the gear switching level trigger sub option. And this is where if the 3-year average gear switching level falls to below 29%, then generic quota pounds would be issued. I'm going to start by giving the summary points from this analysis. First, we'll look at a hypothetical time series or some hypothetical time series of gear switching levels. And since we're interested in the effect of the gear switching level trigger, we're going to assume that ACLs are low so that absent this additional criteria, gear specific quota pounds would be issued. This allows us to isolate just the effect of the sub option. There are 3 main conclusions. First, if gear switching levels are low, always less than 29%, the sub options work as desired, and generic quota pounds would be issued in each year, in each below 29% year. Second, at a moderate gear switching level, where everything is above 29%, an average of 33%, there could be somewhat of a yo-yo effect with a flipping between the issuance of gear-specific and generic quota pounds, depending on how industry responds to those unconstrained years. And we'll talk more about that as we go through. Third, even when conditions are supporting high gear switching levels, because of this effect, there could be some years in which generic quota pounds would end up being issued. After looking at the hypothetical time series, we'll look at a retrospective application of the gear switching level trigger to I think, yeah. And there we'll see that it would have changed the type of quota pounds issued in up to 6 years. And we'll be looking at the period, I was just trying to remember, of I think it's 2015 through 2023. So we'll start with these hypothetical time series. And here we have a time series of gear switching levels, and note that they're all below 29%. I want to start by focusing on the first 5 years. We're going to assume that the policy is implemented between years 4 and 5. The trigger criteria is the 3-year average. And so to implement in year 5, then during year 4, we would need to know what the average is. So we would have to use the average for years 1 through 3 to determine what we're going to do in year 5. Thus, the 3-year average would always be lagged by 1 year. Since the average is below 29% here, the generic quota pounds would be issued, said there would be no restriction on gear switching. Since for this hypothetical series, the values are under 29%, are under 29%, the 29% average trigger would never be hit and generic quota pounds would always be issued. As is shown here, the gray line, which represents the 3-year averages, never reaches the 29% line, as you would expect. This low level of gear switching could either be because prices and markets don't support higher levels of gear switching, or because industry works together to keep themselves below the 29% so that they can avoid dealing with the issuance of gear-specific quota pounds. Now let's look at a moderate level of gear switching. Here we have all the values above 29% and averaging 33%. Again, the gray line shows the 3-year averages lagged 1 year, as we just discussed. Now we'll see what happens when the gear switching level is imposed starting in year 5. And I'm going to start by focusing on these first 5 years. And once again, we use the first 3 years to determine the average for year 5. And that average will end up being above 29%. So gear switching is limited, as represented by the orange bar here, which is our projection for the level of gear switching that might result. Next, we add 4 more years to the time series. And here you'll see that the gray average line continues for a while above 29%, but is eventually dragged down to below 29%, triggering the removal of the constraint and then the issuance of generic quota pounds in year 9, such that gear switching returns to above 29%. Unconstrained, that higher level will continue until the average is back above the trigger and the gear-specific quota pounds are once again issued. And the full pattern would look like this. As a reminder, I put these lightly shaded, they are very lightly shaded. Lightly shaded bars are the original values before the constraints went into effect. So this yo-yo effect presumes that if there is not a constraint, there's not gear-specific quota pounds, then gear switching would end up being above 29%. However, if the gear switching folks manage themselves so that when generic quota pounds are issued, then those are the black bars, they still don't go above 29%, then this sub-option would not cause this back and forth effect, and generic quota pounds would be issued on an ongoing basis, as we saw in the first example, where it was all of the results were below 29% to start with. Finally, we have this scenario with high levels of gear switching. So again, we will impose the policy before year 5. And we see that even though we are in a high gear switching level regime, occasionally there would be a few years in which the generic quota pounds would be issued instead of gear specific quota pounds, and gear switching might return to those higher levels, assuming that the markets and so forth are there to support the higher levels as they would in a high gear switching level regime. And again, with the caveat, unless industry manages itself to keep it below, because they're able to cooperate and get together and manage themselves to keep below 29% to avoid the gear-specific quota pound hassle. So that completes our hypothetical series. Now we'll look at a retrospective evaluation. Here we have columns for the years and a separate row for each ACL level. GEN indicates that generic quota pounds would be issued, and GSP, that gear-specific quota pounds would be issued. The yellow cells indicate that the sub-option would cause a switch from the issuance of gear-specific to generic quota pounds. And then across the bottom, we have the actual gear switching levels for each year. So we see one set of flips to generic for 2015 to 2017. When the actual gear switching levels were high, as you see by the values at the bottom of the table there. Then another set of flips for 2022 to 24, and for the first 2 years of which had low levels of gear switching. And then, of course, we don't have the 2024 results here yet. Mr. Chairman, that completes my review of the triggers. We'll continue on. Jesse will continue on with a general analysis of the PPA. But let me see if there's any questions about what I just went through.
Thank you. Questions for Dr. Seeger on that section? Lynn Mattis?
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. This was on the graph on slide 30 in your description. I suspect I heard wrong because you're way smarter than I am on this stuff. But when you were describing what I heard when you described this graph at the 10,000 line, not allowing the generic, having gear specific would be triggered in every, if we were at a 10,000 ACL trigger, what I heard you say was that trigger would happen every year 2025 through 2033, where it would only be gear specific, not generic. To me, that was backwards.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mattis, if I said that, I did have it backwards and misspoke. You have it correctly, that when the triggers hit, generic quota pounds would be issued.
Okay, I thought I heard it what I think is the correct way later. I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the slide in the description. So thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you. Further questions? Krista Svensson.
Thank you. I have one question and a follow-up question that's probably the other remaining question. So these are pertaining to the slides starting on 39 and afterwards, so the hypothetical time series. And I absolutely understand that, hey, this could happen, but I just want to make sure that I am clear in my understanding that this is based upon gear switching being the problem as opposed to what would happen if gear switching isn't an issue, people will go out and do whatever it is that they do, in which case you're not necessarily going to hit any of these. You could hit 17%, et cetera. And then the following on piece was, I wasn't clear in this report how you picked 42%, which is higher than anything I've ever seen for gear switching, as the magic number for that series in particular.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Ms. Svensson. Your first question was predicated on gear switching being the problem. And this point in the analysis really doesn't get into whether gear switching is the problem or not, but rather it's more the dynamics that would occur with the interaction between the policy and the actual level of gear switching that is occurring. How that affects then the trawl industry in terms of whether it provides a benefit to a trawl industry, that's another question I'm not trying to get to here. It's just right now, it's just the interaction between the policy and the response of industry to the condition of whether there's a gear switching limit in place with gear specific quota pounds, or there's not a limit in place with respect to generic quota pounds. In terms of the selection of different levels, we wanted to select, I wanted to select some things that were illustrative. So these are hypothetical series. The middle one that you looked at were years that I selected based on the actual years that we've seen recently, but keeping it to all the levels that were higher than 29%. So that's one illustrative case. Then illustrating a lower level, which we've never seen it consistently this lower, but we have seen levels this low, so that is within. And then the higher case was because there's been a lot of talk in the council that, well, gear switching levels have been, we're okay with where they've been, but we just don't want to see them get higher. So the question in my mind was, how would this policy perform if the gear switching levels did get higher? It's not to say that they will, and I didn't, take it way high, but I just kind of, the difference between the 20, I kind of have been stuck on 6% increments. So 29 The maximum we saw was 36. So we did kind of that. And then I just added another 6% to construct a higher end of the range. But these are all hypothetical for the purpose of illustrating how these would perform under different regimes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Don't see any hands, so please continue.
Okay, so, let me. Okay, so impacts of the PPA specifically there. So as this, the PPA is based in alternative 2 at its core, I did want to do a quick reminder on our qualification for that. And so to receive legacy status, legacy participants as of and since the control date would have to have owned a trawl limited entry permit with at least 30,000 pounds of gear switch landing for 3 or more years between 2011 and the control date, as well as owned Sablefish North quota share. There were 11 permits that met that landings criteria, so the 30,000 pounds for 3+ years. And based on our analysis, 4 of those permits were estimated to have been leased. And so those vessels that fished those permits, we did want to highlight that they would not qualify under the current PPA because the alternative is based on who owns the limited entry permit, not who necessarily fished the limited entry permit. So there are about 5 individuals that would not qualify as legacy participants because they leased that permit. And just noting that those would have been qualified under alternative 1, as that was vessel based and not permit based. But on to our legacy participants and our PPA. So under the PPA, we have our legacy participants and non-legacy participants. Based on 2023 data, there are 18 entities associated with 13 quota share accounts that would be issued 100% of their eligible quota pounds as any gear. And I'll note that I use the word entities here, but these are individuals or specific legal entities where we can't get ownership information for. So this includes things like trusts or estates. So these are not meant to represent like an LLC, for example. The legacy status is only attached to an individual. So these 18 are the entities that NMFS would have to track across years and track that legacy status. And on the other hand, in 2023, there are 201 entities that would not have legacy status and are associated with 113 quota share accounts that did have Sablefish North in 2023. So again, our legacy participants would receive 100% of their eligible quota share as any gear quota pounds. And then our non-legacy participants would receive what we're calling the standard ratio. So of the 29% of the any gear quota pound that would be issued under the PPA in gear specific years, it's estimated that 11.9% of that is owned by legacy participants. So the orange pie here in our pie chart. So the remaining 17.1% would be spread across the remaining non-legacy participants and any non-eligible quota share owned by legacy participants. And that's there in the gray. The remaining quota pounds would be trawl only. So that's 71%. So then you have your 29 plus your 71, and that's all of our quota pounds for Sablefish. Now for those non-legacy participants, again, they receive that standard ratio, and to achieve this would be 19.4% any gear and 80.6% trawl only. The ratio is just the proportion of any gear of the non-legacy quota pounds to all non-legacy quota pounds. And so you can see that split here kind of represented on the chart. This ratio would remain static under the PPA as legacy participants divest, so that ultimately in gear-specific quota pound years, the max over the time period would be 19.4% any gear. And anyone that would enter the fishery and buy quota share at a later time would also get that split of their quota pounds. So with the PPA, we also wanted to raise some things related to the process for modifying the gear switching limitation in the future. So right now it is, there's this ACL trigger incorporated into the PPA that Jim spoke about. So you could look at modifying the when. So when you would change from gear specific to generic quota pound years, you could change that ACL level in the future or the actual harvest specification. So whether that's an OFL or the IFQ allocation, there were a couple different conversation points in November around that. Additionally, you could change how much gear switching is allowed in the future in gear specific years. The easiest way would be to simply modify that gear specific ratio to something other than 1981, just about. You could drive that up or down depending on the situation in the fishery at that time. A little more complicated of a way would be to modify the ratio provided to legacy participants by issuing trawl-only quota pounds for any gear quota pounds they would receive. But there are obviously some complexities to that option. Now, both of these potential changes would require regulatory and a possible FMP amendment, depending on what level of specificity you choose to incorporate into the FMP via the amendment. And this last section, wanting to look at the impacts of the PPA. And again, we're going to kind of use the comparison of alternative 2 and no action because we are kind of flipping between those two alternatives in a way with the trigger part of the PPA. So as a reminder, alternative 2, our gear specific quota pound alternative, there would be a high likelihood of attainment of any gear quota pounds owned by legacy participants, but lower for non-legacy quota pounds just because they're spread across several accounts. There would be a limited ability to secure long-term access to any gear quota pounds. It stays generic quota share, and then for every unit of quota share, you would only get a certain proportion of that issued as any gear. Quota share prices would be driven by a mix in value of trawl and any gear quota pounds. And any gear quota pounds would be highly dispersed due to that spread across accounts, which would likely to result in a redistribution of gear switching activity among communities. And now that kind of quick reminder of alternative 2, kind of highlighting the differences between the PPA and then our no action alternative 2. As I've been saying, generally in generic quota pound years, we're going to see impacts similar to no action, where gear specific quota pound years are going to be similar to alternative 2. It's all whether, the trigger is hit or not. However, there are some differences that I wanted to cover that don't follow this kind of general idea. So with regards to investments in gear specific years compared to alternative 2, that's where we're going to find our main difference. So with the PPA, gear switching interests are going to have more incentive than under alternative 2 to acquire quota share during gear specific quota pound years than they would under alternative 2 because of the ability to use those quota pounds in generic years. We also might expect quota share prices higher than just under alternative 2 alone. Oh, I'm a little behind on my clicks here. And on the trawl side of things, we might have some negative influences over trawl investments compared to alternative 2, just because there could be that as opposed to having a continuous limit of having a specific amount of any gear quota pounds, you could see those years where there is the allowance for there's no limitation on the amount of gear specific quota pounds. And the last difference I wanted to cover is just related to cost, and these are administrative costs, looking at comparing the PPA and generic quota pound years compared to no action. So with cost, while some years might not have gear-specific quota pounds, there would be costs associated with tracking legacy status, resulting in higher costs than no action in those years. In gear-specific years, we would still see costs likely to be similar to alternative 2. And with that, your council action at this meeting is to select an FPA, including final preferred options and resolution of outstanding issues, adopt FMP language, and provide other guidance on the alternatives and process as needed. And for one last time, this is hopefully, Jim and I are happy to answer any questions.
All right, with that, Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Jesse, question on the very last point, that cost administrative generic quota pound compared to no action, higher due to legacy status tracking. So my understanding is that every quota share account and every vessel we have quota limits or ownership limits, and we have use limits, vessel use limits. And I assume those are being tracked every year in isolation so that we understand whether those limits are being exceeded as regular business. So I'm trying to understand how, since you're doing it anyhow, how it's different with the legacy because they're included in that bigger pie. It seems to me that's already kind of covered. If there's a change of ownership, you're going to know that on any permit, regardless. So I'm trying to understand that. So I don't know if I asked a good question or not. Thanks.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Dooley, I'll give it my shot, and then maybe I'll look to National Marine Fishery Service, Ms. Summers. So with the legacy status, because legacy status expires upon divestment. So you're right, we are tracking, NMFS tracks ownership every year, vessel quota share limits. But in order to know how much quota pounds to issue at 100% versus that standard ratio, there is an additional task that has to happen to track those 18 entities. So it's not a large number, but those 18 entities across time, because we need to know if they do dip down in quota share, then that would mean we'd be issuing a lower percentage to their quota share account potentially of any year quota pounds. So there is a slight difference than what we would do now. And I don't know if Ms. Summers wants to add anything to my explanation, but I'll leave it there and hopefully that helps.
Maggie Summer, anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. No, that was a great answer. And I appreciate you mentioning that it's not just the legacy status, it is also the eligible quota share amount, which isn't laid out on the slide, but would be part of the annual task. And the NMFS report has some additional discussion of costs that we'll get to shortly.
Thank you. Bob Dooley.
So thank you. Good. I get the answer. Question is, part of this is discovery, right? To understand whether something has triggered an action. But that's part of understanding the ownership and the change in ownership and those type of things. But once that's discovered, then there's an action that's over and above. And that's limited to those 18 permits, the action to correct it. It's not ongoing every year. It's only when you discover something has changed. Is that correct?
Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, if I understood you, that's correct. We would be tracking it, looking at it every year. We would only need to adjust either our legacy status flag in the database or the amount of eligible quota share if there has been a change in quota share ownership.
Thanks. Next question, Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hasmer. This may be another simple question, but trying to understand on slide, where'd my mouse go? On slide 51, it says there's 11 permits that have met landing criteria. And then on the next two slides, it's talking about 18 and 13. I'm just trying to understand what the difference in those numbers are. And if it's a non-consequential difference, I'm okay with that too. I just trying to get straight in my head why those numbers are different. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Mattis. This was one of those, as I was reading it off the, how many times I've done this, that I was like, I might have reordered some of this. So the 11 permits are owned, some of those permits are owned by multiple people. And so we can have 18 individuals or those trust or estates I was talking about actually qualify, but they're all associated with only 11 of those, 11 permits total. So that's where the differential in the numbers come from.
Thank you. That clarification is helpful for me.
All right, thank you. As I look around, reminder, this is probably Dr. Seeger's last presentation to the council, so not that you have to ask a question. Krista Svensson.
I appreciate the reminder and thank you. This has been an adventure for all of us. And I haven't worked with you much other than this topic, Dr. Seegers. So appreciate the time you've spent with me and with really everybody on this. It's been monumental. I just had a really general question about this negative influence on slide 56 under the investments section. If either of you would be willing to just elaborate a bit more on what that looks like.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Ms. Benson. I'll give it my best shot and then I'll see if Jim wants to add anything. So with alternative 2, and we're doing this kind of comparison between the PPA and alternative 2. Alternative 2 would have a flat level of gear switching that would be allowed and potentially decline over time. So the maximum might be 29 or 20%, let's say, and it's going to go into the future compared to all the PPA, which might have this kind of, depending on what happens with gear switching and the ACLs and the trigger, we could have years in which gear switching could be above 29%. So there's not that certainty that I think we've heard of from the trawl perspective and having that certainty of how much gear switching would be allowed. So there is that, we're just saying the potential as a negative influence compared to alternative 2, just because there could be increases in gear switching and generic quota pound years compared to alternative 2, which would have that cap in every year.
Thank you. Other questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Well, I'm hoping Jim is not going to retire as soon as we're done answering questions here, because I was going to ask earlier, that we might want to bring them back for questions after we hear from our advisory bodies and public testimony. So I think I'll just have one question now, but I do expect to maybe possibly have questions for Jim and Jesse later. But I guess I did speak to Jim, a question for Jim here. And as he knows already, what follows is not a critique on what they've done here by any means. I fully see why they interpreted the motion from November the way they did. But I'm going to say that how they interpreted it was different from what I was envisioning when this idea came up at the last minute back in November. And I'm going to, as I tend to do, I try to start with the purpose of what we are after, and maybe contrary to typical patterns, the idea is actually, I think, more simple than what you came up with. So the idea in this, I think it was like this version of the agenda, part 1, back in November, breaking for lunch, where we were not seeing people come to around anywhere near consensus around any of the alternatives. It was basically no action versus alternative 2. Our folks in favor of no action did concede the point, however, that if the council were to go no action, there would be no control date potentially. And they agreed with the concern that that could create in the future with some no check on future investment and participation in this fishery. And so it was in that moment where we saw some space open up for more agreement than we had seen up to that time. And so it really kind of started in my mind with looking for something like a control date, stronger the control date, that did not put alternative 2 into effect immediately. But the way that you would create that effect, that control date deterrent effect, would be to have alternative 2 snap into effect when the trigger was hit. And I guess the main difference, and Jim and I talked a little bit yesterday and this morning, but wanted to get this out, and this is also stemming from our morning delegation meeting. So I guess it boils down to the idea, and it was, again, not much time to articulate it or even think through it back then, but this would just be, if the trigger was hit, this would be a one-time change. Alternative 2 would go into place, stay there until, per 3 meeting normal process or whatnot, the council would change it based on other information. So I guess there's a long way of saying, and as part of that, I would ask you to go down to one of the slides. Actually, I will not go there, but I think in my mind, there needed to be 2 pieces to the trigger. Is if there's a disagreement on whether, I will use an example of 8,000 metric ton trigger. And if I can stop accidentally chewing my gum.
Corey,
yeah,
I want to make sure we're not getting into
a question.
discussion, but we have
I promise you, Mr. Vice Chair, it's a question. So if we go to the slide, basically there had to be 2 parts of the trigger, because if we're less than 8,000 metric tons in this year, and that was the trigger level, then there had to be basically a consensus around the fact that there was a need for alternative 2 at that level. And so that's why I thought the 3-year average, which we just kind of put in there as a parenthetical, and again, agreeing why you did it this way, I guess I would go to, and sorry, Jim, you almost got the slide, or Jesse, which one? You're reading my mind. The one where it stays under 29%. Slide 40. So if this idea were to work, the future would look like this. And then can you go to the next? And this is the main point almost of the question here, Mr. Vice Chair. Maybe slide 46. Then the idea that I had in mind would never do this. If it went, you would, in that example, in year 5, then it would just stay as alternative 2. So I guess the question is, can my understanding from discussions this morning with our stakeholders is it might not be fully there in this analysis, but do you think that idea, is there a way to look at these scenarios in a way of how that idea, which you understand better than I'm explaining now, because we've talked about it twice in the last couple of days, but is there any way we could look at that idea with the information you have produced for us here?
Dr. Seeger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman, Mr. Niles. Yeah, I think what it comes down to, one way to look at it is to look at these, as I said earlier, in this scenario, this moderate gear switching level, what we said was the trigger gets hit, it gets constrained down to those orange levels on years 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then you go to a generic condition, in which case we assume that the gear switching levels would come up above 30% and drag the average up, and then you get the yo-yo effect. But if instead of going to that, going back up like that, if it just simply always stayed below this level, then this is the result. Where if you imagine the industry working together to keep themselves below the 29% so that they never hit that average or hit that trigger and cause themselves to have to deal with gear specific quota pounds. I think the one area of difference that we haven't covered in the analysis is, as I understand what you're explaining now, is that once, like, let's say this is what things look like. The industry is keeping itself below 29%. And then all of a sudden they have the 3 years above 29% and we go to gear specific quota pounds. And as I understand what you're proposing now is that we would stay at gear specific quota pounds no matter what else happened after that. And that staying at gear specific quota pounds, having a switch and staying there is not in the analysis, but alternative 2 is in the analysis, which is always low anyway. So there are a lot of the elements of what you're talking about that are covered in the document, not the exact mix that you're talking about.
All right. Excuse me, further questions? And Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Not a question, but I wanted to take my shot at Jim and Jesse and say thank you for the immense amount of work you have done. This is maybe your last presentation to us on gear switching and last set of documents in the briefing book. But over the time the council's been considering this, no decision-making body could have asked for better support and folks who have been more dedicated and thorough and willing to turn over every rock and answer every question and done it with great humor and great results. And so I just wanted to say thank you so much to both of you. And then I at least really, and I think we all do around the table, really value the work you have done, regardless of where the council's decision on this ends up. It is a tremendous resource that you have provided in terms of description of the current state of the trawl fishery. And it's incredibly valuable. So thank you both.
Thank you. I feel those sentiments are felt around the table here. So if there are no further questions, we are going to take a break and come back to the NIMS report and the GAP report before we get to public comments. So let's take 10 minutes here so you stay fresh. All right, let's please find our way back to our seats. Get back to work. All right, thank you all. Let's come back into session here, and our reports are next. I will first turn to Maggie Summer for the NMS report. Maggie.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Hassemer. The NMS report on this agenda item has been since the advanced briefing book. It's intended to provide a summary of the tasks that we anticipate would be necessary to implement the PPA if it was selected as the final preferred alternative, and to provide a brief discussion of the costs and administrative burden so that the council and public can consider this information as you contemplate final action. It does only focus on the PPA and none of the other alternatives, the action alternatives that remain in the range. We worked, we being staff in our Groundfish branch, our permits and monitoring branch, and our scientific data management program in the Northwest Science Center, who would all be involved in implementing this, making the changes to the data systems necessary, put quite a bit of thought into just the exact steps that would be needed to implement the PPA. The numbered list of tasks in the NMS report includes some actions standard for any regulatory and FMP amendment. Those are items 1 through 8. I'll note that the time needed for these would probably be on the heavy end of the range due to the complexity of the proposed action. It also includes technical tasks that would be needed for implementation, some one-time and some recurring, as we would maintain the provision into the future. This report does have a lot more detail and a lot, maybe a different level of technical detail than you have seen in reports from us before. You've certainly heard us in discussions as the council considers whether to take on groundfish new management measures. At that stage, we've frequently provided input on workload and potential burden and need to prioritize things under that agenda item. And we recognize that we are well beyond that stage here. But we also have committed to trying to bring more information to the council at every stage of the decision-making process on the impacts that the council's decisions would have on NMS staff and our capacity to respond to council actions and to maintain our ongoing requirements for our various fishery management and monitoring programs. So that's why we included this here. I also thought it was important in particular to consider this in light of the cost recovery connection to this. Any actions that NMS takes related to a gear switching limitation provision would be incremental for cost recovery in the IFQ sector. In other words, recoverable. We note that this extra cost might not be passed on to industry since we're usually above the 3% cap on the fee percentage for the IFQ sector anyway, but they would be costs. We would need to absorb them. We think they would be primarily staff salary costs, and it would just, those tasks and that burden of accomplishing them would go into the suite of workload that we have. Our intent in providing this list is not to say that any of these items or the suite of them as a whole is insurmountable. We can accomplish them all. But as we add more to our plate for managing and monitoring the groundfish fishery, we certainly are aware that at some point we may be in a position where we can't do it all at once, and we would need to prioritize our work, and that could potentially delay work on other items. We have no specific time frame for that, or no specific actions that might be delayed to report here. Just wanted to make sure the council is aware of that. I should also say we are not seeking council input on the list of tasks. Those are the mechanics of implementing the program, and I'm sure if we were to be in a position to implement it, we'll probably discover differences from what we've laid out here regardless. So, not looking for the council to spend its time discussing that. I think that, the other reason we thought that it is important for the council to consider the tasks and just weigh it, that aspect of it, and pardon me, the costs, is the fact that we are hearing so frequently from industry about the cumulative cost burden on the non-whiting bottom trawl portion of the fishery in particular. And this would be something that would potentially add a little bit to that. So with that, be happy to answer any questions on the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Summer on the NIMS report? Krista Svensson.
Thank you for the report. And thank you for breaking out where costs lie and how they lie. I just had a question in terms of the legacy piece. I think it materially makes a difference. We've talked periodically over the years, I guess I will phrase it as, around what legacy means, if legacy is long-term or if it would be sunsetted out. I'll note in this alternative that if there is a sunset, we would be, by my reading, and I can be corrected by either your office or staff if I'm misreading this, but that we would be, if sunsetting down to 19.4%, rather than the 29 that I thought we were talking about. But in terms of cost for this program, is there a significant difference in cost for NOAA in terms of annual review and implementation if we were to keep this in perpetuity versus sunset?
Through the Vice Chair, thank you, Ms. Svensson. I think that you are asking whether there is a difference in NIMS agency costs between the alternative as currently laid out, which would keep the individual standard ratio of gear-specific quota pounds constant, and therefore, as legacy status expires, the sector-wide overall proportion of any gear quota pounds would decline over time from 29% to 19 point whatever percent. Versus if the sector-wide proportion of any gear quota pounds was fixed at 29%, and did not decline over time, which would mean that the standard ratio in which quota pounds are issued to non-legacy individuals would need to be adjusted every time a legacy status expired or there was a change in legacy eligible quota share. We would need to adjust the individual standard ratio meaning there would be a small increase in the proportion of any gear quota pounds issued to non-legacy individuals in order to maintain that sector-wide 29% constant. Did I rephrase your question correctly so I understand it?
Yes, but also the component I believe that was not included in that would be if legacy was in perpetuity. So if legacy people had the ability to pass that along, which would be full-fledged legacy, as they're doing whatever they want to do today, they'd be able to do in the future. Kind of what that range looks like. Again, based upon my understanding here, which is we have that range that we're thinking about. We probably need to understand the cost or potential cost associated with that for that range as well.
Sure, Maggie.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Svensson. So between the two things I described, the first of which is the PPA as it currently stands, that would be slightly less costly in terms of our workload burden because we would not need to do that standard ratio recalculation every time a legacy status changes. To address your question of whether, if there was a sunset of everybody's legacy status so that, for example, at some period of time down the road, 10 years, just as an example, all legacy status went away. That seems like it would be a very minor reduction in workload for us, but it does not strike me immediately as anything substantial or that should drive any decision on this.
Further questions on the NIMS report? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair, and thanks, Maggie. I really appreciate the report and the extra level of detail on costs. And I think you mentioned a number of reasons. I think National Standard 7 is one where we want to pay attention as well to costs. And you had this in the advanced briefing book. And my question is, I can't remember if there's any, let's pretend for a second that our stock assessments never change and the forecasts in the analysis are true. And this we wouldn't expect to see certain levels of the trigger to the 20, 30, whatever it would be. But does that potential long time frame, does that affect your idea of what the costs would be to implement this? Or do you expect it would be implemented like on a normal timeline as if it could go into effect, normally?
Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Niles. I don't think that would affect our costs. We would implement it as soon as possible through our normal process of rulemaking. As we've said before, that will take us some time. This will be a big rulemaking process, but we would do all the initial work to identify legacy participants, to calculate eligible quota share, this individual ratios and the standard ratios. All those would be done up front. And I'll note that in the alternative, there are a number of things that are tied to at implementation, right? That is factored into the legacy status qualifying criteria and the eligible quota share calculation. So that's something we would want to do at implementation, meaning presumably when a final rule is published on this, regardless of whether it might be another decade before a trigger was hit and gear-specific quota pounds were issued. We would also do the technical work to do our data system modifications necessary to issue and track gear-specific quota pounds so that it's ready when needed. And then we would, in the interim, be tracking quota share ownership, legacy status, eligible quota share levels. We probably do that on an annual basis. We had a little bit of exchange earlier about the fact that that information is coming into NMS annually. So we'd be looking at that so that we can keep those, the legacy status and the eligible quota share amounts and the individual legacy participant ratios that go along with it current throughout that time so that it's ready to implement and people know where they stand.
Thanks. Further questions? Bob Dooley.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Maggie, for the good report. I'm just trying to get a feeling on the context of this. And when I first read it, wow, this is a heck of a lot of analysis on the cost of this program. And I hadn't seen it on any other, that I can recall, any other actions, whether they be in a LAP program or a non-LAP program, any of the actions we normally take at the council. But then I heard you say that this is a new approach and that we should be regularly seeing this on all actions or all actions that take this. I don't know. I'd let you clarify that part, but it's, I was taken to begin with, I was going, wow, this is really, focused just on this action, which it is, but it's going to be in the context of all actions going forward, whether, if we would have done this way back when on non-trawl RCA, we would have seen the cost of that and the other actions as well. Is that, so this is the first time we've seen a report this in depth on cost of an action, but can we expect to see this regularly now on all actions?
Maggie.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Bob, I guess the short answer is I can't say, and probably the real answer is no, I would not expect to see it for all actions. What part of the difference related to this action is that we do view it as discretionary. It's not something like harvest specifications, right? So considering costs as the council decides whether to take action or not is relevant here. It also has ongoing costs for us. Most of our actions are more or less the cost is over with after we get through the implementation hurdle and get to a final rule, and then it just is in regulation. It becomes part of the normal regulations and enforcement. It does not have as much. Many of them do not have as much active hands-on work ongoing as this one. But having said that, I am not committing us to providing a report like this on every action. We do want to bring the council information on what we think the cost and workload burden will be. So we will be trying to do that. And we will especially focus on that when it is something that we think is likely to be a significant cost, or when it's a discretionary action again. And we are always happy to take input from the council as well. If there are actions coming up for consideration on which you have a particular interest in what NIMS workload and costs would be, please let us know and we'll be happy to respond to that.
Any other questions on the NIMS report? Phil Anderson.
I have a question of NIMS, but it's not on this report. Should I wait?
Well, this is the time for NIMS reports, so please go ahead.
Okay. And I apologize if I'm taking you by surprise. I don't mean to. In our material, there's attachment 4, which has some suggested FMP amendment language, and there's kind of 2 categories. One, those that are highlighted in yellow are housekeeping, and then there's others that are suggested specifically if we take an action on the PPA or the PPA or one of the other choices that we have other than status quo. And just wondering if National Marine Fisheries Service has had a chance to review this language and whether you're I assume we'll have to wait until we find out what the action is before we know whether this is the appropriate FMP amendment language that we need to go with it, or is this generic enough that it covers the potential actions that we might take?
Maggie?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Anderson. That is a good question. Thank you actually for the opportunity to clarify that now. I do think it is the FMP language options laid out in that attachment are pretty specific to the PPA here. So if the council were to take a different action, I think probably some changes would be needed. I would have to look at I don't have the language up right now, but I will say that we think it's important to include in the FMP some detail on whatever action it is. So for example, if the council were to select the PPA, we think it would be, we would strongly recommend going with option 2, which would include the specific trigger values that go along with the PPA. You know, there's a requirement in Magnuson section 303 that FMPs shall contain the conservation and management measures necessary and appropriate for the conservation and management of the fishery, et cetera. And we think this would be, you know, it'd be important to include that in there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Maggie. Next, we'll have the gap report. I have Shems Judd down there. It's giving that. Good afternoon, Shems.
Yeah, please, if you don't mind.
Anticipated you would have others backing you up.
Bit of an entourage here today.
Great.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hassemer, members of the council. For the record, my name is Shems Judd. I think I drew the short straw today. I'll be reading from agenda F4A, the gap report on Sablefish gear switching, final action, and FMP amendment. The GAP struggled with reaching consensus on the main issues related to gear switching, similar to the situation in the past. Most of the trawl fishermen not involved in gear switching generally remain in favor of action to limit gear switching. Fishermen taking advantage of the gear switching opportunity generally favor no action. However, both groups reached consensus on some items in the gear switching package. If the action moves forward with its, if the council moves forward with its PPA. So here are the consensus items. Specific to the PPA, the GAP agreed to the following. 1, 3-year rolling average. Do not include the option of the 3-year rolling average gear switching provision into the PPA. This provision introduces unnecessary complexity to the gear switching process. As evidenced in the agenda item F4, attachment 3, it introduces further uncertainty to the fishery, both for the trawl fleet and the fixed gear fleet. Not including the 3-year rolling average option would help ensure a more stable groundfish fishery overall and ensure fishery participants and processors can make better business plans for their operations. 2, trusts and estates. The GAP agrees with this provision as described in the materials under this agenda item. That is, that an estate or trust would be treated the same as an individual if that individual died prior to implementation. The GAP had a robust discussion on the expiration of legacy status, with concerns about the legacy status lasting indefinitely or phasing out, and whether legacy status is fair to all individuals. On the trawl side, there was concern about having the legacy status last indefinitely without some kind of expiration. There was support for some kind of expiration as outlined on page 13 of attachment 1 and discussed more fully in attachment 2, but we were unsure of what option to select. On the gear switching side, there was thought that these entities made the qualifying requirements and should maintain legacy status until they divest of that quota share or dissolve. 3, deceased individuals and inheritance. If an individual passed away and their assets are passed to another individual prior to implementation, the GAP recommends that the status of the individual and quota share ownership level also pass to the new owner. 4, FMP amendment. The GAP recommends FMP amendment option 2 with specific trigger values because it provides clarity to fishery participants for the purposes of business planning. Now I'll read the gear switching perspective. The gear switching sector on the GAP continues to support no action. Gear switching vessels have participated in gear switching since 2011 in a variety of legal business arrangements. Some of those arrangements include purchasing trawl sablefish quota share prior to the control date and catching the fish with their own vessel, for which they secured a trawl limited entry permit. Some gear switchers have leased sablefish from trawlers and also leased a trawl permit. The council provided a variety of ways to participate in gear switching. When the council passed Amendment 20, which established the trawl IFQ program and allowed for gear switching, the supporting document stated the following. Recipients are free to use quota share with any groundfish gear, including trawl, longline, and fish pots, switching permanently from trawl to some other gear. And council action regarding gear switching takes into account the opportunity to reduce bycatch and other possible adverse environmental impacts. Gear switchers have purchased trawl quota share, quota pounds, and new fishing gear, reinvested in their vessels, and leased or bought trawl permits in order to participate in the trawl IFQ program for the last 13 years. They took the council at its word when they made investments to participate in the trawl IFQ gear switching program. The gear switchers' perspective is that the limited discussion the council has had on the inability of the trawl fleet to harvest the Dover sole ACL and other species centers on lack of market demands. This demand is currently being filled by competing imports, such as tilapia and Vietnamese catfish. In 3 of the last 6 years, considerable amounts of trawl sablefish have been left unused by the trawl fleet. It should be noted that Dover sole landings have dropped 60% since 2018, even with surplus sablefish available. And you can see table 1 here. I won't read through the table, but you have that information in front of you. The council's projected ACL levels for sablefish through the next decade appear to be adequately robust and likely to be above any ACL being considered as a trigger that would result in gear switching restrictions for the next 10 years or longer. Making an argument that no restrictions are likely to occur for over a decade is hardly an argument to approve the PPA for something that might happen a decade down the road. If, however, the council chooses to proceed with the PPA, then the gear switching proponents recommend 1, using the OFL as the basis for the threshold rather than the ACL. 2, a coast-wide OFL threshold of 7,000 metric tons, or if an ACL trigger is maintained, an ACL threshold of 5,000 metric tons. And for purposes of keeping family-owned corporations whole, we ask that any ownership interest in quota share or a trawl limited entry permit as of the control date that is transferred to another family member by the time of council action will be considered to have been owned by the family member as of the control date. 4, any quota share that was owned as of the control date but transferred to a family member, including via inheritance, for example, probate, or through estate planning, will be considered to have been owned by that family member as of the control date. This effectively alters the cap on the maximum amount of quota share that family member may have converted based on their participant status, but does not alter the family member's participant status. Rationale for the above includes A, using biennial harvest specification rather than an average gear switching percentage ensures the threshold is driven by science, avoids influences by changes in fishery behavior, and provides advance notice to the fishery participants. Using the OFL rather than the ACL ensures the threshold is driven by science and conservation and removes the opportunity for political influence. Given the harm that a gear switching limit will cause to gear switchers and some processors, the trigger threshold should be set such that the limit is imposed only in years of lower abundance when there is a chance that gear switching could impede trawl access to sablefish quota pounds. And lastly, we are aware of at least one gear switching operation where a son has recently bought into the corporation that meets all other criteria. The family should not lose their investment opportunities of gear switching because of such a change. If this cannot be accomplished at this meeting, a trailing amendment should be proposed to accomplish this request. In summary, if the council chooses to put a restriction on gear switching, the council needs to demonstrate that more unattained trawl species will be delivered. To date, it appears there is insufficient demand to raise the price per pound of unattained species. The analysis before the council does not explain how demand will increase for an unattained species should gear switching be restricted. The council needs to remember that the Commerce Department's defense of the trawl IFQ program stated that the ability to gear switch was an integral part of the overall program. Lastly, the council should allow for exceptions for minor changes in family fishing businesses that have occurred during the course of gear switching deliberations. And now for the non-gear switching perspective. Although the existing PPA was not our preference, for the sake of advocacy for choosing a final preferred alternative from within the PPA range, the following rationale is in support of selecting a 10,000 metric ton trigger. One, a 10,000 metric ton recommendation is more about the next 3 decades than it is the next 3 years. Two, amount of sablefish trawl allocation dedicated to the trawl fishery positively impacts the capacity toward achieving optimum yields, Amendment 21 purpose and need, Amendment 20 purpose and need, and the fishery management plan's goals and objectives. A defined stability, predictability, and capacity for processors to make long-term investments in infrastructure, communities, and market development. The potential to reverse catch share program trends of capacity reduction and consolidation of fillet lines. And lastly, the capacity for the trawl fishery to support community-anchored brick and mortar processors that have been historically critical to long-term resiliency of coastal fishing communities. Three, the 10,000 metric ton trigger is more likely than a lower number to keep trawl quota share in the trawl fishery long-term to achieve the trawl IFQ program goals and objectives. Four, there is underutilized fixed gear capacity in fixed gear fisheries, even before the upcoming Sablefish 2025 allocation increases. Five, to the extent that gear switching exists in the trawl fishery, it is best in the long term that it be an equal opportunity system based on a proportion of any gear quota pounds issued to quota share accounts, as opposed to trawl quota share being further consolidated with the intent for 100% use with fixed gear. A 10,000 metric ton trigger is better suited than a smaller number for that purpose. Six, the 10,000 metric ton is better suited than a lower number to allow the fishery to weather disruptive forces that we have seen in the past, such as the potential occurrence of large numbers of juvenile sablefish in the fishery, and the stock assessment and harvest specification cycle being several years late and providing allocation increases to match the increased biomass trawlers are encountering in the water. I'll quickly read the summary recommendations here. Consensus items. One, do not include the 3-year rolling average option in the FPA. Two, trusts and estates. Treat an estate the same as an individual if that individual died prior to implementation. And three, deceased individuals and inheritance. If an individual dies and their assets are passed to another individual prior to implementation, the status of the individual and quota share ownership level also pass to the new owner. Four, FMP amendment. The GAP recommends FMP option 2 with specific trigger values because it provides clarity to fishery participants for the purposes of business planning. Non-consensus items, gear switching perspective. Recommends no action. If PPA selected, then use OFL, the overfishing limit, as a basis for the threshold rather than the ACL. A coast-wide overfishing limit threshold of 7,000 metric tons, or if an ACL trigger is maintained, an ACL threshold of 5,000 metric tons, and incorporate an exception for transfers of quota share and limited entry permits among family members within a family-owned corporation. Non-gear switching perspective. If the council's PPA is selected, use 10,000 metric tons as the trigger. Lastly, the GAP thanks Dr. Jim Seeger for his years of grinding through this issue with the GAP and fishery participants and coming through for the council in a clutch. Thanks, Jim. I should have mentioned at the outset, I have Bob Alverson and Jeff Lackey here for any questions in particular on the respective portions of the statement. Thanks.
Thank you, Shems. Thank you for recognizing them too, also to give you a hand. I'll look around and see if there are any questions on the Groundfish Advisory Subpanel report. Lynn Mattis.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassner. Shems and the rest of the GAP, thank you for the way you laid out the report, outlining places you were in consensus with, and then the other pieces. I think that's really helpful for the way I'm thinking. But to a question, and this may be a question for Mr. Alverson, what's the reasoning behind using an OFL rather than the ACL as a trigger mechanism or a trigger point?
Through the chair, Ms. Mattis, there is a science behind the OFL, and which Lynn leads to the ABC, and it was felt that that could be more stable than using a ACL, where there may be changes in different harvest levels. ACL for includes open access, limited entry, tiered programs, trawl quota, a whole variety of different allocations already that could be altered in some fashion, unintended to address this issue. So something that is more consistent with the science that is done every 2 years with the council's stock assessment people, that was felt that using the OFL would be a more secure option than choosing the ACL.
Thank you. I appreciate that additional information.
Thank you. Jesse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just wanted to note that I think that was the old version of the GAP report. So there is a revised version posted on the briefing book. And the one change we had caught was in the fixed gear section, on page 3, item 4 should have not been listed there. There was some, I know that's very specific. So it was some recommendations on the PPA. Item 4, it was some language that accidentally got left in there and shouldn't have been, but there is a revised version available online, or you could just strike it out. If you have a paper copy, strike out number 4 on page 3.
All right. Thank you. Is that correct, Shems?
Is that D?
Mr. Vice Chair, yes, that's my understanding, is that we meant to include a revised version here, and I apologize for reading from the old version.
Okay, thanks. I don't have a number 4 on mine, so. Other questions? Corey Niles?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, and like Lynn, I thank you for laying this out like as you did. Bob, this won't come as a surprise to you, given our discussion this morning and delegation. But I was surprised to see that the GAP had a consensus on the 3-year average piece. And you all, then the gear switching folks are recommending a 7,000 metric ton trigger by itself without 29% in effect, which would have been that trigger would have been in effect in 2022, but you clearly make the case that no action is your preferred. So what is it about 7,000 metric tons in the future that makes action warranted without that trigger? And then if I could ask at the same time, Jeff, if he had views on why his concerns with the 29% aspect, would be great to hear those too.
Bob, I think you're first.
Okay, so through the chair, there's 2 questions there, Mr. Niles. One having to do with the 7,000, and then the other the 3-year average.
Well, I'll try to rephrase. Why would you support, if you didn't support 7,000 metric tons threshold for 2022, why would you support it in the future? As it warranting action is one way to.
Well, 7,000 tons is the OFL, which is equivalent to the 5,000 tons. This is the way I understood it. Does that answer the question?
Good enough for now. Yeah, thanks.
No.
All right, thanks. And did you have a question? There was a question for Jeff also. Did you get that, Jeff?
Yes. Issues with the 29% rolling average, complexity, uncertainty, and certainty was part of the rationale and the action a timing issue on a lag and people knowing and having certainty on what to expect. Also could take, if there was a large influx of fixed gear, it could take 3 or 4 years to take effect and get relief. With high ACLs for the foreseeable future, the trigger and the rolling average is not likely to be relevant for many years. You can let future councils take a look at that. Also on page 201 of the analysis, table 65 shows that a retrospective analysis applying that to old events would have not had, even with the 29% rolling average triggered at any level, 5 to 10,000 until 2018. So it wouldn't have been responsive at a time where we had a constraint in the fishery, even without juvenile sablefish. Those are some of the reasons.
Thank you. Other questions? Maggie Summer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll just start by thanking the GAP also for your work on this and your statements on this over the years. I know it has taken tremendous effort to facilitate the discussions, look for areas of consensus. I want to give huge kudos to current GAP Chair Susan Chambers in particular, who has really put a lot into that. Also to the GAP members and those of you representing different perspectives on this issue. I have listened to a lot of your discussions and I really appreciate the approach you have taken to it and the information you've provided to us. And thank you to Shems. I believe you may have been responsible for writing some of the statements on this and articulating all that. Thanks. I do have 2 questions related to the the exception for transfers of quota share and trawl limit entry permits among family members within a family-owned corporation. First, I see that that's listed in the non-consensus item list. And am I correct in assuming that the non-gear switching perspective on the GAP does not support including an exception along those lines?
There was discussion on the family issue. There was a lot of discussion that got into the weeds on the trust issue. And so by the time we circled back to the family issue, we'd almost realized that it was difficult in the GAP to try to get down to specificity and be prescriptive. But I think there was a general feeling among the non-gear switching perspective of if there's things that need to be cleaned up prior to implementation, we would be in favor of that generally, but not something that could lead to a long time or permanent. So we came to a general feeling rather than trying to support something that had specificity. But in general, there was some understanding and feeling towards family situations that if they could be cleaned up prior to implementation, then without trying to get specific on how to do that, then there was some feeling of maybe that would be appropriate.
Thank you. That was very helpful. My second question is going to ask about specifics, and this is probably for Bob. I am noting that in the gear switching portion of the report and in the summary at the end, it's framed as a family exception and just uses the generic term family. I see in the rationale on page 3, number D gives an example of at least a situation where a son had bought into a family-owned corporation. NMFS we do not have a definition of family in the regulations for this fishery. And if the council was to recommend an alternative that included something, we would be asking the council to specify exactly what family relationships should be put into that regulation. So I'm curious if the GAP has any input on specific types of family members, family relationships there. And if not, then perhaps that might come out in public comment if anyone is going to address this issue.
Through the chair, Ms. Summers, I would say a family member that is trying to keep the fishing operation continuous. Not someone that is retired out, but someone that is coming along to keep the employment and the whole business active for a new generation.
Thanks. Through the chair, Ms. Summer, the GAP didn't discuss the definition of family in great detail. And I think that's something we'd probably want NIMS to think about. And maybe there are examples from other fishery contexts or other federal contexts, where there's a similar consideration about, sort of vested interest in how they pass, but that's not something we really dug into.
Thank you.
Further questions? Corey Niles.
Yeah, one for Jeff, I believe, on your first bullet point about being the next 3 decades, not the next 3 years. Can you expound on that a little bit for me? I think I get what you're after, but if you'll articulate it better than my imagination can imagine it.
Fishery economics in 2024 are about as low as they've been, and we're getting ready to have a sable increase. I couldn't say with a straight face, boy, if we had more sable next year, we could get some Dover out of the water, because everybody knows that that's not true. So what we're really looking for is the stability and the capacity in this action to where people can plan ahead and that quota share not leave the fishery while we're trying to wait to rebuild it.
Thanks. Corey Ridings, I may have missed your hand a couple times. I apologize.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. No apologies necessary. And I had 2 questions, but the other Corey got to the first one first. So I'm going to go straight to my second. I'm looking at page 4 and looking at the non-gear switching perspective. And it's number 4 is there's underutilized fixed gear capacity in fixed gear fisheries, even before the upcoming Sablefish 2025 allocation increases. I'm guessing maybe Bob's the person to answer this, but I'd be open to anybody's perspective. Thanks.
So number 4 says there is underutilized fixed gear capacity in fixed gear fisheries. That's true. We took 80% of the Gulf of Alaska sablefish. Overall, they left 40% in the water in Alaska. We left 40% in the water off Washington, Oregon, and California, as did the trawl fleet, as I recall the numbers. So, and then next year, is mentioned, we get a 238% increase. So there's going to be plenty of sablefish around for a while, if that's the question.
Thanks. Corey?
Yes, I think that was generally the question. Thanks for the answer.
I'll look around to see if there are any further questions. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My question is for Jeff on a comment he just made for us about stability. And maybe you can just elaborate. I'm looking to learn specifically how implementation of the program does bring stability in your thinking. I guess I'll just leave it at that. Thanks.
And I appreciate the question, but I want to make sure the GAP's thinking on the response.
Okay. I'm sorry, I got distracted. Could you summarize again real quickly?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the the side of this issue that you are representing for the GAP, what is the GAP's thinking about how the program will offer long-term stability for the trawl industry?
I'm trying to think about your instructions and conversations with others to try to make sure I answer to that effect. But as far as I can recollect in conversations with others, there is a concern generally that the control date is going to go away one way or another. It's 7 years, it's going away one way or another. And without a control date, with no action, there is incentive to fish fixed gear by quota share, fish fixed gear. There's constraints in the fixed gear fishery. To fish fixed gear, there's the limits on board everything else. So it opens up the door for an unknown that is unstable, an unstable environment with which to invest and plan. So that's generally the thought.
Okay, thank you. And I just add that clarification because it's no secret. We'll see people up here again for public comment, and I want to make sure that now they can express the discussions that were had within the GAP meetings. Any other questions? And I don't see any. Thank you, gentlemen. That completes our reports and takes us to public comment. We have a number of people signed up. So as that list comes up here, just want to remind everybody there are other commitments tonight, but we do want to hear from everybody. That's why we provide this opportunity. I just ask that you pay attention, that as much as you can to get your points across so we give everybody equal opportunity here. So we will start here by hearing from Michelle Conrad first, followed by Jeff Lackey. Michelle, good afternoon. And you know the routine, the microphone button and all of those things.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and council members. My name is Michelle Conrad, and I'm providing comments on behalf of Ocean Ballad Incorporated and Dana F. Bessaker Company. While these companies and our partners have differing stakes in the outcome, we all want the same thing, which is for the council's action to be fair and equitable. Gear switchers need to be able to access 29% of the Sablefish quota pounds to remain whole. But the reality is that we can't get there under the PPA. To put the consequences of the PPA into perspective, let's say you own a business that depends on a steady water supply. You own a well that produces about a third of the water that your company needs. And for the past 12 years, you've had a water sharing agreement with your neighbors that provides the remaining 2/3 of the water you need. A few other neighbors are concerned your usage will grow and affect how much water they can access. So they've asked the government to limit your usage and ration everyone who could provide water to you while keeping themselves whole. Due to the ration, your neighbors will receive only 20% of what they used to get. So instead of the 2/3 that your neighbors used to supply through an agreement, the most you can lease from them is now 1/10 of what you need. The remaining water that your company needs will be distributed in incremental amounts to 90 other companies, but it will not be distributed equally. So now you have to negotiate agreements with those companies to access portions of their water to make yourself whole. But at least a dozen of them refuse to negotiate with you, and they hold a significant proportion of the water source. So the best case scenario, assuming you can successfully negotiate 75 new agreements and including the 1/3 from the well that you own, the best case is you'll be able to end up with 50 to 67% of what you actually need. In other words, under the PPA, if gear switchers secure 75 new agreements, then we could probably access 15 to 20% of the Sablefish QP at best. If the restriction is rarely imposed and only in years when the total amount available is at or below average, then there is some rationale for the restriction. And we might be able to get by during those lean years. But imposing the restriction in years when there's enough resources for all participants is unnecessary and unfair and would disproportionately impact fishing communities that depend on fixed gear operations. If the 29% sub option in combination with an ACL trigger, as described by Mr. Niles, which is different than how it was presented to the GAP, could be used as an initial step, then the threat of the restriction will be enough incentive for the fixed gear interests to work together to self-manage and keep gear switching to 29% or less. We will be actively monitoring the QP activity. So if there are new gear switching participants, we can detect that and respond if needed. If the council chooses to use an ACL trigger only, then we hope you will take the consequences I've described into account and set the threshold at 5,000 metric tons to ensure the restrictions are rarely triggered. Thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for Ms. Conrad on her testimony? Maggie Summer.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the testimony. Could you briefly describe how you envision the gear switchers working together to keep the total below 29%? Is there an existing structure, communication procedure, et cetera?
Yes, thank you. I'll say we have informal agreements. There's a finite number of gear switchers, of active gear switcher participants. They're in constant communication and working with each other, working with the Sablefish fixed gear market. And so our intent would be to hopefully formalize that through some sort of cooperative agreement. But we realize that the incentive needs to be there for us to work together. And we think the restrictions, the consequences, as I've described them, will provide that incentive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Michelle.
Thanks.
Next, we'll have Jeff Lackey. Jeff will be followed by Gary Ripka. Welcome back, Jeff.
Yes, thank you, council members, for your time. My name is Jeff Lackey. The reason I started advocating for a limitation on fixed gear use in the trawl fishery 8 years ago is the same reason I am advocating for it today. The amount of trawl dedicated sable impacts the capacity of the fishery to succeed. A good measure of sector integrity is needed to fulfill the objective of sectors in the first place, which is to establish certain capacity and stability so business can plan, invest, and execute. This is probably most important for the trawl sector because it is the most capital intensive, especially on the processor side. Long-term planning horizons are necessary. Those trawl-dependent processors then provide stability and benefits to non-trawl fisheries and the communities in which they operate. A related reason for advocacy 8 years ago and today is in the hope that our coastal communities can be conduits for maximizing catch and processing of sustainable resources. And that would translate to maximizing employment and contribution to a domestic food source. That is not only a hope, but I also see it as a responsibility. That is how I have seen my advocacy as a responsibility. Another way I've seen my advocacy is in a more selfish way, in that I want to see Newport succeed long time. I want to see our boat bring in fish from a bottom trawl trip into Newport and it be processed in Newport. I want to see more long-term investments. I want to see a tunnel freezer in Newport that can be used for bottom fish, rockfish, and hake. And a mix of fresh and frozen can maximize quality for a diversity of markets that will increase the resilience of our fishing community, even beyond just the trawl fisheries. We need every sector and every section of economic activity in our little community to be as healthy as possible. Newport fillet lines have been a consolidation loser under catch shares and the pandemic. It is difficult to see processors being motivated to expand fillet lines back into Newport without seeing regulatory stability and capacity to do so. Also, it will probably take a meaningful increase in overall fishery volume to justify the expansion back into Newport. We know this is not likely going to happen in 2024 or 2025, as the fishing economy is at a historic low point. So the gear switching decision is more about providing fishery management framework on this one issue and capacity for future success. That is not to say that addressing gear switching is the key to everything. It is not. There are many issues, but having sector integrity and not having trawl sable quota share effectively leaving the trawl fishery look to be part of a long-term success if it is to occur, as well as seeing the vision of Newport I described. As for the specific FPA decision, my opinion is the PPA range goes too far in the fixed gear direction. However, if there is to be fixed gear in the trawl fishery, then I support the mechanism of gear-specific quota pounds being distributed in equal ratios to quota share accounts for non-legacy accounts. And any legacy accounts post expiration. There is an equality of opportunity there, and depending on the trigger amount, provides some deterrent from future purchasing of trawl quota share for fixed gear use, which again impacts long-term trawl and community capacity. Choosing from within only the PPA range, I recommend the 10,000 metric ton trigger for reasons listed on page 4 of the GAP report, and also that I see it providing more capacity, the most capacity to encourage investment in Newport. I recommend against including a rolling average for the reasons in GAP report and in 8 bullet points in my written public comment. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Lackey on his testimony? Corey Ridings.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thanks, Mr. Lackey, for providing this public comment. You mentioned that the Newport fillet lines have been a consolidation loser under catch shares in the pandemic. Can you expand a little bit on that?
Yes. Pacific consolidated their 3 locations for fillet lines for bottom fish when the pandemic hit in 2020. and then Bornstein's, which was small in nature and had mostly been rockfish, but they announced they were shutting down here a couple weeks ago. So there has been some rockfish filleting, but that looks to be in danger, and there is some sable cutting. But as far as bottom trawl fish, there really isn't any now in Newport. When we deliver, it gets trucked to Warrenton.
Thank you. Any other questions? Corey Ridings?
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I didn't get my hand up. Thanks, Jeff. Just a quick follow-up to your answer there. That I'm not from Newport, that's obvious, but that doesn't sound like a good situation. You said in your testimony, this is something that's come from catch shares and the pandemic specifically. And I think just sort of common fishery sense tells us there's a lot of forces that go into what it takes to be a fisherman and a processor and the consequent markets. And we've heard some about issues with marketing and changes in, the overall culture that surrounds us and how we get our friends and neighbors to eat seafood and eat local seafood. So I'm wondering if you could expand a little bit more on that connection that you're seeing specifically to catch shares and to the pandemic.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. Are you asking what it is about the catch shares and what it is about the pandemic that caused problems?
Yes, I'm trying to tease out some of the differences. Consolidation can happen for many reasons. And you're in your testimony, you're specifically tying to that to catch shares in part of this program that we're talking about here today. So I'd just love to hear a little bit more from you about the connection between those two things.
Okay, for catch shares, I believe gear switching was an impact, but I believe there was more than that in catch shares. Gear switching, you look at the 3 years before catch shares, DTS fishery, compared to 3 years after catch shares, were about a 30% drop. We had about a 30% gear switching that came about, and we had about a 30% drop in DTS. I know there's different opinions. My opinion and recollection was there was a constraint, but it wasn't just that. Catch shares also, I believe it made people didn't know how to react at first. In 2011, they had their own little bucket of fish, and it was foreign to people. And you had 2 pounds of yellow eye, and you had a few 100 pounds of canary, and you I can't fish on the shelf. The RCAs were still there, and maybe we could have figured it out, how to make it work better, because we didn't come out of the chute in 2011 knowing there was so much preparation for the program, we didn't know how to actually deal with it. But I think by the time people started learning how to deal with it, we still had a third of our sable was gone. And that did impact things also. Because of the canary and the yellow eye, it made it hard to have the summer fishery, made it hard to keep fillet lines in certain communities. There were many things that were difficult to figure out, and we never figured them out and got back to pre-catch shares.
Okay, thank you. Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I'm going to continue on Corey's line of questioning. I think it's important, and I appreciate your thoughts on this. And I think it's these are kind of fundamental principles, and I'm just looking to understand the connections. I guess to ask the question a different way, how will limiting gear switching bring back fillet lines, both in Newport and Eureka? Does it mean that more Dover will come out of the water? I think that's where I'm struggling. Thanks.
I wouldn't still be advocating today if I didn't believe there was a chance. It's not easy. The groundfish markets aren't easy. We all know that. But I also believe that there may come a time to where there's a recognition by people, not only people like those in this room, that a domestic food supply is pretty important. I think there may come a time where that's important. And I also believe that if there is a dedicated supply, we have sector integrity, much like we don't know where the gain is going to come from. There's long-time processors, but there's also some other processors who have started to get involved on a small scale. Maybe it's going to be it's going to have to be somebody who has something going for them, either capital, maybe distribution, access to distribution, but there's enough of a resource there that it's hard to believe that we cannot at some point take advantage of it. And if we were to say go with no action, for example, the incentive to purchase quota share, to fish with fixed gear, and to fish quota pounds to build a history in anticipation of the next similar type gear switching situation would be, there would be a high incentive. I can't say how much it would be taken care of, but the incentive would definitely be there. And we would lose the capacity and the opportunity that I'm hoping that we can take advantage of in somebody, whether it's an existing process or a new one, says, I'm going to invest in Newport because it's centrally located. The infrastructure and the history and the quota there is pretty high value.
Marcy, follow up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you. With regard to fillet lines, pardon my lack of intimate knowledge, but will they not fillet fish that are taken with fixed gear?
Well, I'm talking about everything that, all the flats, rockfish, that's not being filleted right now in Newport.
Thank you.
Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Vice Chair and Jeff. So I'm going to probe you on this, on the 3-year average, because something I know, something's not adding up in my mind, and I know you might have a reason I'm not seeing, but I think the goal of this idea that's become the PPA was to do almost exactly what you're asking for. And I think that to create some stability, to make it more attractive to invest in the processing sector. So I'm wondering, this is the question of, under your 10,000 metric ton ACL level, if you look at the forecast from the assessment, that doesn't even happen. It's not even happening in 2033. Yet with the 3-year average, if a big influx, which kind of sounds unlikely given how much fish there are, but let's say it happens and it goes over and our goal of freezing the footprint isn't met, then it kicks in before 2033. So there, to me, there's that potential for it to kick in and limit gear switching sooner than just the ACL. So that's what's not adding up in your critique of the 3-year average. I'll see if you had a response to that.
I'm not sure if I got the exact question.
I'll see if so basically, if you only use a 10,000 metric ton ACL trigger and this assessment holds true, it's not going to go, there's not going to be a limit until after 2033. If you add the 3-year average part, there could be a limit sooner than that if fixed gear fishing goes beyond 29%.
Okay, I understand now. I guess I thought all along that both the 3-year rolling average and the ACL amount would have to be met, but you're saying that it could be just the 3-year rolling average.
Well, I believe that's the way that, I don't think I asked, confirmed with council staff, that I think that's how it was analyzed in and their materials as an ore. So,
I don't know if I can answer on the fly because I'm thinking about it and its implications, and I don't know if I can answer because it's kind of something new.
Understood. Thanks. Yeah. Thank you for giving it an attempt.
Right. One last look around. No further questions. Thank you, Jeff. Next, we'll have Gary Ripka, who is online. And I just want to note for all of those people who are testifying remotely, when we get to you, make sure you raise your virtual hand so we can locate you and unmute your microphone. So Gary will be followed by Bernie Burkholder. Gary, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. Excuse me, my name is Gary Ripka. Most of you know me, testified many times. I thank the council chair for giving me the opportunity to speak. I have two vessels, the Genoa, which is a fixed gear vessel, and the Tabitha, which is a trawl vessel. We are heavily invested in both fisheries. We're even more invested probably in the trawl fishery than the fixed gear fishery by far. I thought in November we were somewhat, had some agreement here at the council, or we're going in a direction that I felt in good faith we were at the council, at maybe coming to some consensus to this. But instead, the processors and individuals in the fishery on the other side of the coin are asking for a 10,000 ACL. To me, that is just, that's almost a slap in that we've never even had a 10,000 ACL ever. Over the 13 years, we've had an average of a 55 ACL. And then we've only had problems when we've had a 5,700 ACL. We've only been 5 years over on 29%. And to ask for 10,000 ACL is just, to me, is mind-boggling to me. For years, we've been hearing from the processors that we've got to have sablefish. We have to have sablefish in order to stay in business. Well, I don't know if the council is aware of what the price of sablefish is to a trawler right now. It's around 15 cents. To me, that's mind-boggling. 15 cents. Think about that. We're fighting over a fish that's the same price as turbot. The processors right now don't even want us to bring sablefish to town. But all we've heard for the last 8 years is we got to have them. And now they don't even want us to bring them. And we keep hearing on and on that we've got these big LCOs coming and this isn't going to be a problem. But I've watched what's happened with canaries and petrale sole and short spines, and I'm not that confident in the future of these stock assessments. To me, this is, I thought we were on a path, and I hope the council continues on somewhat of a path that we're not all going to be happy about, but we're going to get there. And I think anything over a 6,000 ACL trigger point, I would be in favor of no action. And lastly, I'd also like to say that this legacy thing, I have a son that is fishing with me and is running one of my boats, the Genoa. And it's hard for me to get my head around that all of a sudden there's people that want him to be gone. We don't have that many people coming up. And they just want him gone. I'm not asking people in other fisheries, in the hake fishery, that their sons are working side by side, for them to be gone down the road. And it's just hard for me to get my head around that one too. I hope if we do move ahead, I hope we keep the legacy factor in there. Pretty much that's all I have to say at this time. And if I have open to any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Ripka and his testimony? Sharon Kiefer.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And Mr. Ripka, I'd be the first to acknowledge I don't know a lot about sablefish. but because of some of the conversation we are hearing, particularly from the trawl sector in terms of the importance of their catch stability relative to processors, when you are fishing fixed gear sablefish, what do you do with the fish?
They come to town and they're delivered in a Newport, and they're processed in Newport. We're actually providing about 35 jobs at Pacific Seafoods when we come to town, unloading the boat, processing, cutting the fish, and packaging the fish. We are also providing jobs. And I think that point is being overlooked.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you, Gary. Next, we have Bernie Burkholder. As Bernie moves up here to the table, I just want to note, next we will have Heather Mann. There was a request to move her up because she's also participating in the North Pacific Council. So to accommodate those schedules, after Bernie, we'll hear from Heather Mann, then Mike Rutherford. Bernie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Bernie Burkholder, and I'm here today to testify, obviously, on the gear switching issue. It's been a long road, a tiring road, but I think we're moving forward a little bit. I have been involved in this since Santa Rosa, since the inception. We bought 3 original trawl permits before, Amendment 20 came into effect. We own 5 limited entry vessel permits. We have been very active in the fixed gear side of the fishery. Doesn't mean that I do not see the benefits, large benefits, the trawl side of this thing. And I really regret that this issue has taken on the form that it has. There has never been an issue in my career, and from the color of my hair, I've been around a long time, so I can talk about a career that has divided fishermen, that has divided people, gear sectors, other than this gear sector do. And I think that, we followed the guidelines, the rules. We listened at Santa Rosa. We got opinion letters from National Marine Fisheries. We heard the Secretary of State. And I believe we clearly also meet the criteria listed in the legacy permits. And that's probably the one issue that touches me the most. I represent a 4th generation fishing family. Now, if you go to Norway and Denmark, you're going to run into some 6 or 7 generation families. But that's pretty remarkable. I have a son, thank God, that is running this operation now. And for me to think that he's going to lose the rights that I've purchased, that I've worked for in 15 years or 12 years, that there's some kind of a sunset on legacy is just mind-boggling to me. That's just not right. We need to make provisions. If this thing, at this point, I'm for no action, but I think if this thing does move forward, we need to clearly make provisions for legacy. It is, these people have not only bought in, they've worked for it, they're active in the fishing industry. I'm not for, giving it to some third cousin removed. If somebody's a direct line and they're working in the industry, those rights should pass. It should not be incumbent to take those from somebody and give them to somebody else. I kind of touched on the fact that I'm probably the most concerned about what this issue has done to the West Coast fishery the lines in the sand that it's did. There's no issue in my career that's been more divisive than this or created more hard feelings. That in itself is really hard to sit here and swallow. I look at what could have been done, with the same amount of time and the same focus to reduce or help restructure the buyback program or develop a cost-effective and accurate observer program. But we haven't done that. We focused on this, and it's an important issue. Don't get me wrong, but at some point there are other issues that we need to focus on as well. Sablefish quota will be going up 238% this year. I do not believe that sablefish has been or will be in the future a constraining species in the trawl fishery. I think we've heard today that really it's pretty remote that Dover sole is going to come out of the water anytime soon because there's more access to sablefish. There's plenty of access to sablefish. There's just a problem that Dover sole is a hard species to sell. Again, I would like to ask that no action be taken, but if that action is taken, that there is clearly provisions made for the legacy permits and the continuation of those rights to direct descendants that are fishing on the water and producing the fish that our communities need. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Burkholder on his testimony? Not seeing any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bernie. Next, we'll go to Heather Mann. Heather will be followed by Mike Rutherford, and then I'm going to check with people if they need a break before we continue. So, Heather, you are up. Can you hear us?
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. And thank you for accommodating me as I'm up in Alaska at the North Pacific Council, where I just had dinner with Bernie a few nights ago. So it was good to hear his voice. I'm Heather Mann. I represent the Midwater Trawlers Cooperative. MTC has 33 vessels. We fish shoreside and at-sea whiting, as well as midwater rockfish and other bottom trawl groundfish. MTC members have leased their sablefish to gear switchers over the years and used it as part of their business plan, but MTC has always been consistent in its position that gear switching should be limited. We recommend that the council move forward with the PPA as an FPA and endorse a threshold of 10,000 pounds. The trawl industry came to you many years ago and said that we needed help. We described unlimited gear switching as contributing to that problem. No one has ever said that the gear switchers are doing anything illegal or that they did not make an investment in trawl permits. What we have said is that the gear switching program has had unintended consequences that need to be addressed, including limiting gear switching. Frankly, I'm not sure why gear switchers need to be made whole, as was mentioned in an earlier testimony. No trawler was made whole when the ITQ program went into place. We all lost, and some have never made up that difference. To the contrary, the trawl industry has been saddled with outrageous costs related to 100% monitoring and cost recovery. Don't get me started on the more than $50 million we've paid toward the buyback loan, or the toward the buyback loan. And our 100% accountability has reduced scientific uncertainty in stock assessments, which has benefited every groundfish gear type. Imagine what the canary stock assessment would look like right now if we didn't have the fishery-dependent data that comes from the trawl fleet, which is 100% monitored on our dime. That benefits everybody. There's never been a time that I can recall, and I've been around the council process a long time, where the council made recommendations that made everybody jump for joy. There are winners and losers in every action you recommend. This is no different. But for some reason, over the last, I think it's 8 years, the trawl industry has been treated differently throughout the consideration process. And the fixed gear switchers seem to be needing to be protected. I don't understand that. The amount of time and detail that NIMS has put into the cost of working on this issue is, what's the right word? Curious. I appreciated Mr. Dooley's questions earlier to Ms. Summer, and I do hope we see similar detailed reports on other actions separate from this. Look, I know there are some council members that are anti-trawl. That's nothing new. I know there are some council members who may not be anti-trawl per se, but they bristle at how much time we spend on trawl issues on the council floor. I get it. But the trawl industry has sacrificed more than any other fishery on the West Coast. We are the most accountable, and we pay for that. Gear switchers have not just our fishery, but they have their own tiered fishery, which we can't access as trawlers. It's not as if the gear switchers have no other opportunity. I understand what Bernie was just saying about legacy, but their children and their legacy is also in the tiered fishery. Trawl groundfish is the glue that holds shoreside infrastructure together, which then allows processors to be able to handle the pulse fisheries like crab and shrimp and tuna, like the tiered sablefish fishery. We're now seeing in Newport what happens when uncertainty is prevalent. Look at our waterfront and what's happening. One of the very last authentic working waterfronts going to go the way of what? Florence? Where they've paid a fishing boat to moor at the dock to trick the public into believing it's a fishing town, where they also sell t-shirts and fried fish. I don't want to see that for anyone. I don't want to see that for crabbers, shrimpers. I don't want to see that for fixed gear fishermen or trawlers. So we came to you and we said we needed help, and I hope you will respect that. Taking no action will send a message that the trawl industry really isn't a part of the future of the West Coast. And we all need to be pulling in the same direction to save our fisheries and our fishing towns and our fishing culture, our fishing families, regardless of gear type. We need to be working together. And that's all I have, Mr. Vice Chairman, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Heather. Questions for Ms. Mann on her testimony? And I don't see any here. So again, thank you, Heather.
Thank you so much.
Okay, next we will go to Mike Rutherford. After Mike, we will take a short break and then we will come back to Paul Clampett. Mike, can you hear us?
Before you guys so I guess you guys know. Can you hear me?
It's a little bit sketchy. You're breaking in and out.
Okay. Hang on a second. Now, can you hear me?
Give it a try. It's a little rough, but maybe it'll work.
Anyway, I've been before you guys before. I guess you kind of know where I stand. It ain't about who's right or wrong. To me, it's about the fact.
Mike, you're breaking in and out there. So we're going to take a break now, see if we can fix that connection and come back to you. So everybody here, let's take a 10-minute break and let's make sure we're back here promptly so we can get started again. All right, let's start finding our seats here quickly, please.
Oh, Corey, yes.
Yep. All right. Thank you all. Here we're back in session now in our public comment. We left off. We'll try and pick up Mike Rutherford here. Mike, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me now?
That is so much better. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll just start off with my name, and Mike Rutherford, and as it's probably no surprise that I have been advocating for against gear switching. It's not that I'm against it, it's just that I'm a strong believer that this was a trawl allocation, and this ruling probably should have never happened. And so I'll just leave it at that. Nobody's done anything wrong. It's just where we're at. It's taken a long time to get to where we're at now. And I'm, my where I'm at now is I just want to secure what we have as a trawl quota. Okay. So my family and I have invested heavily into the trawl fishery. So we are very reliant on keeping processors working in our community, although things are not looking very good right now. Without the stability in this fishery, it may get worse. That is why I'm asking you to consider selecting 10,000 metric tons with no rolling average for the final action on the gear switching issue. Short term, with the new allocations of sable coming in 2025 and beyond, even though I think this favors the fixed gear folks over the trawl, it is where we're at. So I feel the trigger is set at 10,000. I could call it a compromised win. Long term, it will give the trawl sector confidence and security to know that we will always have enough sable to move this fishery forward to a higher attainment of other species, which is one of the main goals of this rationalization program. And so if I have a couple extra minutes here, or seconds, I'm a pretty short speaker. So to me, it's not about, like Bernie had mentioned, there's decisiveness within the fleet over this, which brings me back to the fact that it should never have happened. The fixed gear guys have done nothing wrong. They jumped in but where we're at right now, everybody's going to get a share. And my biggest concern is if the quota ends up low, like it was in the first few years of the program, then that would continually stress the trawl fishery, to say the least. So that's where I'm at. And I really thank you for your time and consideration of this topic. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Rutherford on his testimony? And there are no questions. Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Paul Clampett. Paul will be followed by Lori Steele. Paul is in here in person. Good afternoon, Paul.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hassemer. I appreciate the opportunity. My name is Paul Clampett. I'm the president of the Sablefish and Halibut Pod Association. We have members that participate in the sablefish fishery and halibut fishery, both in the Pacific and off the Pacific coast and in Alaska. I'd like to correct a couple things I heard in earlier testimony. One is that we have a tiered program that we can all fall back on if we get pushed out of this gear switching. A number of our members are invested in the gear switching program. Bernie Burkholder over here is a member. He does not have a tier. He does not have tier permits. Another one would be, we have a couple other, Poggy, he doesn't own any tier permits. And Mark Worley does not own any tier permits. So we have people that are invested, heavily invested in this gear switching program that are just going to lose if this thing goes sideways as we see it. Myself and my family have participated in the Pacific Coast groundfish fisheries for 39 years using fixed gear. We primarily fish for sablefish, but have harvested halibut and rockfish, both directly as bycatch with sablefish. Our current vessel is the fishing vessel Augustine, which my two sons operate. I'd like to point out that we pay all the same fees that the trawlers pay in this program. We pay the buyback fee, we pay the observer fees, and we actually pay a higher percentage of because it's based on value of the product. And if a trawler is getting 30 cents a pound for sablefish, we're getting $3. So we actually pay a higher percentage of our net or of our gross. We purchased a trawl permit and trawl quota as soon as it was possible when Amendment 20 was passed. We saw an opportunity to regain through the purchase of trawl quota what was lost after the last allocation fight in the early 90s, when a change in the division of sablefish went from 51 trawl to 49 fixed gear to 58% trawl and 42% fixed gear. At the time, the argument the trawlers used for increasing their allocation was that they would be killing the sablefish anyway, so they needed more sablefish to prosecute their other species. I'm hearing basically the same arguments now. Fixed gear is again being punished for being more species specific, even though we have a lower impact on the environment. There's a lot of discussion on how sablefish is constraining Dover, thornhead sablefish in the trawl fishery, but there's never been a good explanation of how it's constraining. Is it constraining because it's needed to catch Dover because they're mixed, or are trawlers topping off Dover trips with sablefish and it's not constraining? Now, how can it be constrained if processors have imposed trip price points on Dover sole? How is constraining gear switching going to stimulate demand for more other flounders like Dover or Arrowtooth? These questions haven't been fully answered or studied. We are just expected to assume it's true, in which case limiting gear switching becomes purely an allocation issue that the market should decide, in our opinion. I don't believe gear switching is the cause of their problems, but this is actually an attempt to remove fixed gear competition from the sablefish market in order for them to purchase trawl sablefish at lower rates to gain higher profits. If the lack of sablefish was truly inhibiting their ability to land Dover sole, there wouldn't be price points imposed by processors on their deliveries. The sablefish quota is going up 238% next year. Sablefish surveys show more big year classes coming, and the year classes all the way back to 2014 are still looking strong. There's no reason to eliminate or curtail gear switching. The council should consider moving more of this quota from the south to the north before thinking about limiting gear switching. There is no biological reason for dividing the line between the two areas. I know that there were political considerations that prevented the council from taking a serious look at moving some of the fish to the north, but it could have been worked out by delaying the move until later in the year after the California fishermen had a chance of harvesting that fish. The council should not be considering eliminating or curtailing gill switching under the current circumstances. With sablefish quotas exploding, there's no scenario where gear switching could possibly impact the trawl industry for decades. How can this council possibly consider harming fishermen who in good faith purchased trawl quota? Curtailing gear switching will devalue every stakeholder's investment for absolutely no gain. We invested in gear switching in good faith. There was no indication that it would be eliminated. And if it is, it will be done completely arbitrarily and to benefit a few. The last time we saw recruitment like at these levels was in the late 70s, and those year classes sustained us for over 20 years. If the concern is new entrants with these high quotas, it's unfounded. The fishermen in Alaska can't catch the quota they have there. They're leaving quota on the table in Alaska. We have people that are tying up their boats right now because of the market is so poor. The idea that they're going to come down here and purchase trawl quota and trawl permits is just, it's not going to happen. It's ludicrous. if you go through this with an action to limit gear switching, you're going to ruin legitimate investments on the assumption that the trawl industry might need sablefish in the future. I mean, why would you do that? It's obvious that this 238% increase is going to support all of us for decades. So we support the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Clampett on his testimony? And there are no questions. Thank you, Paul. Next, we'll have Lori Steele. Lori will be followed by Bob Alverson. Good afternoon, Lori.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. My name is Lori Steele. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Seafood Processors Association. I'm here today to urge the council to take an action on this issue and select a final preferred alternative based on alternative 2 and the PPA. I support the 10,000 metric ton trigger out of the range of alternatives that we have in front of us for the reasons that are listed on page 4 of the GAP report. 10,000 is more likely than the other alternatives under consideration to help us keep our trawl quota share in the trawl fishery and achieve the FMP goals and objectives. I also support the comments and recommendations made by Jeff Lackey, Heather Mann, and Mike Rethford. I couldn't say it better myself, and I actually can't really think of anything else to say on this issue. I feel like everything's been said. I don't have anything new to say, but I do just want to emphasize the need to take this action. This action is necessary to establish a backstop and provide a deterrent to the continued fixed gear acquisition of trawl quota share. This is a far cry from where we wanted this action to go, but it is a significant and important action at this point after 8 years so that we can address our concerns about the continued leasing and exit of trawl quota share from the fixed gear sector. The 2017 control date has been a deterrent, and I support implementing it in the FPA. 10,000 is the best choice. Sorry, I just have a few notes here because I was really struggling with what additional testimony to provide that you guys haven't already heard many times. Our groundfish fishery our groundfish trawl fishery is in really big trouble. Things are heading in the very wrong direction, and I'm very concerned that what we're seeing happening in this fishery is with our infrastructure and with the trawl sector is we're not going to be able to get it back. We needed this lifeline 8 years ago. The situation in our fishery is much worse now for many reasons, but we need this action now more than ever. Please move forward with an FPA that includes a 10,000 ton threshold or trigger. I want to take a minute to acknowledge and thank Jim and Jesse for all of their hard work over the years on this very difficult issue. And thank you, Jim, and congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for always being available and making yourself available for questions and information, and for the patience that you have shown over the last 8 years in this process. This action is about providing some sector integrity. It isn't going to be the magic panacea. It's really not going to do much of anything in the short term, but over the long term, it provides a backstop, and sector integrity is very important for promoting and enhancing stability in our fisheries and for promoting investment over the long term. So that's what we see with this action now, is a very necessary backstop. And then we'd like to get on with trying to figure out how we can save our groundfish trawl fishery over the next couple of years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Steele on her testimony? Not seeing any questions. Thank you, Lori. Next, we'll have Bob Alverson. Bob will be followed by Paul Quila. Welcome back up here, Bob.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, council members. For the record, my name is Bob Alverson. I'm representing Fishing Vessel Owners Association out of Seattle. We sent in a written comments, and I'm just going to briefly note a couple things from our written comments. We open up with quoting from the Amendment 20 EIS that recipients are free to use quota share with any groundfish gear, including trawl, longline, and fish pots, switching permanently from troll to some other gear. So when the council voted for the Amendment 20, it was clear that this was going to be a financial opportunity, and people invested. We have members that did. At that time, price of sablefish was very high, and the price of permanent sale of sablefish was in the $14 to $15 to $18 a pound. And a number of our people, the Edders, the Ben Clampett, a number bought in and invested in your program that you put together. And, they buy 50, 70,000 pounds. You're talking about $700,000 to $800,000 small loan. So the investment was real, and the invitement to come in to the industry was real from the council. And that's the point of the first part of our letter. Our previous comments, written comments, and this try to point out that the council hasn't made its case through its EIS that the trawl industry is actually going to deliver more arrowtooth, more English sole, more Dover sole. In fact, since 2018 to 2013, there's been a drop of 60% of the delivery of Dover sole. And there's huge amounts of surplus of sablefish, 2.6 million pounds last year, but the Dover landings have dropped. And as Paul, as you know, next year our quota goes up 238%. So there's going to be even that much more surplus sablefish. So I don't know if any of you council members believe that restricting legacy is going to stimulate Dover or arrowtooth markets, or if you really believe that or not, or restricting us in these fashions. However, the members of the association have recognized over 9 years that the council probably wants to go to a final action built around the PPA that you developed at your last council meeting. And so with that in mind, we would like to see a lower level ACL, 5,000 to 5,500. And recognizing that the MSY of sablefish at one time was listed at 10,000 pounds, 10,000 tons on the coast here. That represents 50% of that number. And for many years, I think you have to go back to 1978 when you didn't even have an ABC, you had a harvest guideline, and we delivered about 20,000 tons. But shortly after that, we've been in single digit ACLs up until now. And going into next year will be the first time we're into double digit ACLs in a long time. We would like to see the ACL number and the 29% combined, such that if we hit an ACL and we're under 29%, that's a no foul. Similarly, if we're over the 29% and we haven't hit an ACL, that should also be a no foul. So those should be tied together, the ACL and the 29% in our as the triggering cap. We think that the 3-year rolling average, I was part of the gap, and our gap statement, the gap statement that presented indicated we did not support that 3-year average as it was described in our state meeting this morning. I think that there needs to be more discussion on that. I think it may smooth out, as Corey has indicated, ups and downs of whether or not you flip into a situation where you have to restrict or not restrict. So I think that's going to conclude my comments, Mr. Chairman. After 9 years, good luck.
All right. Thank you, Bob. Questions for Mr. Alverson on his testimony? Not seeing any hands. Thanks, Bob. Next, we'll have Paul Quila. Paul will be followed by Chris Kubiak. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, Council, staff. My name is Paul Quila. So, you know, nobody can predict what this industry is going to look like or what the markets are going to look like in 10 years or 20 years or even 2 or 3. So the fishermen can't, the processors can't, and the council can't. Because if we could, we would have, things would be a lot different, right? And so we don't know what's going to happen, but what I do know is going to happen if we take action is my quota is going to have a restriction on it. It's going to change my quota effectively from what it is now. It's going to have a restriction that at some point will probably impede me. I don't know that for sure because I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But knowing that I don't know what's going to happen and nobody can assure me and tell me, then I don't like that restriction. And no, as a I'm a small boat out of Warrenton, and I just trawl. So I trawl year round, bottom trawl. And so I'm not recognized as a legacy anywhere. So I don't receive any consideration that way to continue to do and freely trade and adapt to a changing environment, which is what I do and every other fisherman does on a year-to-year basis, as a month-to-month basis. And you try to get through the year. And that means shifting quota around. You might lease it in, you might lease it out, whatever. So, yeah, I mean, okay, everybody's depressed, you know, and I'm going to join them on there. And it is odd because, you know, here you have Sable going through the roof and everybody's ramping down. So, you know, it's on. You guys have a very tough job. I don't know how you decide it because, and I think it's hard because there's not compelling evidence of what exactly is causing the problem, let alone the remedy. And I just personally think that's why it is so hard. As far as, you know, what the appropriate level of gear switching is and in what years, I don't know how you decide that either because I can't even decide for myself. It's not really tied for me to the ACL. It's tied to everything else, market conditions, weather, if I'm going to get trips in, what end of the year, how many people are fishing. So when that slows down the deliveries. So, you know, that's what ends up deciding. And how much sablefish I run into throughout the year also, whether I need to hang on to more or get rid of more to trade it for whatever. So that's a tough one too, is to come up with not only that level, but then the 29% trigger and the other trigger. I mean, they're both, I don't know how you come up with that because I certainly wouldn't be able to do that because I don't know what the right number would be. What if people's leasing to to a gear switcher. Well, there's a reason they're doing it. It's because, well, I got Gary Ripka beat. I got a 12.4 cent average on black cod for one of my trips. So he didn't win that one. But anyway, I think I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to recommend no action at this point for me because, the only other thing is I would still like to see some kind of evaluation or some kind of metrics built in so that we can look at this in a few years, 3 or 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, so that's looked at. So if whatever we do, whatever action's taken, to make sure that it's going to end up having the desired outcome that we think it's going to have, because otherwise I want to get changed back and I want the flexibility back. So anyway, so that's where I'm at. Okay, I'll leave it at that. And thank you. Thank you for your time, council.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Quila on his testimony? Don't see any hands. Thank you, Paul. Next, Chris Kubiak. Chris will be followed by Travis Hunter. Good afternoon, Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Be tough to follow Paul, but give it a shot. I am Christopher Kubiak. This has been a long process, and I've had a number of opportunities for comment, as everyone has. I've had so many thoughts, it's really hard to know what to say. Yesterday in the Gap, I was listening to the discussion which focused on legacies, trusts, et cetera, a number of things that were, they essentially spent the entire day looking at the ways that those types of outfits might need to be accommodated here. I'm a director and officer of the Morro Bay Community Quota Fund, and the MBCQF will qualify as a legacy, essentially exempt from the worst part of the proposed action. So in that event, we would be good, but I have to temper that by saying I know from personal experience that you never know if you qualify until you have it in your hand. Then you know. Otherwise, you might not. So in the event we don't, well, we would need some changes. And changes are always possible, but all of this effort on identifying who qualifies for not having to be essentially a victim of this potential action is where the effort was. The solution was identified before anything ever started. The solution was limited entry. And while there were alternatives, all of the alternatives were variations of a mechanism to identify the qualifiers for exemption. There really weren't other remedies to whatever the problem is explored. And most of that focus was also on quota share owners and related to that part of it. The original charge was addressing underharvest of IFQ species, including sablefish and including sablefish south of 36 degrees north latitude, but that was dropped. One of the reasons given was that it wasn't well understood why that sablefish south of 36 degrees north latitude was unharvested. I could tell you. It's pretty simple. It's the same reason a lot of the north of 36 degrees sablefish goes unharvested. There's a very limited market for those fish, and the market that exists right now doesn't pay much money. The proposed remedy is complex, and it also has uncertainty built into it. It's part of the process. One of the reasons people give for potentially embracing it is, look, it won't change anything, at least for a while. And so nevertheless, these people that I'm so impressed with that somehow or other are managing to fish and manage all this quota and all of these things, I don't know how they do it. The council could adopt a no action alternative now. However, That does not mean the fishery management process will stop work on the problems that are challenging for the harvesters in this fishery and the fishery overall. Amendment 20 has provisions built into it that have not been considered but could be easily deployed. An adaptive management set aside, which is 10% of all quota share that resides with the people. The associated AMP quota pounds could be made available to the vessels, the ones that are doing the harvesting. They are the ones that need the help. They pay the costs of this program. Those of us that deal with just quota share and quota pounds but don't harvest, we don't have any costs as far as management, the 3%. You could make those pounds available to the vessels. You could limit it to vessels that harvest with trawl gear if that were the thing. And that's built into the program. Getting on time here. So, I'll also just note that the AMP includes pounds for all species. And I've heard that one of the big, issues here is the cost of acquiring quota. Yeah, try getting petrolly pounds. People need those. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kubiak on his testimony? Corey Niles.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. At the beginning of your testimony, you said you thought your group should qualify under the alternative 2 legacy qualification criteria, but then you said something you don't really know until it's in hand. Is that just something might change in the future, or is there a particular part of the qualifications that you weren't sure you all would meet or not?
Okay. Thanks. So it's a number of things. So in my past, some of you know, but some don't, I was fishing. I could be like Paul. I owned a boat. I owned a permit. I would have received quota. I had an opportunity to, sell that and do something else. And I did it. And I have not regretted it. But in the process prior to that, my family was fishing, and I always thought I was going to go fishing. And every time it came up, pink shrimp, the groundfish, I was somehow 1 year late, or I thought I knew all the details, but there was some little detail and I didn't qualify. And so I believe we will, but I mean, there's a lot of pieces to the qualifying part. And so I'm not going to say it's 100%, not to mention we don't know until the final comes down. So it's a number of things, but I never say I qualified. I learned that lesson until I have it in here.
Thanks. Any other questions? Marcy Remco.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Chris. Very end of your testimony, you were talking about AMP and petrolly, and I was just hoping you might clarify a little more on what you meant by that. If I understood what you were suggesting, use the AMP provision to pass Sable or petrolly to those who need it, or what was your line of thinking, and is it to offer relief? I'm looking to understand. You said, give it to, or the people need it, but I'm just hoping to understand how you would see that working and what relief you think that might provide.
Thanks. So what we have in this, we have quota share owners, and you have the people that do the harvesting. And sometimes they're the same, but not always. So quota share owners from the beginning of this program, are the ones that have been receiving the adaptive management quota pounds. They go to the quota share owners, and that was for good reason in the beginning. That was laid out. But I believe what we've learned over time is that it's the harvesters are the ones that need them, because they may or may not be the quota share owners. And so when you can ask the people that do the harvesting, but I'll go ahead and say it, they all tell me that no matter what, they need something. So they have to go out and get it. And they have to get it from somebody that may or may not be interested in giving it to them, and that may or may not be connected to the fishery. The term is armchair owners of the privileges of the public goods, effectively. So the AMP pounds, if they went to the vessels, they're the ones that are actually doing the harvesting. And there's already mechanisms for doing that with carryover. So you could populate vessel accounts with AMP pounds at the beginning of the year if they qualify for them. And to qualify, maybe it means they harvested fish, the year prior with trawl gear. So it goes right to the boat. Now they can trade those or they can fish them, but we already know that's currency. So they might take those pounds petroli or whatever they are, because it's pounds of everything, and trade them for something else that they need. So that was.
Thanks. Any other questions? Not seeing any hands. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks.
Next, we'll go to Travis Hunter. Travis will be followed by Mark Cooper. Good afternoon, Travis.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Hassemer, members of the council. I will be extremely brief. Others that went before me said things very well. Lori, Heather, Mike, and Jeff. I have nothing new to add to this testimony, to this issue. So in short, I support the consensus items on the GAP report, as well as the rationale for a 10,000 metric ton trigger from the non-gear switching perspective. This is not the PPA that I had hoped that we would get to. I don't think it does near enough to protect the trawl industry. But here we are. So in short, I'd like to support a 10,000 metric ton trigger, and that will complete my testimony.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Hunter on his testimony? There's no hands. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
Mark Cooper. Mark will be followed by Brian Blake. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Vice Chairman Peter Husterman. Council members, for the record, my name is Mark Cooper. My family owns 3 trawlers and we have 4 quota share accounts. I bought pod gear and fish 2 different years, as we did quite well doing that, but I decided that I could make more money trawling. So I changed back to trawling, and it was a wise decision. I'm here today to support the PPA with a trigger set at 10,000 tons. I don't think we should do the 3-year averaging. I feel that this is the best for the trawl sector. I agree with Jeff Lackey, Heather Mann, Mike Rutherford, Travis Hunter. Anyway, that's my prepared statement. I want to make a comment about the lady here in the corner asked about the bycatch and the pot fishery. I think what's wrong with the pot fishery is it doesn't have any bycatch, maybe 3 to 4%. And that hurts our whole system, that we are never going to be able to get all the fish out of the water because they don't take any bycatch. Anyway, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Cooper on his testimony? Brad or Chair Penninger?
Thank you, Mark. I guess what you're saying is that there's no
very curious as far as there's no bycatch, but you're referring to the fact that a trawler brings in extra 3, 4, 5, 10 pounds of fish with every pound of black cod caught.
Right.
Not to say it's bycatch, it's part of the catch that you catch while you're trawling.
And I'm throwing it away.
Okay. I just want
So
to
bycatch isn't the proper term. They don't have any associated catch to speak of.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Further questions? Corey Niles. Hang on, Mark.
I want out of here.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. Sorry, I think I've asked you this before, Mark, persons, but you're one person I remember that says, yeah, you make more money by bottom trawling than you would with fixed gear. And what are you doing to do that what are you just?
Well, for one thing, we catch rockfish, which doesn't come with any sablefish. And I'm doing something different now too. I put on a larger mesh cod end, and we've eliminated all the fish under 1 pound. So we don't have any weightbacks in our black cod catch. But I also eliminated probably more than half of the petroli that I've delivered. But our market has went from buying 30,000 pounds of dough a trip down to 20. So I'm only losing 10. And I hear people talking about 10, 15 cent fish. My last trip was an average of 85 cents. So I'm actually making sablefish trips instead of Dover trips right now because my market moved from Newport. I don't know how many more trips I'm going to get this year. So we're going to get what we can out of the water now and go shrimping, maybe catch a rockfish. But I have other options. But
thank you. Marcy Yaremko.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. That was very interesting to me to learn that you've adapted your cod end to essentially increase the size of the fish so that it's going to bring you the best price at market. I guess maybe can you explain for us how the catch composition has changed in terms of the species that you deliver pre and post the change to your cod end?
Yeah. Well, what's happened is we're just retaining the larger fish. We do catch, we had 25,000 pounds of black cod. Last trip, we had 12,000 pounds of Dover sole, which would have probably had 30,000 pounds of Dover sole with that. So we gave that up. We're giving up all the little rockfish that we get weighed back. We're not retaining long spine thorny heads, which the market isn't very good for right now. So it's just, and we're gaining enough on the sablefish, even though the prices are bad, to make up for it, I feel.
Marcy, a follow-up?
Yes, thank you. So arrowtooth, do you?
Well, maybe I should tell you the species that we don't have any trouble retaining. Lingcod, petroli sole, arrowtooth. All those fish are big enough that we retain those.
Thank you.
All right, thanks. Any other questions? Not seeing any. Thanks, Mark. And Brian Blake. Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon. Apparently with the last word, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the council. I'm Brian Blake with Ocean Gold Seafood out of Westport, and being a former chairman, I know the benefits of short testimony, so I will wrap up quickly here. I want to support the testimony of Jeff Lackey and Lori Steele and Mark Rutherford and Mark Cooper, Heather Mann. That's where we've at. It's been a long process. I got to think I've been working on this for 2 years, and then I look at you and realize it's been 8. So I think it's important that we move forward with the proposal 2 there. We support, as you heard, the 10,000 metric tons and not going with the 3-year rolling average. And, for us, we've made investments. We're going forward. We're hoping for stability and support to develop these markets for these fish and grow value for processors and for fishermen by getting these fish into the marketplace and getting that healthy seafood on people's plates. I serve on the Coastal Harvest Food Bank Distribution Center in Grace Harbor, and one of the things I've noticed in the 20 years on that board is the lack of protein on people's plates out in the community. And I think getting these fish out of the ocean and into the marketplace and on people's plates is really important. And I just hope this council will support that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Blake on his testimony? No hands. Thank you very much, Brian. That concludes all of our reports or public testimony. We are going to continue this agenda item Wednesday morning with our discussion and action. But before we close for the day, I want to look around and see, not get into discussion, but see if there are any reflections, comments any council members want to express or have thoughts that are going to help us proceed on Wednesday morning. Chair Penninger.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair Hassmer. Just going to say a few words because I'm going to have the gavel on this issue coming days here. I think that the trawl fleet has been talking about they want the higher ACL, and why is that? I think it's because of the uncertainty in the future about what's going to happen with people potentially buying quota share maybe out of the trawl fishery into the fixed gear quota holders. And so they want a number that's high enough to make sure that's not going to happen. So if I think if there's 5,000 ACL, 5,000 ton ACL, that you might see fixed gear people buying into it, and that quota would forever be out of the trawl fishery. And so I think that's why they're wanting the higher ACL. And of course, we see it sounds like a lot of fish, and it is. And certainly it looks implausible that would go into the future. But I would just point out that we've double regime shifts in fisheries. We've seen, I don't know, 5-6 year classes. I think the fleet has observed on sablefish. Is that going to be a long-term pattern into the future? I would just point out to everybody that up until about 2002, the Douglas crab landings in Oregon were about 9 to 10 million pounds per year. And ever since then, we've been averaging almost double that. So the same as for Washington. So, I mean, the fear is where is sablefish going to happen long term? So I think a higher ACL has become more and more insurance if that is going to be the case. Shrimp fishery off the West Coast, the catch per unit effort in that fishery, the last 15 years, the record CPUE today is more than double, or we've been averaging more than double what the high catch per unit effort in that fishery used to be back in the day. So I think that's when people are kind of worried about that, the higher number, just to get some assurance that fish doesn't go permanently out of the fishery. Mark touched on gently or a little bit there about his bycatch issue as far as the pot fishery. I corrected him, or at least got clarification on that. But certainly the pot fishing is a great way to catch sablefish. There's no doubt about that. But a trawl flat vessel does bring 3 pounds, 10 pounds per pound of sablefish to the dock. And I think we talk about what does the trawl vessel bring to a port? It brings large amounts of fish. A sablefish boat brings 1 pound of sablefish to the dock and not much else. And so I think that, I can't remember, it was a GAP statement or Jeff Lackey's statement talking about we're worried about this 3 years right where we're at right now. The next 3 years doesn't matter too much, but basically what's happened long term down the road. And for businesses, I think to make those big investments, I mean, there's literally millions of dollars goes into some of these facilities on the shore. And if we really want our processors we have to invest, or if we want to get some new processors to process, they're going to need that. And if they don't have that, they're not going to show up. And so I've fished out of ports, or fished out of ports now, or have lost that infrastructure, and it's just almost impossible to get back. And so we're very mindful of that as we go forward, as far as what those decisions are for the long-term health of the groundfish fishery. So I'll stop right there. I'm not sure where all we're going here on this, but anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Look around. If there are no other thoughts, we'll cease our discussion on this until we come back on agenda item F4 on Wednesday morning. And with that, we've finished my business for the day. I don't need to pass this. He's got a gavel. But
I do have a gavel.
You've got it. You're in charge, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Pete, thank you. Great work. And I turn to Executive Director Burden for announcements. So, Bert.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's see, we finishing right on time here today. Nice work. Tomorrow, we're shuffling our agenda a little bit. We're going to start off with our CPS items. We're aiming to take up salmon right after lunch. Sounds like there's still some negotiating happening in the background that could benefit from some extra time. So when we start tomorrow morning, just be prepared for CPS. No other announcements from me, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll see everybody here at 8 o'clock in the morning. So see you on the boat, maybe.